Before we start, the name is at the top of the screen. A quiet town rests beneath tall castle towers. A warm home holds simple comforts. A soft chair sits beside scattered items. Everything feels safe and calm. Inside a small house, a family gathers around a table and shares a quiet meal. The moment feels steady and undisturbed. But is this peace truly for everyone? The idea of everyone slowly begins to widen. Something feels off. A man hears a faint sound from outside and turns toward the window. The night looks still, yet the air carries a strange tension. What is hiding in that silence? The answer soon appears. Creatures move in the darkness beyond the home. Their forms are unnatural and their eyes remain fixed on the house. Outside, the truth becomes clear. This world is not only for humans. Monsters walk freely under the moonlight, and the quiet town exists beside constant danger. In a dim study room, a man stands beside a young girl who sits at a table covered with books. A candle burns softly, lighting the pages in front of her. She studies carefully, surrounded by texts about monsters. She is given only one day to memorize everything. She accepts this without hesitation and continues reading. Her life begins during a time when humans and monsters are still at war. She is an orphan, taken in by soldiers and raised for battle. Years of harsh training shape her into a weapon. She learns to endure pain and push forward without rest. When her first battle finally arrives, she stands before the king and dedicates herself to defeating the enemies of mankind. She believes this is her purpose. She believes this is the reason she exists. But everything changes in a single moment. The king reveals that the monsters want to end the war. The announcement feels sudden and unreal. Why now, after all this time? He claims that the monsters have accepted defeat and no longer wish to continue the conflict. The court shifts into celebration. Trumpets rise and fill the hall with sound. Joy spreads across the room, but she remains still. Her thoughts do not follow the same path. What happens to her purpose now? She has spent her entire life preparing for a war that no longer exists. The king tells her she is free. He encourages her to return home and live a peaceful life. But what home does she have? What life is waiting for her? She leaves the capital with no clear direction. The road ahead feels empty. She questions the meaning of her training and the years she gave up. Her hands, rough and wrapped in bandages, remind her of everything she has endured. She realizes she has no family and no place to return to. As night falls, she sets up a small camp and rests. The next day, she continues walking. Snow begins to fall as evening approaches. The cold air grows heavier, and she reaches the entrance of a cave. She decides to stay there for the night. She cannot afford to be selective. Just as she settles in, she senses movement nearby. Her body reacts instantly. She hides behind a rock and watches carefully. 3 figures approach through the falling snow. Each one carries a weapon. They move with confidence as they near the cave entrance. She observes them closely and recognizes what they are. They are dwarves, humanoid monsters known for their skill in crafting and blacksmithing. Not long after, 3 goblins step out of the cave holding spears. Their appearance is rough and unrefined. They move with caution but show little discipline. Goblins are known to live in tribes and are weaker than most monsters, yet they survive through numbers and persistence. The one in front studies the smallest dwarf and seems surprised by his size. He brings up a rumor and tries to confirm it. Is this small figure truly the architect of the monster world, Kirik? The thought lingers as the name settles in the air. Sora listens from her hiding place and begins to wonder what that title really means. Kirik does not react much. He simply walks into the cave to inspect it himself. Inside, more goblins linger in the shadows. He moves deeper and observes the space carefully. The cave looks rough and uneven. The ground is covered with scraps of leftover food and scattered bones. The walls are jagged and poorly shaped. It feels less like a home and more like a place of survival. He studies everything with a calm expression and quietly judges the space as something that can be improved. This tribe has lived in the cave for many years. They have shaped parts of it by carving through the rock, trying to make it more livable. Goblins usually prefer warmer places, so why are they here in the freezing north? It becomes clear that they were forced into this environment, either pushed out by humans or defeated in a territorial conflict. Rumors say this northern tribe now lives in the coldest shelter any goblin king has ever occupied. But even with that reputation, the cave itself is far from suitable. The problems are easy to see. The rocky surfaces are sharp and dangerous, causing frequent injuries. Most of the tribe's wounds come not from battle, but from their own home. The interior is too dark. While goblins prefer dim spaces, complete darkness makes movement difficult. The floor is filthy and cluttered, a result of their careless habits and lack of proper storage. The air inside feels heavy. Moisture gathers due to the difference in temperature between the outside and inside, making the cave damp and uncomfortable. Kirik notes each issue carefully in his book. He listens as the goblins admit they like some level of darkness, but not complete blackness. He begins to sketch, offering a simple idea. What if they keep what they like, but remove what harms them? The goblins agree without much hesitation. Soon, Kirik and the goblins step outside. He confirms that their earlier survey was accurate and feels satisfied that they brought enough materials. Sora remains hidden, watching everything closely. The other two dwarves begin unloading supplies and signal that they are ready. Without delay, the three dwarves begin their work. Each one uses a different tool. Kirik swings a mallet with precision. Another uses a digging tool to break through rock. The largest drives a drilling cone deep into the cave structure. At the same time, a goblin sets off an explosive that shatters the remaining sections. In a short moment, the cave is completely gone. Sora watches in shock. The place that once stood for years disappears almost instantly. What are they building in its place? The answer comes quickly. The dwarves begin constructing something new with remarkable speed and control. Their movements are precise and practiced. Materials come together as if guided by instinct. Within half a day, a new structure stands where the cave once was. It is a house formed from a rare 30,000-year-old magic tree. The tree has stopped growing at that exact age, making it both stable and unique. It is known to exist deep within the monster world and is highly resistant to cold. The outer structure is reinforced with stone, while bones are used as part of the design. At the center, a large tree rises, giving the house a sense of life and warmth. The old cave walls now serve as a foundation, but everything else feels transformed. Sora watches in silence, unable to fully understand what she is seeing. The cave that once stood there is gone, replaced by something entirely different. Even the goblins seem lost for words at first. Their shock quickly turns into anger as they confront Kirik. The cave had been in their family for generations, and to them it feels like everything has been destroyed. But Kirik remains calm. He questions their reaction and tells them to stop complaining and take a proper look. What have they actually lost? The goblins move toward the entrance and open the door. The moment they step inside, their expressions begin to change. The narrow, worn-down entrance is gone. In its place is a wide and open living area. The sharp, uneven ground that once injured them is no longer there. Smooth wooden floorboards now cover the surface. Kirik explains that the wood comes from springwood trees found in the marshlands of the monster world. The material is flexible and absorbs shock, making it safe even for the elderly. The goblins test it for themselves. They jump and stumble on purpose, realizing they no longer have to fear injury from simply moving around. A simple change, yet it transforms how they live. Is this what comfort feels like? Kirik then turns to another problem. He points out their habit of leaving trash everywhere, knowing the space would quickly return to its old state if nothing changes. As if in response, roots from the central tree begin to move. They stretch across the floor and gather the waste, pulling it in and consuming it. The goblins watch in amazement. The filthy ground they are used to is no longer an issue. The space begins to feel clean without effort. Still, they notice other concerns. The house remains dim, and the air feels warm compared to the freezing outside. Moisture gathers along the walls, and for a moment it seems like another flaw. But then something unexpected happens. The water slowly lifts away from the surface and drifts through the air. It is drawn into the tree at the center of the house. As the moisture is absorbed, the branches begin to glow. A soft light spreads through the space. It is not harsh or blinding. It is steady and calming. The room becomes easy to see without losing the sense of comfort the goblins prefer. Kirik watches with quiet satisfaction. The tree is designed to take in moisture and convert it into light, solving two problems at once. The goblins look around in disbelief. The house is warm but breathable. It is dim but clear. It is clean without effort. Slowly, their anger fades. In its place comes excitement and relief. They begin to praise Kirik, realizing that their old cave has not been taken from them, but transformed into something better. Something that feels like a real home. From the entrance, Sora continues to watch. The sight of the goblins celebrating stirs something inside her. She remembers a distant moment from her childhood. A family returns home, and children run inside with joy. She watches from outside, alone, separated by a window she never crosses. That memory lingers. Now, she sees something she never expected. A home, not for humans, but for monsters. Can this truly exist? Everything she has been taught tells her that monsters are nothing but violent enemies. They are meant to be feared and destroyed. Yet what stands before her does not match that belief. As she struggles with this thought, a voice reaches her from behind. She turns quickly. Kirik stands there, having noticed her presence. Their eyes meet, and for a moment, everything else falls silent. Kirik studies Sora with a calm but distant expression. He notes that it is rare to see a human in this place and asks what she wants with the house. Sora realizes she has been discovered. Before she can react, the other two dwarves step forward. The larger one, Gonsho, and the smaller one, Nico, both notice her presence. Nico questions why a human is here, and both of them prepare their weapon. Sora understands her mistake. She has been too focused on the house to sense them behind her. She quickly draws her sword and takes a firm stance, ready to strike first if needed. The tension rises, and for a moment it feels like a fight is about to begin. But then something unexpected interrupts the moment. The goblins begin to shiver uncontrollably. Their bodies tremble as the cold spreads through the house. The dwarves immediately notice the problem. With the cave gone and the trash cleared out, the old insulation has disappeared. Cold air now rises from below the structure, passing through the floor without resistance. The goblins, who take pride in wearing very little, are now exposed to the harsh temperature. The dwarves pause. Fighting no longer seems important. How can they fix this new problem? Kirik quickly accepts the situation. He admits he expected something like this and states that more work needs to be done. His attention shifts toward a distant, snow-covered peak. Without hesitation, he calls the others to follow and begins climbing. He urges them to move quickly, knowing the goblins cannot endure the cold for long. Not far away, Sora follows a separate path. She keeps her distance but refuses to lose sight of them. She cannot ignore what she has seen, and she cannot allow monsters to act freely without understanding their intentions. As they climb, Kirik notices her again and questions why she continues to follow them. Sora responds sharply, insisting she is only watching them because monsters are dangerous. The dwarves react to her words, pointing out her bias. Kirik does not argue against her feelings. Instead, he explains that her view is understandable. In the past, monsters did invade human lands. They attacked, took resources, and caused destruction many times. That history cannot be ignored. But he also explains that something changed over time. During those conflicts, monsters began to notice something they had never valued before. They saw human homes. They saw rows of buildings, each one different, each one shaped by thought and effort. The idea of creating a place to live, rather than simply surviving, left a strong impression. Kirik reflects on this, recalling how overwhelming it felt to see such variety and purpose. For monsters who once lived anywhere that kept them dry, it was something entirely new. Sora struggles with this explanation. She questions their right to take what belongs to humans. But Kirik makes it clear that those days are over. The focus has changed. Many monsters no longer seek to conquer. They now care about improving their own lives. They create instead of destroy. They build instead of take. The idea feels simple, yet difficult for Sora to accept. Can enemies truly change? The dwarves continue their climb, and Sora follows closely behind. Hours pass before they finally reach the top of the icy peak. The wind is harsh, and the ground is frozen solid. Kirik steps forward and strikes the glacier with his hammer. The sound echoes across the mountain. He observes the ice carefully, noting that it is weakening but still harder than expected. Nico agrees that it will take time. Without delay, they begin digging into the ice with focused effort. Sora watches them for a moment before finally asking what they are doing. Kirik explains that something lies beneath the ice, something they need. Then he looks at her and invites her to help. She has followed them this far, and they could use the extra strength. Sora glares at them and firmly refuses to help. She makes it clear that she would never assist monsters in any way. The dwarves pause, surprised by her response. They speak among themselves, just loud enough for her to hear. Nico questions how humans can be so cold. Gonsho adds that even if she tried, she probably would not be capable. Kirik calmly agrees and remarks that her kind appears weak and unimpressive. The words are deliberate. They strike directly at her pride. For a moment, everything else fades. Is she really going to walk away after being looked down on like that? Her anger takes over. She steps forward and orders them to move aside, calling them weak. Without hesitation, she rushes toward the glacier and swings her sword with full force. The impact is immediate. The ice cracks and breaks apart in a single strike. The power of the blow sends fragments flying and knocks the dwarves off their feet. Even they are stunned by what they witness. Sora stands at the edge of the newly formed pit, but something feels wrong. The ground beneath her begins to tremble. A deep rumble follows, and then it happens. Lava bursts out from below. She and the dwarves jump back as the molten flow surges upward. The eruption spreads quickly, threatening to overflow. Kirik reacts without delay. He calls the others to action and begins carving a path through the mountain. The dwarves move with urgency, shaping a channel for the lava to follow. From a higher point, Sora watches closely. She sees the path forming and realizes what they are doing. The lava is not being stopped. It is being guided. The flow rushes after them as they continue shaping the route, leading it down the mountain with careful control. It is dangerous, but every movement has purpose. Back at the house, the goblins struggle against the cold. Their bodies shake as they near their limit. Just as they begin to give in, one of them touches the floor and notices a change. It feels warm. The warmth spreads quickly, and the others begin to notice it too. The floorboards slowly heat up, pushing back the cold that once filled the space. Moments later, Kirik returns. He observes the result and confirms that the plan is working. The goblins respond with excitement as the warmth grows steady and comfortable. The space no longer feels harsh. It feels safe. Kirik explains the change. The mountain was once an active volcano before it froze over time. By breaking through the ice, they have reactivated its heat. The lava has been redirected beneath the house into a lower chamber. From there, it warms the ground and spreads heat through the entire structure. The system works naturally, heating both the floor and the air above it. The goblins lie down on the floor, enjoying the steady warmth beneath them. The space that once felt cold and unlivable now feels welcoming. Sora arrives soon after and steps inside. She pauses as she feels the difference immediately. The cold from earlier is gone. The house now holds a steady, gentle warmth. She looks around and sees the goblins relaxed and smiling. The sight feels unfamiliar. Kirik notices her presence and calmly points out that she played a role in making this possible. He gives her credit for breaking the ice that allowed everything to happen. The goblins respond without hesitation. They gather around her, take her sword and cloak, and guide her down onto the warm floor. They encourage her to feel it for herself. As she lies there, something shifts inside her. The warmth beneath her feels steady and real. For a brief moment, her mind drifts back to her training. She remembers the strict lessons she was taught. A warrior must never relax. A warrior must always be ready to fight. She sees herself training under her instructor. The lessons are harsh and without comfort. He teaches her that warriors must not feel anything. They must destroy their enemies without hesitation. During the sparring session, she is struck and sent crashing into a wall. The pain spreads through her body, but there is no time to rest. Her instructor orders her to stand. He reminds her that he took her in, raised her, and fed her. He questions her worth if she cannot meet his expectations. Blood rises in her throat as she struggles to breathe, yet he continues. He tells her she has no value beyond her strength. Without it, she is nothing. At that moment, she hears distant noise outside the training grounds. There is excitement in the air. People are gathering for a festival in the town square. Laughter and energy drift toward her, but she remains where she is. She can only watch from a distance. Before she can think further, her instructor tells her to pick up her sword. She obeys without question. While others enjoy their lives, she continues to train. That is the path she has always known. Back in the present, she feels something unfamiliar. Warmth surrounds her, steady and gentle. Her body relaxes without her realizing it. She closes her eyes and, for the first time in a long while, she falls asleep. When she wakes, she quickly sits up, surprised at herself. How long has it been since she last rested like this? Kirik notices and calmly asks if she was able to rest, and if the heating feels comfortable. His tone is simple, without pressure. Sora recalls the words that once defined her, that she is useless without strength. Yet now, she answers quietly that the warmth feels good. Later, they stand outside the house. Kirik confirms that the work is complete and begins preparing to leave. Sora asks where they are going next. He explains that there is another place that needs their help. Another home to build. Seeing her confusion, he adds that the monster world is still in poor condition. There is too much work to be done to focus on fighting. He believes that even in the harshest places, if monsters are given proper homes, they can live better lives. Comfort can change how they live. Order can replace chaos. It is not about destruction anymore. It is about creating something that lasts. He tells her she should return to her own world and live her life. But Sora hesitates. She realizes there is nowhere for her to go. No home is waiting for her. She tries to dismiss it, but the truth is already clear. Kirik notices her reaction and points it out. She becomes flustered and avoids the question, but he has already understood. To him, she seems unusual for a human. He then offers something unexpected. If she has no destination, she can travel with them for a while. It is a simple offer, without conditions. Sora reacts immediately. She questions why they would trust her. She reminds them that she is an enemy of their kind. Why would monsters allow a human like her to walk beside them? Kirik does not answer with words alone. He takes her hand and looks at it closely. Her palm is rough, scarred, and marked by years of effort. He quietly observes that her hands reveal everything about her. They show discipline, endurance, and skill. To him, that means she can be useful. Not as a weapon, but as someone who can help build. His words reach her in a way she does not expect. For the first time, her strength is not tied to destruction. It is seen as something that can create. Something that can help. The idea settles slowly in her mind. And so, from that quiet moment, a new path begins. The girl who once lived only to fight now sets out on a different journey. Together with the dwarves, she travels across the monster world, on a journey of renovation. Sora looks up and sees several griffins circling high in the sky. She realizes they are the rulers of the air in this land. Below, the dwarves work quickly. They move with purpose and skill. With one final strike of Kirik's hammer, the construction is complete. The new homes are ready. Kirik feels a quiet sense of relief as he presents them. He has kept the griffins waiting, and he knows it. The structures are carefully designed. Each one is shaped like an egg and woven from a special kind of hemp. The material is strong, yet flexible. It can bend with the wind without breaking. The homes are suspended from the cliffs by heavy chains. They sway gently in the strong canyon winds. It almost feels like they are alive. A built-in system collects rainwater and stores it for drinking. Branches are fixed along the sides to hold food, so the griffins can eat while staying close to their eggs. A weather vane hangs below each cradle, helping it adjust to the wind. Everything has a purpose. Everything is carefully thought out. Griffins usually live deep within foggy canyons. It keeps them hidden from danger. Still, the cliffs are steep and the winds are harsh. Their eggs are always at risk of falling. That fear is always present. Now, these new homes offer something different. They provide safety. They provide stability. Is this the first time the griffins can rest without worry? Sora watches as the griffins react. They circle lower, their cries filled with energy. They seem excited. Some of them allow Kirik to come close. He even reaches out and pats them. Sora stares in disbelief. She remembers when Kirik mentioned their next clients. At the time, she did not fully understand. Now she does. Far from any human settlement, in a land ruled by monsters, Sora continues her journey. She is a young girl who once lost her reason to live. Now she travels with the dwarves, known as the architects of this world. What keeps her going now? Later, she gathers firewood in the forest and starts a small fire. The camp slowly comes together. Kirik sits and reads. Nico and Gonsho prepare their setup. Everything looks organized. Everything looks refined. Kirik eventually closes his book and looks around. He feels satisfied with the arrangement. The tools and materials they use are of high quality. He notes that they should collect more before leaving. Sora sits quietly by the fire and watches them. She notices the utensils and the food they prepare. It feels too luxurious for a simple camp. It makes her pause. Is this really just a journey? Kirik then turns his attention to Gansho. He wants to know if the reward has been secured. Sora assumes it must be money, just like in the human world. But Gansho opens a sack filled with griffin feathers. There are many of them. Around 100. They are soft and light. Kirik runs his hand through them and feels their texture. Nico imagines how many mattresses they can make. The dwarves feel grateful. They toss the feathers lightly into the air, almost like a celebration. Sora watches in silence. She slowly understands what she is seeing. The griffins did not give something precious taken by force. They gave what they naturally shed. Nico brings up a rumor about the orcs. He has heard that they cannot sleep at night. Gansho assumes it must be because they do not have proper beds. Kirik agrees and feels it is something they cannot ignore. They begin to consider visiting the orcs soon. Sora listens to them and feels a sudden wave of anger. She snaps a stick in her hands without thinking. How can they speak so casually about monsters like this? To her, this is dangerous. It feels wrong. She reminds herself why she is here. She believes she is only gathering information. Nothing more. She decides she cannot relax around them. She must stay alert at all times. Then her thoughts shift. She remembers something Kirik once told her. He said she would be useful. That memory lingers. Before she can fully process it, Kirik approaches her. He offers her a single griffin feather. He wants her to take it as a reward for helping with the goblins the day before. Sora is stunned. Is that really all she gets? Just one feather? At that moment, the cooking pot begins to rattle. The meal is ready. They open it and reveal a hot pot made from freshly picked wild vegetables. The group gathers around and sits together, including Sora. She watches them eat for a moment. Then she slowly takes a bite. The taste surprises her. It is warm and rich. Much better than she expects. Nico notices her reaction and wonders if she has ever had anything like it before. That question brings back a memory. She sees herself sitting alone in a dark room. The floor is cold. The food is poor. No one is there with her. The contrast is sharp. She returns to the present and continues eating. This time, she accepts it. She realizes she has never tasted anything better. The next day, they leave the forest and step into open land. Kirik pulls out a map and studies it. He explains their progress. They have spent the past few days working on homes for goblins and griffins. Now, their next destination lies beyond a rocky area. Their next client is waiting on the Gigant Plateau. They continue walking, but something feels off. Sora senses it first. The ground begins to shake beneath her feet. She pauses. What is happening? Suddenly, the earth bursts open. A massive force erupts from below. Everyone turns toward the source. A huge, gaping maw appears from the ground. A giant creature emerges. It looks like a centipede, long and powerful. Sora stares at it in shock. What kind of monster is this? It is a sand wyrm. These creatures are known for burrowing underground and attacking from below. They eat almost anything. The sand wyrm lunges at them. The impact is heavy. The group jumps back just in time to avoid the attack. Kirik realizes their mistake. They have wandered into the creature's habitat. Soon, more sand wyrms appear. They surround the area. The situation turns dangerous in an instant. Then Kirik makes a decision. He tells everyone to retreat. Sora is caught off guard. She expects them to fight. Instead, the dwarves run and take cover behind a large rock. Nico catches his breath and notes how close the attack was. Gansho believes the creatures will not notice them if they stay hidden. Sora rushes over to them. She cannot hold back anymore. She demands to know what they are doing. Kirik keeps his voice low. He tells her they will stay hidden until the sand wyrms leave. Sora is stunned. She cannot accept it. Why are they not fighting back? Kirik remains still. There is a slight tremble in him. He admits something important. The dwarves are not warriors. They are craftsmen. They are gentle by nature. They are not trained for combat. Over time, they have become weak in battle. They avoid fighting whenever they can. Sora listens in disbelief. She looks at them differently now. These dwarves have been traveling through a world filled with monsters. Yet they cannot fight. How have they managed to survive all this time? At that moment, a sand worm bursts out behind Sora. It rises over them and slams down with force. Kirik is thrown hard against a rock, and the impact shatters it completely. His body disappears into the broken pieces. Sora freezes. For a second, she believes he is dead. But then, something unexpected happens. Kirik suddenly jumps out from the rubble. He lands on his feet, completely unharmed. Sora stares at him in confusion. How is he still moving? Kirik simply pats himself down and starts running again as if nothing happened. Nico appears from behind a nearby rock and tells Sora not to underestimate them. He explains that dwarves are tougher than they look. Their bodies are like steel. They have survived countless near-death situations before. Even as he says this, Kirik is struck again. A sand worm hits him from behind and sends him flying. Another one hits him midair and knocks him in a different direction. Sora watches in disbelief. The dwarves endure these attacks as if they barely matter. Nico and Gonsho call out as Kirik is tossed between the sand worms. His body is thrown again and again until he is sent straight toward the open mouth of one of them. Sora realizes what is about to happen. He is going to be eaten. Without thinking, she moves. She steps onto the body of a sand worm and uses it to launch herself higher. She reaches Kirik just in time and pushes him away from danger. She feels the weight of his earlier words. He believes they can make monsters happy. Can that really be true? She does not hesitate anymore. She uses her hidden technique. Her movements become sharp and precise. In an instant, she unleashes multiple strikes across the sand worm's body. The cuts land so quickly that they leave behind faint afterimages. The creature collapses to the ground. Kirik is safe. Sora steadies herself and explains that she used the dull side of her blade. She does not want to kill it. Kirik looks at her with clear surprise. Nico and Gonsho rush over, impressed by what they have just seen. They begin to thank her, but she cuts them off. She tells them they are all weak and careless, and she could not just stand by and watch. The dwarves exchange glances. Then, quietly, each of them takes out a feather and offers it to her. Sora notices what they are trying to do. They are paying her in their own way. They continue their journey and eventually reach the Gigant Plateau. Kirik explains that giants once lived here long ago. The place used to be dangerous. Now, they are almost extinct. He believes they will not encounter any. Sora looks around at the massive remains scattered across the land. They look like bones. She studies them carefully. Then she notices something strange. A liquid begins to drip along one of the large remains. Suddenly, it moves toward her. She reacts instantly and jumps back to avoid it. The liquid gathers on the ground and starts to take shape. It is alive. It is a slime. The creature shifts its form freely, its body flowing and unstable. It can change shape at will. Kirik steps forward and apologizes to the slime for arriving late. He explains they ran into trouble on the way. The slime responds with a soft movement. Sora watches closely and finally understands. This is their next client. Kirik then turns his attention to the massive skeletal remains nearby. He studies them quietly. This, somehow, is supposed to be the slime's home. Sora stands frozen as she realizes that their next client is a slime. The sight feels unreal. The slime lives inside a gigantic skeleton carcass, using it as a house, and she can only stare at it in disbelief. How can something like this even exist? Kirik, however, stays calm and says he wants to take a closer look. He walks around the massive bones and lightly knocks on them. The surface gives way almost immediately and crumbles. It is clear at once that the place is beyond saving. The skull that serves as the slime's home looks worn but strangely peaceful. Its surface is smooth in some places, yet covered with patches of moss. The slime rests comfortably inside the eye socket when it sleeps. Mushrooms grow around the area and seem to be its main source of food. It is an odd but quiet life. The skeleton likely belongs to a giant creature that has long since gone extinct. Whether time has simply worn it down or the creature once lacked strength and life, the bones are now fragile enough to collapse at any moment. Kirik observes how unusual this is. Most slimes do not have homes of their own, yet this one chooses to live independently. He watches as the slime moves along the bones, sliding smoothly across the surface. Normally, slimes move slowly across the ground, but here the lack of friction makes movement easier. Sora finds this surprising. She has never seen a slime move like that before. It becomes clear that the slime truly likes this place. It wants it to be fixed. But Kirik already knows the truth. He explains that the moss has weakened the structure too much, and the age of the bones makes repair impossible. Even with their skills, they cannot restore something this far gone. As if proving his point, parts of the skeleton begin to crack. The sound spreads through the structure. In the next moment, the entire skull collapses and falls apart. The slime is thrown onto the ground. It spreads itself flat, as if crying. The sight is almost pitiful. Kirik tries to comfort it. There is no use holding on to what is already lost. He suggests a different idea. If they cannot fix the house, they can build a new one. That thought changes everything. The slime quickly gathers itself and seems full of energy again. Is it really that easy to cheer it up? Nico and Gonsho are less certain. They point out that they have never built a house for a slime before. New constructions are always more difficult. Kirik agrees but says they can figure it out together. They decide to step away from the collapsed remains to discuss their plans. As they move, Sora notices the slime trying to follow them. It struggles to keep up and quickly falls behind. Can it really move on its own like this? The slime suddenly tries to rush forward, but its effort leads to very little progress. After 10 minutes, Nico and Gonsho check on it and find that it has barely moved a few centimeters. It already looks exhausted. Kirik realizes that without the smooth bones, the slime is far slower than expected. In the end, Nico and Gonsho carry it back while Sora watches in quiet shock. How can something move so slowly? Once they gather again, Kirik begins sketching ideas in his notebook. He thinks carefully about what the slime needs. Movement is a problem. Stamina is another. If it gets tired easily, then a place to rest and recover becomes important. Maybe even something like a massage space. As he studies the slime more closely, he notices something else. It is dirty. Bits of soil and debris are mixed into its body. Nico and Gonsho notice it too and agree. If they are going to build a proper home, they will need to think about cleanliness as well. Sora comes to another realization as she watches the slime. It moves across the ground all the time, so it is natural that sand and dirt get stuck inside its body. That explains why it looks so unclean. Kirik notices her reaction but quickly moves on and asks Nico what kind of design might work for this kind of client. Nico pauses to think. He looks around at the surrounding area and points out a group of nearby flowers. They are known as crystal flowers. They are transparent and shimmer in the light, and some of them grow several meters tall. They are even called jewels of the monster world. Kirik praises Nico for noticing them and turns to Gonsho for his input. Gonsho points to another plant nearby, something called spring pansies. These plants act like weeds, but they have strong elastic properties and can bounce like springs. Kirik considers the idea and admits that it could be useful. With all these materials in mind, he continues sketching. His ideas begin to come together. He claims he can already see the blueprint forming in his head. The dwarves gather together and begin a design discussion. Nico and Gonsho suggest different approaches and improvements while Kirik refines the plan. Their conversation moves quickly and is filled with technical details. Sora stands nearby, completely lost. She watches them but understands almost nothing. What are they even talking about? Still, she stays quiet. When the discussion ends, Kirik announces that they will gather the materials and finish the work before sunset. He points to Sora and assigns her as their aide. Work begins immediately. Nico climbs up one of the crystal flowers and cuts it down. It crashes to the ground with a heavy sound. He tells Sora to cut off the head of the stem and gather the pieces. She follows his instructions without complaint. As she continues cutting, he reminds her that they still have more to collect. She keeps working in silence, though she cannot help but wonder why she has to do all this. Once they gather enough crystal flower heads, Sora asks what they plan to do with them. Nico starts a fire and places the material over it. The crystal flowers slowly bend and soften under the heat. He explains that high temperatures make them flexible, which allows them to be reshaped. He demonstrates by stretching one with ease. They continue processing the material. First, they heat it. Then they let it cool for a while before kneading it into shape. Once it hardens again, they reheat it to create a clay-like consistency that can be molded further. Step by step, the building materials are prepared. The work continues for hours. Sora helps Kirik cut wood using her sword skills. She also assists Gonsho in pulling a heavy cart. They take a short break to eat, then return to work without delay. Slowly, the structure begins to take shape. Piece by piece, the slime's new home comes together. At last, they completed the construction. The result is something they call the slime slide paradise. Kirik turns to the slime and asks for its reaction. The slime looks at the finished structure. Instead of excitement, it seems to grow quiet again. It almost looks disappointed. Why would it feel that way after all this effort? Kirik tells it not to rush its judgment and encourages it to explore the place first. The slime moves toward one of the launch pads and slides onto it without hesitation. In the next moment, the platform suddenly springs upward and sends the slime flying high into the air. Sora watches in shock. She does not expect that kind of movement at all. It turns out to be a shuttle shooter. The launch pad is powered by the spring pansies. Anyone who steps on it is shot upward, and after a short moment, the mechanism resets itself and coils back into place. Kirik watches calmly and says that now that the slime has been sent off, it is time for the next step. He explains that it will fall into a filtration system they have prepared. The slime has always been dirty, and this is their way of fixing that problem. The device is built in layers. At the bottom is a fine cloth filter, and above it are layers of sand and stones with increasing permeability. As the slime passes through, the impurities are removed from its body. It is a simple idea, but effective. When the slime comes out the other side, it is completely clean. Kirik then tells the slime that it is time to try the slides. It can choose any route, and the system will carry it quickly through the structure. The slime begins to move through the pipes. The entire house is built as a network of slides made from reshaped crystal flower stems. The smooth surfaces allow the slime to travel with ease and speed. The design solves its movement problem completely. There is also the filtration system to keep it clean, a massage area to help it recover when tired, and even a flask-shaped bedroom that fits its body better than the hollow eye socket it once used. Every part of the house is made with its needs in mind. It is a complete and comfortable home. The slime rushes through the pipes at incredible speed. It moves far faster than it ever could on the ground. Nico notes that it seems to be enjoying itself, and the group feels satisfied with the result. They can tell that their effort was worth it. Watching this, Sora remembers how she had complained earlier during the work. She had wondered when they would finally be done. She had even questioned why they were putting so much effort into building a house for a slime. Was it really necessary? Kirik had responded firmly at the time. He told her to focus on working instead of complaining. He made it clear that if she could not take the job seriously, she had no place there. When she pushed back, he reminded her that this work is not simple. The monster world is full of different creatures, each with their own needs and ways of living. To build a proper home, they must understand and respect those differences. Only then can they create something that truly suits their client. Later, Kirik points out one of the wooden beams in the structure. He tells Sora that she is the one who shaped it. The cut is rough, and the form is not perfect, but her effort is clear. He encourages her to improve next time before walking away. Sora looks at the beam in silence. She remembers the work she put into it. Now it stands as part of the finished house. When did that realization start to feel meaningful? Soon after, the slime approaches her and offers a small cork jar as a gift. Nico and Gonsho praise her contribution, acknowledging the effort she made. Kirik adds that she still has a long way to go, but she is not bad for a human. Sora accepts the gift with clear excitement. After completing the slime's house, the group of architects sets off toward their next destination. The road ahead feels quiet at first. As they travel, Sora takes out the gift the slime gave her. It is a small corked bottle. She turns it in her hand, unsure of what it contains. Kirik tells her to keep it as a reward for her work. She admits that she does not even know what it is. Kirik explains that it is simply the slime's way of saying thanks. The others notice that Sora keeps staring at the bottle. They assume she will just hold on to it, but instead she pulls out the cork. A thick liquid suddenly spurts out. The bottle slips from her hand. The liquid gathers in her palm and begins to move. To her surprise, it forms into a small slime. She looks at it in confusion. How did it get there? They already left the original slime behind. Kirik observes it closely and realizes what happened. It must be a clone. Slimes can split themselves, but they rarely give a part of themselves away. That alone shows how happy the slime was with its new home. Sora thinks about this quietly. The idea lingers in her mind. She has never had a place to call home. Her childhood memories are faint, marked only by the feeling of being an orphan. She never dreamed of having a house. For her, having somewhere to sleep had always been enough. But now she has seen monsters feel genuine happiness because of a home. It makes her hesitate. Are homes really that important? Kirik watches her in silence for a moment. Before anything more can be said, a loud buzzing fills the air. Large flies approach from a distance. Sora notices them first and asks what they are. They seem to be heading straight toward the group. Kirik simply remarks that they have arrived right on time. The creatures are delivery flies. They are known as professional couriers that travel across the monster world. They can carry anything, from small letters to large packages. The delivery flies greet the dwarves in a casual manner and comment on their recent work. Kirik asks if they have brought any new requests. In response, the flies drop a sack filled with letters. Nico and Gonsho begin sorting through them. There are many problems being reported. Zombies are causing trouble and require more gravestones. Pixie dens have collapsed. There are also requests from golems. The list goes on. Sora looks through the letters as well and asks if all of them are requests for help. Kirik confirms it. There are monsters everywhere living in poor conditions. That is why their role as architects matters. They must do what they can to provide proper homes. While they are still looking through the letters, a strange light appears behind them. A teleportation circle forms on the ground. At its center, a black card appears. Kirik picks it up and immediately recognizes the symbol. It bears the emblem of the Demon Lord. Sora realizes what that means. This is the ruler of the entire monster world, the one who began the war with humans. Kirik understands the situation at once. It is a direct summons. Anyone who receives such a card must abandon everything and answer the call. It is an unbreakable rule. Kirik admits that he has never seen one before. Nico adds that only those in the inner circle usually meet the Demon Lord. Gonsho wonders why someone like that would call for them. Sora notices the tension in their expressions. Even the dwarves look uneasy. What kind of presence must the Demon Lord have to cause this reaction? With no choice left, they accept their next objective and begin their journey to meet him. They arrive at Cape Pulpo after some time on the road. Kirik estimates that from here, it will take a few more days to reach their destination on foot. As they pause, Sora's stomach suddenly growls. The others notice and suggest it is time to rest and eat. Kirik admits that their supplies are running low. To solve the problem, Nico heads toward a nearby beach to catch some fish. However, when he looks into the water, he finds something unexpected. The area is filled with Aqualuna, a type of jellyfish monster that gathers near beaches during the rainy season. They are not suitable for eating. Nico reaches into the stream and grabs one of the Aqualuna, insisting that it is not meant for them. But the moment he touches it, his expression changes. Panic sets in, and he quickly throws it away. Kirik watches and remarks that finding fish will be difficult with creatures like that in the water. Before they can think of another plan, rain begins to fall. It comes suddenly and heavily. The group reacts at once and runs, realizing how bad the timing is. They need shelter, and quickly. As they search, Sora spots a small cottage on top of a nearby cliff. It feels like a lucky find. They rush toward it, hoping someone inside will let them take cover. Nico calls out as they approach. But before they can reach it, lightning strikes. The cottage is hit directly. The impact tears it apart and sets it ablaze in an instant. Sora and the dwarves freeze in shock. Then they rush forward without hesitation. What if someone is inside? Through the smoke and scattered debris, they find two figures. A thunder wolf stands nearby, and beside him is a mermaid resting in a bathtub. The scene feels tense and fragile. The mermaid, Mariel, tries to stay close to the thunder wolf, Baldur. She wants to remain by his side no matter what. But Baldur resists. He does not want to hurt her again. His voice carries strain and fear. Mariel cannot accept the distance. She moves toward him, unable to hold back. In that moment, everything goes wrong. As she makes contact, Baldur's body releases a surge of lightning. The current strikes her directly. Sora and Kirik witness the moment in silence. Mariel's body burns from the shock, and she collapses. Baldur cannot even reach out to her. He is forced to stay back, calling to her in frustration. He has warned her many times. He knows what will happen, yet he cannot stop it. As a thunder wolf, his body constantly carries electricity. It is part of his nature. Some of his kind can control it better than others, but his current is especially strong. Mariel, as a mermaid, is not suited to endure such energy. Her body is vulnerable to it. Sora steps in without delay. She uses the bandages from her kit to treat Mariel's burns. Her movements are careful and steady. She offers an ointment as well, something meant to soothe injuries like this. Mariel responds with quiet gratitude. She did not expect such kindness from a human. Sora brushes it off. To her, it is nothing special. She only brought the kit for survival during battles, yet now it serves a different purpose. A short distance away, Baldr sits alone. Kirik stands nearby and listens as Baldr expresses his thoughts. He is thankful for their help, but his frustration is clear. Every time he tries to care for his wife, he ends up hurting her instead. He clenches his hands, unable to hide his anger at himself. Kirik acknowledges the difficulty of his condition. Living like this is not easy. Choosing to marry a mermaid despite it makes things even more complicated. Baldr has no answer. He can only sit in silence. The remains of the cottage lie scattered around them. It is known as the House of Forbidden Love, but now it is nothing more than debris. Baldr has tried to make things work in his own way. He sleeps outside on a mat to avoid harming Mariel at night. He has even attempted to wear boots and gloves, hoping to reduce the risk, but none of it has worked. Around them, pieces of coral and shells are scattered across the ground. These are things he collected from the beach to comfort Mariel and ease her homesickness amongst other things lying in the open. Baldr explains that everything began several years ago. He was at the beach as usual, eating fish without a care, when he noticed a mermaid being attacked. At first, he did not think of helping her. To him, she was simply a larger catch, and he had no intention of letting others take what he saw as his meal. He stepped in and drove the attackers away, but only for that reason. Yet the moment he saw her face, something changed. He found himself drawn to her. The feeling turned out to be mutual. Despite the differences between their species and the disapproval that followed, they chose to leave everything behind and stay together. They knew from the start that they might never be able to touch, but even so, they believed that being together would be enough. Was that hope too simple? When they tried to live together, reality proved far more difficult. Every small action became a problem. They had to be constantly careful not to make contact. Mariel spent most of her time confined to a bathtub, unable to move freely. Baldr made daily trips to fetch seawater just to keep her comfortable. There were also his transformations during the full moon, which brought even more risk. Their lives became a series of adjustments and compromises. Slowly, the weight of it all began to show. Baldr admits that what they shared may have only been a dream. He questions whether it was ever meant to work. How could they truly live together if they could not even hold hands? His words carry quiet defeat. Not long after, the rain comes to a stop, leaving behind a heavy silence. Kirik watches him and speaks up. He tells Baldr that someone his size should not break down like that. Then he makes a bold suggestion. Instead of giving up, they should build a proper home for him and Mariel. A place that can support both of them. Nico quickly objects. Time is not on their side. They have already received a summons, and ignoring it could bring serious consequences. Everyone knows what happens when the Demon Lord is disobeyed. Kirik reacts strongly. He refuses to live in fear for the rest of his life. He reminds them that he is an architect, and this is the work he has chosen. His voice rises with conviction, catching both Baldr and Sora off guard. But even in that moment, Sora notices something else. Kirik is trembling. He is still afraid. He simply chooses to act anyway. He convinces himself that being a little late will not matter. Will it really be fine? Nico points out that they have never designed a home for a couple like this before, especially not one made up of different species with such conflicting needs. Baldr looks at Kirik, uncertain but hopeful, and asks if he truly has an idea. Kirik answers without hesitation. He tells Baldr to gather his things. Their next step is clear. They are heading to the sea. Kirik explains that if they want to build a home where Baldr, a thunder wolf, and Mariel, a mermaid, can truly live together, then the answer must lie somewhere in the ocean. That is where they need to go. Without hesitation, he removes his helmet. The moment he does, large logs of wood begin to pour out from inside it. They keep coming until a huge pile forms. Sora stares in confusion. Where did all that would come from? Kirik calmly explains that dwarven helmets are not ordinary. They are carved with ancient runes along the inner rim, forming a magic circle that can shrink and store objects placed inside. It allows them to carry large amounts of building material with ease. For them, it is simply part of their craft. With the materials ready, Kirik tells Nico and Gonsho to begin work. They respond at once. Sora watches, unsure of what they are about to build. Before long, the answer becomes clear. They construct a ship. It is simple but functional, built quickly from the materials at hand. Soon, they are out at sea. Sora looks up and sees seagulls flying overhead as the ship moves forward. The vessel is a makeshift design, but it includes everything needed. A sail catches the wind and pushes them along. An anchor is prepared for when they need to stop. A rudder allows them to change direction. Kirik stands at the front, looking ahead with a single lens as if it were binoculars. He notes that the weather has cleared, with blue skies stretching far into the distance. It is perfect for sailing. Sora watches Nico and Gonsho as they continue adjusting parts of the ship. She cannot believe that something like this was built in just a few hours. How is that even possible? She can only accept that dwarves are far more capable than she imagined. Nico soon calls out that, based on what Mariel told them, they might find what they are looking for in the waters ahead. Kirik corrects him, insisting that out here he should be addressed as captain. Sora notices how easily Kirik slips into the role. It almost feels natural to him. Back on land, Baldur and Mariel watch the ship from a distance. Mariel feels uneasy and hopes they remain safe. Baldur recalls something troubling. There is a dangerous creature said to roam these waters, known as the Master of the Ocean. That thought lingers as they continue watching. Out at sea, the situation begins to change. Nico notices that the ship has stopped moving. The wind has died completely. Sora looks up and sees that the seagulls are flying away. The air becomes still. Then bubbles rise from the water. A massive creature emerges. It towers over them, its presence overwhelming. Sora does not understand at first and wonders why it is staring at them. Is this what they came to find? Nico's reaction answers that question. He tells them to run, but there is nowhere to go. Thick tentacles wrap around the ship, holding it in place. The creature is revealed to be a kraken, a giant octopus-like monster that dominates parts of the ocean. Its size and strength allow it to drag entire ships beneath the waves. Many have already been lost to it over time. Sora draws her sword and cuts at one of the tentacles. It makes no difference. More keep coming, and the ship begins to sink. The pressure builds. It feels hopeless. Kirik refuses to give in. He reminds them that they prepared for this. It is time to use their hidden solution. Nico and Gonsho respond immediately. Gonsho rushes into the cabin, and Sora follows. Inside, she sees a strange device and questions what it is. Gonsho tells her there is no time to explain. They need to push the levers. She does not fully understand, but she joins him. Together, they begin forcing the levers down. Gonsho urges her to push harder, claiming they need more power. His tone challenges her. Sora refuses to fall behind and puts all her strength into it. The effect is immediate. The ship surges forward and breaks free from the Kraken's grasp. Outside, Kirik calls out in relief as they escape. The device is revealed to be a lever-powered propeller system. While the ship looks simple, the dwarves built in a backup plan. The levers inside the cabin drive a propeller beneath the ship, creating strong forward thrust. It allows them to move far faster than wind alone ever could. In moments like this, it becomes their greatest advantage. Kirik stands tall and confidently declares that the Kraken must have already given up. Even though he did not take part in the struggle, he speaks as if everything went exactly as planned. He praises their response and says this is what it means to be professionals who are always prepared. Nico looks at him with admiration and agrees, impressed by his confidence. Not far from him, Gonsho and Sora are left catching their breath. The effort from powering the levers has clearly taken its toll. Sora, still panting, points out that when she gets serious, even something like that is easy for her. She insists that she refuses to lose to any monster. Gonsho rises to his feet, and for a moment, Sora wonders if he wants to challenge her. Instead, he gives her a simple thumbs up and acknowledges her effort. He admits that she has more determination than he expected. The praise catches her off guard. She quietly mutters her thanks, but before she can recover, a wave of dizziness hits her. The motion of the ship overwhelms her, and she collapses, struck by seasickness from her first time at sea. Before she can rest for long, Kirik calls out to them, telling them to stop wasting time and get back up. His voice carries urgency. Nico then points out something in the ocean ahead. Kirik looks and immediately understands. He says that it has finally appeared. Gonsho and Sora force themselves back up and join the others. Kirik stands at the edge of the ship and looks down into the water. He claims that what lies beneath is the key to building the next house. All of them focus their gaze on the sea. Below the surface, a gigantic creature lurks. Kirik looks down into the sea and declares that the key to building their next house is the Mother Aqua. Sora follows his gaze and soon sees it moving through the water toward them. The creature is enormous. Kirik explains that it has been drifting through the ocean for ages, growing larger over time. It is the oldest and largest jellyfish of its kind. Sora is stunned by its size and immediately worries. Does he really plan to fight something like that? Her fear rises when the others begin to act, but instead of attacking, they steer past it. Nico then points out something floating nearby. It is the shed skin of the Mother Aqua. Kirik already expects this. As the creature grows, it leaves behind parts of itself. That is what they are after. They launch a harpoon, secure the material, and begin pulling it toward the ship. Afterward, the group gathers more materials from the surrounding waters. Once they return to Cape Pulpo Beach, they lay everything out. Baldr looks at the pile with doubt. Can all of this really become a house? Kirik begins without hesitation. He uses an air pump to inflate the shed skin, causing it to expand and take shape. They secure it so it holds firm, then remove the tentacles. Next, Kirik turns to sea cucumbers. He explains that they produce a sticky substance that works well as a natural adhesive. Using it, they attach shells together to form a strong outer wall. Baldr and Mariel watch the process, unable to fully understand what is happening. Even so, Baldr asks if there is anything they can do to help. With their assistance, the work progresses quickly. By the end of half a day, the structure is complete. What stands before them is something unexpected. Their new home floats on the sea. Both Baldr and Mariel are left speechless. Kirik explains the idea behind it. Since a mermaid struggles to live far from water, the solution is to build directly on it. Inside, the house blends elements of both land and sea. There is a living space that connects to the shore while still embracing the ocean. It feels like a place where both worlds meet. There is a sleeping area designed for them to rest side by side. Mariel's side is a shallow pool, while Baldr's remains dry. Even the dining area is built above water, allowing Mariel to stay submerged while sharing meals. Every detail is carefully thought out. Mariel is filled with joy as she takes it all in. To her, it is more than she ever imagined. But Baldr cannot feel at ease yet. He believes nothing has truly changed. The electricity within him still remains. He fears that this home will also be destroyed. As his emotions rise, sparks begin to form around his body. He tries to stop it, but the current builds. Mariel panics, worried that everything will burn again. Baldr can no longer hold it back and releases the energy. Yet nothing is destroyed. The lightning fades as if it has been swallowed. Baldr looks around in confusion. What just happened? Kirik smiles and explains. The electricity has not disappeared. It has been absorbed. The material they used, the shed skin of the Mother Aqua, has the ability to store electrical energy. No matter how much power Baldr releases, the house itself will contain it. Kirik explains how the house works in detail. Transparent cables, made from thinly sliced Mother Aqua tentacles, channel the electric current produced by Baldr. The energy is directed to various special jellyfish inside the house. For example, Fire Luna absorbs electricity to produce heat, grilling fish for the couple. Baldr can even smell it, and Kirik points out that with Fire Luna, they won't have to eat raw fish anymore. Other jellyfish provide different functions. Light Luna emits a soft glow to illuminate the surroundings, Ice Luna freezes food and water for storage, and Thunder Luna shocks fish it catches to make feeding easier. Baldr and Mariel watch in amazement. Kirik calls the system whole home electrification, showing how every part of the house is powered and connected through the electric current. The most meaningful moment comes when Mariel touches Baldr's body. For the first time, nothing shocks her. She smiles and embraces him, feeling the warmth she has longed for. Bulge, equally emotional, returns the embrace. Kirik watches with satisfaction, and Sora looks on, astonished. She finds it hard to believe that monsters could care for each other so deeply despite their differences. Mariel notices her expression and comments, but Sora quickly clarifies that she is only observing the dwarves and monsters up close to understand their work, insisting she isn't being sentimental. Suddenly, the Kraken reappears, its massive tentacles looming over the house. Everyone freezes in terror. Baldur steps forward with determination and confronts the creature, unleashing a massive electric burst. The Kraken recoils, frightened, and dives back into the ocean. Mariel is mesmerized, calling his action amazing. Baldur turns to the group and invites them inside, insisting they are guests and that he and Mariel owe them greatly. Sora hesitates, remembering the Demon Lord's orders, but Kirik and the others ignore her and head inside. That night, they celebrate in Baldur and Mariel's new floating home. The couple enjoys their first night together in safety and comfort. Sora and the dwarves join in the festivities and receive new items, a thunder wolf fong and a mermaid scale. A rat monster runs across the dry, empty ground. Its body shakes as it tries to escape. Behind it, a lizard-like monster rushes forward with speed and hunger. Its claws stretch out. Its jaws open wide. In a quick movement, it catches the rat and locks it in its grip. The rat struggles and cries out. The predator tightens its hold and prepares to eat it. Then, in an instant, a bird-like monster dives down and grabs the lizard with its beak. The rat slips free and escapes. For a moment, it feels like the danger has passed. But is it ever that simple here? More bird-type monsters fill the sky. They swoop down and cry loudly as they circle the ground. Suddenly, the earth begins to shift. A small bulge rises and then bursts open. A shark-like monster shoots out from beneath the ground. It moves fast and devours the birds in a single sweep. The scene turns silent just as quickly as it began. The creature breaks through the surface and moves away, leaving no sign of what just happened. Not far from this chaos, Sora and the dwarves hide behind a mountain. They watch everything unfold. The dwarves tremble with fear as they try to stay quiet. Days have passed since the party said goodbye to the Thunder Wolf and the mermaid. The journey has been long and dangerous. At last, they stand before the High Sky Demon Lord's castle. The structure rises into the sky with tall towers and dark walls. Lightning rumbles around it. The sight alone is enough to make anyone stop and stare. This place stands as a symbol of power. It represents the reach of the one who rules all monsters. How many have come this far and failed? Sora and the dwarves walk up the long stairs that lead to the massive entrance. Each step feels heavy. Sora cannot ignore the thought that the Demon Lord is inside. Waiting. Watching. Nico steps forward and faces the group. He lets out a tired breath. They have finally arrived. But instead of relief, he brings up a proposal. He suggests that they turn back. The idea feels strange after everything they have been through. Sora reacts with frustration. There is no reason to stop now. Nico insists they are already late. He explains that they were meant to arrive days ago. He recalls what he has heard about the Demon Lord. A cruel and ruthless ruler. One who shows no mercy. Anyone who disobeys is erased without a trace. Gonsho stands behind him and strongly agrees. The warning feels real. It settles heavily on the group. Nico adds that the castle is filled with the Demon Lord's personal army. Every one of them is dangerous. He then points out Kirik. At first, it seems like Kirik is shaking from fear. But when they look closer, they realize something unexpected. Kirik is not afraid. He is excited. He is thrilled to finally see the Demon Lord's castle. The others are left stunned. How can someone feel this way at a place like this? Kirik continues speaking with bright excitement. He talks about the scale of the castle. He admires its strong visual impact. He remembers the stories he once heard about this place, but seeing it now feels completely different. He sees it as a masterpiece. He calls it the finest work he has ever seen. Gonsho and Nico grow confused as they wonder who he means. Kirik happily explains that the castle was built by his master. The others are taken aback. Nico reacts with surprise and admits he had no idea. Gonsho nods in agreement. Kirik proudly declares that his master is the greatest architect he has ever known. Nico reflects on this and realizes how impressive that must be, especially if someone like Kirik looks up to her. At the same time, Sora steps forward without hesitation. She reaches the massive door and pushes it open. Nico and Gonsho notice and quickly question what she is doing. Sora calmly explains that if Kirik's master built this place, then she wants to see it for herself. They call out for her to wait, but she has already stepped inside. The group follows her into the castle. The interior is detailed and carefully designed. The Demon Lord's emblem hangs at the center, drawing their attention. Sora glances toward the stairs. The dwarves move closer and begin to notice something strange. There is no one around. The silence feels unnatural. They move deeper inside, staying alert. Sora begins to wonder what is going on. Gonsho points out how quiet it is. Kirik also finds it strange, since the Demon Lord's servants should be everywhere. Then, without warning, Kirik gasps and points ahead. Nico and Gonsho react with shock and think he has found the Demon Lord. Instead, Kirik is focused on the floor and pillars. He admires the materials with excitement. He identifies rare elements used in the construction and praises the level of luxury. His reaction shows how deeply invested he is in the craft. The group decides to explore the castle slowly and carefully. They move through empty halls and wide spaces. Every room they check is deserted. No guards appear. No servants move. The silence stretches on. They pass a spiral staircase. They search through a storage room filled with books. Still, there is no sign of life. Where could everyone be? 3 days pass as they continue their search. The group eventually stands high on a tower. From there, they look down but cannot even see the ground. Nico grows frustrated. He complains that they traveled so far for something urgent, only to find an empty castle. He raises his voice in anger, refusing to accept this outcome. Kirik adds that it feels like they have been misled. The mood becomes tense. Sora suddenly pauses. Her expression changes. She senses something behind her. A strange pressure builds in the air. Nico notices and asks what is wrong. Sora explains that she feels a presence nearby. She turns toward a closed door and becomes certain that something is inside. She walks forward and pushes it open. Inside, a figure appears through the mist. The group stares with caution and unease. A person in full armor sits on a throne. The sight alone makes them tense. Nico notices the emblem and connects it to the letter they received. It seems clear to them. They believe this must be the Demon Lord. Without hesitation, Kirik and the dwarves rush forward. They fall to the ground and bow deeply. They plead for mercy and promise loyalty, hoping to save their lives. Meanwhile, Sora remains still. She prepares to draw her sword but pauses. Something feels off. She studies the figure more closely. Then she realizes the truth. The armor is empty. She points it out calmly. Kirik, Nico, and Gonsho freeze in place. Confusion spreads across their faces. They look back at Sora, then at the figure again. Slowly, they approach and take the armor apart. There is no one inside. Nothing at all. Sora looks at the mask and thinks carefully. She explains that the presence she felt was not a person. It was simply a lingering evil aura trapped within the armor. The realization settles in. The Demon Lord is not here. The question now becomes clear. Where is the real Demon Lord? Nico notices something unusual behind the throne. A small passage sits hidden in the shadows. He points it out, and the group quickly gathers around. With no better option, they decide to move forward. They step into the narrow path and begin to climb. The stairs are tight and steep. Each step feels uncertain. Where could this lead? As they continue upward, a faint light appears above them. It grows brighter with each step. Nico reaches the top first and pushes against a wooden board blocking the way. The board gives in with a dull sound, and he pulls himself through. One by one, the others follow behind him. They emerge into a completely different space. The air feels open. The heavy clouds that once surrounded the castle are gone. Sunlight shines down clearly, bathing the area in a calm glow. The group pauses and looks around in confusion. Could this really be the rooftop? As their eyes adjust, they notice something unexpected. Not far from where they stand, a house sits quietly in the open space. It looks simple, almost out of place compared to the grand castle below. Their attention shifts to the front of the building. A banner hangs there, moving gently in the air. The symbol on it is unmistakable. It is the Demon Lord's emblem. The group stands frozen in surprise. They stare at the banner in confusion. The Demon Lord's emblem hangs clearly in front of a small, simple house. Nico questions why it is there and wonders what such a modest building is doing in a place as grand as this castle. Sora quietly notes how small the house looks compared to everything around it. As they take in their surroundings, the atmosphere begins to feel different. A mill turns steadily with the flow of water. Fish move calmly through a nearby stream. Birds chirp in the open air. The tension they carried slowly fades. Even Sora and the dwarves pause to breathe in. The air feels clean. The space feels peaceful. For a moment, it is easy to forget where they are. How can a place tied to the Demon Lord feel so calm? Then, a sound breaks the silence. Movement comes from the fields behind them. The group quickly turns. 3 figures approach, their presence heavy and intimidating. One of them confirms that this is the place. As they step closer, their terrifying appearances become clear. Sora and the dwarves freeze, unable to react. The sheer aura of the monsters overwhelms them. Kirik, Nico, and Gonsho react instantly. They rush to hide behind a large boulder and call out for Sora to get down. Nico urgently warns her that those 3 are no ordinary monsters. They are the Demon Lord's 3 great generals. The memory hits Sora at once. She recalls what she learned long ago. Her instructor had warned her about them. These 3 are known as the Demon Lord's inner circle. The worst of the worst. One is the iron-armed Goliath, a being whose strength can split mountains and shake the land itself. Another is Sheba, whose speed surpasses sound. The last is Barak, a master swordsman said to wield countless blades with deadly precision. Sora remembers her mission clearly. These are enemies of humanity. They must be eliminated. Goliath cracks his knuckles with a rough laugh. Barak follows with a cold, confident tone, as if the task ahead means nothing to him. The tension rises. Sora steadies herself. She takes her stance and fixes her gaze on them. In her mind, they are exactly as she imagined. Dangerous. Ruthless. Evil. The dwarves remain frozen, watching her in disbelief as she begins to draw her sword. But something feels off. Before she can act, Barak moves. His blade flashes, but not toward them. He cuts through the crops with clean, precise movements. He continues working with focus, carefully trimming the grains. Then he notices insects clinging to the plants and points them out, speaking with mild concern. Sora and the dwarves can only stare. Their minds struggle to process what they are seeing. Is this really happening? Nearby, Sheba begins to move across the field. His powerful steps turn the soil at incredible speed. He works efficiently, tilling the land as if it is second nature. At the same time, Goliath carefully waters the crops. His massive hands move with surprising gentleness, making sure each plant receives enough. The scene feels unreal. Sora lowers her guard slightly, her thoughts unsettled. These are not the monsters she expected. She quietly questions the dwarves, asking if they are truly the Demon Lord's generals. The dwarves, just as confused, have no answer. Then, another presence draws their attention. A 2-horned man approaches from behind them. He carries a woven basket filled with fresh produce. His expression is calm, almost warm. He speaks about the importance of caring for crops. He mentions removing pests, tending the soil, and working with both care and strength to grow good food. His words feel simple. Honest. Nico points at him and demands to know who he is. The man smiles gently. He says he has been waiting for them. He addresses them as the dwarven architects, as if he knows exactly who they are. At that moment, everything clicks. Sora and the others look at him again. The calm presence. The setting. The emblem. The realization settles quietly but firmly. The one standing before them is the Demon Lord. They later sit together under the shade of a tree. A mat is spread out on the ground. The Demon Lord places food and drinks before them. He says they have traveled far and must be tired. He encourages them to eat as much as they want. Kirik, Nico, and Gonsho quickly bow in gratitude. They thank him for his kindness and speak with deep respect. The Demon Lord laughs softly and tells them to relax. He says there is no need for such formal behavior. They accept his words and begin to settle. Above them, Sora hides among the branches of the tree. She watches everything closely. She does not trust what she sees. The Demon Lord notices her presence and calmly raises a portion of food, offering it to her. She is startled at being seen. She refuses firmly and says she will not accept anything from him. Doubt fills her mind. What could he have put in the food? The demon lord simply tells her not to lose her temper. She snaps back in frustration. Below, Kirik and the others begin eating rice cakes. They scold Sora for her behavior. They tell her she should show respect and stop being rude. Their reaction only irritates her more. She thinks they have lost their sense. The demon lord then speaks again. He asks what they think of his terraces. He explains how the sunlight helps the crops grow strong. He says he accepts each harvest with gratitude. To him, there is no greater joy. He takes a quiet sip from his bowl. His voice remains calm and steady. Sora watches him in silence. She cannot match what she sees with what she knows. The demon lord is supposed to be cruel, ruthless, merciless. Yet the person before her speaks of peace and simple happiness. He admits that he loves the quiet life here. The calm air. The gentle rhythm of the land. It warms his heart. Sora does not know how to respond. What is she supposed to believe? Soon, Goliath calls out that it is time to head back. The demon lord rises and agrees that it is getting late. He suggests they leave the work for another day. As he prepares to go, Sora questions him. Where does he think he is going? He calmly offers to guide them to his home. It is the same simple house they saw earlier. He says they are all welcome. The place around them feels far removed from everything they expected. High above the dark castle, where sunlight finally breaks through, a peaceful settlement exists. Small houses stand together. Fields stretch across the rooftop. Crops grow in neat rows. A magical fountain gathers water from the clouds. The land is cared for with patience and effort. The space feels alive yet calm. It is an oasis in the middle of a world filled with danger. They walk past a quiet pond and a gently swaying tree. The sound of water and wind fills the air. The terraces filter and carry water across the fields. Plants grow not just for food, but for building as well. A large bath rests among stones, open to the sky. Everything here serves a purpose. Everything is built with care. Eventually, Sora and the dwarves stand in front of the demon lord's house. He invites them inside so they can rest. The dwarves begin to step forward, ready to accept. But Sora stops him. She steps in front of the group and faces him directly. She refuses to let him control the situation. She calls him what he is. The demon lord. The ruler of monsters. She demands answers. Where is the cruelty she has heard about? Why does he seem so different? Nothing about this feels right to her. The demon lord listens without anger. He admits that she is not wrong. In the past, he lived a violent life. He attacked human settlements. He spent his time expanding his power and territory. Sora immediately reacts, feeling her beliefs confirmed. But he does not stop there. He says that building this place changed him. He walks over and sits quietly in front of his home. His tone softens. He decides to tell them his story. Not just his own, but one that now connects to hers as well. 15 years earlier, the demon lord stood at the height of his power. He is known as Hagen. He stands on a high cliff, and looks down at the vast army gathered before him. Countless monsters fill the land. Their voices rise together as they chant in loyalty and fear. A dark smile forms on his face as he takes in the sight. Everything in the monster world now belongs to him. He raises his voice and calls for their attention. He declares that his rule needs a symbol. Something worthy of his power. Something that will stand as proof of his dominance. He commands them to build him a grand castle. The army responds with thunderous cheers. The sound shakes the air. It is clear that no one would dare oppose him. Sheba steps forward and informs him that they have already prepared for this task. Someone has been captured. Someone who can make this vision real. At his signal, an orc moves forward. It carries a large sack and throws it to the ground before Hagen. Barak explains that the person inside is no ordinary builder. He says it may be hard to believe, but this individual is said to surpass even the dwarves in architectural skill. The claim sparks interest. Hagen lets out a low chuckle, clearly intrigued. The sack is untied. Inside is a human woman. She is pulled into view, her body still and her expression empty. Her eyes lack emotion. The woman sits alone in her prison cell. A small table stands before her, covered in sheets of paper. She draws with steady focus. Her expression is calm. Her movements are precise. Time seems to pass without meaning as she continues her work. Footsteps echo through the cell. The demon lord enters quietly. He watches her for a moment, but she does not turn around. She keeps drawing as if his presence means nothing. He finally speaks. He notes how much time has passed since she arrived. He asks if her pen has been working hard. There is a hint of threat in his tone. He begins to warn her that if he is not satisfied, there will be consequences. Before he can finish, she places down her final drawing. She adds it to a large stack of completed designs on the floor. Then she speaks. She explains that this is the tallest, most extravagant, and most imposing fortress she can create. Exactly what he asked for. Only then does she look back at him. The demon lord steps closer and looks at the pile of drawings. A smirk forms on his face. 1 month earlier, she was brought before him for the first time. His generals presented her as a rare talent. They claimed she was praised across the human world. A genius architect who could design any structure he desired. Her name is Kahayo. She kneels before him with her hands bound. Monsters surround her on all sides. The demon lord laughs as he listens. He says that humans live in houses, but he wants something greater. A massive castle. One that towers above everything else. Kahayo asks him a simple question. Why? He answers with a cruel smile. Because it is the home he deserves. Kahayo remains calm. She points out that she was kidnapped just to build a house for him. She explains that during her journey, she saw the monster world for the first time. The land is harsh. The environment is poor compared to the human world. Life here must be difficult. The demon lord asks what she is implying. She tells him that if he wanted her help, he could have simply asked. There was no need to abduct her. Whether human or monster, she always helps those who seek a comfortable home. It is her work. It is what she does. He pauses and asks if she is willing to help him. She says yes. She begins to mention a condition in return. Before she can finish, he slams her to the ground. His foot presses down on her head. His voice turns cold. He tells her not to misunderstand. He never asked for her help. She is not a guest. She is a slave. She has no will of her own. She is here to follow orders. Time passes. Now, standing in the prison, he looks over her completed designs. He admits that they are not bad. In fact, this is the castle he imagined. But, Kahayo questions him. She asks if this is truly all he wants. She explains that simply building a castle will not give him what he desires. Her words are calm, but they carry weight. The demon lord glares at her and tells her to continue speaking if she dares. He adds that once construction is complete, he will kill her. Even so, the work begins. Under his command, countless monsters gather. They build without rest. Day and night, the castle rises. Stone by stone, it takes shape. Eventually, the grand fortress was completed. Not long after, a prison guard enters Kahayo's cell. She is resting when he arrives. She assumes her time is over. She believes she will be dealt with now that her work is done. Instead, the guard orders her to stand. She is being released. She is brought before the demon lord once again. He sits on his throne. His generals stand beside him. But something is different. His expression is filled with anger. Kahayo notices immediately. She calmly asks what this is about. It is the first time she has seen beyond her cell since arriving. She asks him what he thinks of the castle. She even remarks that it is an impressive achievement. Her calm tone only makes things worse. The demon lord's anger grows. She observes that he seems to be in a bad mood. That is enough to push him over the edge. He slams his fist against the arm of his throne. He shouts at her. He tells her that she has given him a broken home. Kahayo looks at him with a sharp expression. She finds his accusation unreasonable because the castle matches exactly what he once demanded. She does not understand his complaint about such a grand place. The demon lord reacts at once. He lunges forward in anger and tries to silence her. Something inside him feels off. There is a strange thirst that does not fade. His rage also refuses to settle. Why does he still feel this way? He moves to strike her, but she remains calm. She offers to explain the reason behind his unrest. This makes him pause. She tells him there is a kind of home that can give him true comfort. She claims she can guide him to it. He listens, though still tense. Around them, the demon generals react with anger and warn her to show respect. Even so, the demon lord asks if she can truly create a home that will satisfy him. She confirms that she can, but she sets one condition. She must follow his instructions no matter what. If he refuses, she will end the discussion and he can do as he will. The castle looms behind them as the sky rumbles. The air feels heavy. Kahayo leads him outside, and he follows while thinking to himself. If this fails, he plans to kill her without hesitation. They step onto the open plains. He questions why they have left the castle. Is she trying to escape? Before he can decide, she runs into the field and begins cutting plants with a sickle. She shows him what she gathers. It is a common weed found across the monster world, known as kaya. She hands him the sickle and asks him to cut the rest. He refuses at first. The task feels pointless and beneath him. She explains that in her homeland, a similar plant grows in large amounts and is known as kaya. He dismisses this as useless information. Why should a ruler like him do such work? Kahayo challenges him. If he cannot handle such a simple task, can he truly call himself a lord? That question irritates him. He begins cutting the plants at a rapid pace. His movements are sharp and precise, driven by frustration. The generals watch in shock. They struggle to understand what they are seeing. Their ruler, feared by all, is cutting weeds in a field. When the cutting is done, Kahayo tells him to tie the plants into bundles and carry them to the roof. She shows him how to bind them. He questions her again. Why must he continue this strange work? She tells him this is only the beginning. She carries 2 bundles and walks ahead. He turns to his generals and orders them to help. They obey at once. Together, they tie and carry the bundles up to the rooftop. After everything is moved, the demon lord shows pride in his effort. He treats it as a small task. Kahayo acknowledges his work and then moves on to the next step. She says they will now prepare building materials. He is stunned. Has she lost her mind? He looks at the bundles and cannot believe they are meant to become his home. He expects rare metals and shining materials, not weeds. Kahayo sees no issue. She tells him to stop complaining. She removes her robe so she can move freely and picks up a small hammer and a piece of wood. She signals that it is time to build. They begin building a thatched house together. With the help of the demon lord and his generals, they first lay the foundation. Strong pillars and beams are set in place to form a solid frame that will support the roof. Once the structure is ready, they move on to the roofing. Dried bundles of kaya grass are tied carefully onto a base made of wood and bamboo. Kahayo guides the demon lord and the 3 generals as they work through each step. The process continues with flattening the roof. Different lengths of prepared kaya are packed in tightly. They are beaten into shape to create a smooth surface and a gentle slope. The demon lord takes part in this task himself. After that, they trim the eaves. The roof is now fully covered, so the excess kaya is cut away to give it a clean and proper shape. Using large scissors, the demon lord carefully snips along the edges. As he works, sweat runs down his face. His thoughts drift back to the past. He remembers leading armies into war against humans. He remembers destruction and conquest. He has always taken what he wanted. Yet none of it ever brought him satisfaction. Why is it different now? A faint smile forms on his face as he continues trimming. Kahayo notices this and points it out. He reacts with surprise and quickly denies enjoying such simple work. But she calmly observes that he has been smiling the whole time. She explains that this is the joy of building something with one's own hands. It does not matter how small or simple the result is. The effort itself gives it meaning. That meaning creates a kind of charm. The demon lord listens, unsure how to respond. What is so good about that feeling? Kahayo only lets out a soft laugh. Suddenly, the mood shifts. Dark clouds gather overhead. The sky grows heavy and unstable. They both look up, confused by the sudden change. A loud rumble follows. Then a violent wind tears through the area. The demon lord wonders where it is coming from. At that moment, Sheba rushes in with urgent news. The elder wind dragons of the western continent have begun fighting. Their clash has created a massive dragon storm. Entire lands in its path have already been destroyed. She explains that the castle walls can withstand it, but everything outside is in danger. Goliath quickly opens a passage and urges the demon lord to take shelter. As the demon lord turns to leave, he glances back at the thatched house. The storm is already approaching. The wind howls as it closes the distance. He hesitates. Then he stops. Goliath calls out in shock and urges him to hurry. But the demon lord asks about the house. Goliath and Barca are stunned. They explain that the house will not survive. It will be wiped away instantly. The storm is almost upon them now. And yet, the demon lord moves in the opposite direction. He steps forward and stands between the storm and the house. The wind crashes toward him with overwhelming force. Still, he raises his hands and blocks it. He protects the fragile house behind him, refusing to let it be destroyed. He blocks the storm with all his strength. The force of the wind presses against him without mercy. Kahayo watches in shock as he stands firm in front of the fragile house. In that moment, memories begin to surface. He recalls the time they gathered the materials. He remembers how he dismissed them as worthless. He thinks about how he once mocked the idea of living in such a place. He also remembers struggling with the work. His hands failed to tie the bundles properly. Even trimming the eaves had not gone smoothly. Why had he even bothered back then? As the pressure of the storm increases, his thoughts grow more conflicted. He tells himself that this house means nothing. It is crude. It is plain. It has no rare metals. No orichalcum. No mithril pillars. It is not something worthy of him. That is what he keeps repeating in his mind. Yet his body does not move away. Instead, he pushes forward. He resists the storm with everything he has. Why is he still standing there? The wind roars louder. The force becomes unbearable. Still, he refuses to step aside. He tightens his stance and pours all his strength into holding the storm back. His voice rises as he shouts with effort. Then, in a final surge, he releases all his power at once. The storm breaks apart. The violent winds scatter. The dark clouds clear, leaving behind a bright and calm sky. The demon lord lands on the ground, breathing heavily. His body feels drained. His generals stare at him in amazement. The entire storm is gone. The land is quiet again. He stands in front of the thatched house, the same simple structure he once looked down on. Kahayo steps closer and observes him calmly. She notices the expression on his face. It is different now. She wonders if he has found his answer. He looks at her and gives a small smile, brushing it off as meaningless. But deep inside, his thoughts are clear. This place, no matter how simple it is, has become something important to him. It is no longer just a crude structure. It is his precious home. 6 months pass, and the demon lord notices Kahayo packing her belongings. He watches her in silence for a moment before asking if she truly plans to leave. The thought does not sit well with him. He warns her that the monster world is harsher than she seems to believe. It is mostly barren. There are countless monsters struggling without resources. How can she think of building houses in such a place? Is that not reckless? Kahayo listens calmly and then asks him a simple question. She asks where the materials for his own house came from. That question makes him pause. His mind drifts back to earlier days. He remembers her talking about kaya plants growing across the monster world. At the time, he dismissed it. He had called it worthless. He had complained about using such materials for his home. Now, the meaning behind her words becomes clear. Kahayo explains that the land is not as empty as it seems. With a bit of creativity and effort, resources can be found almost anywhere. The monster world is not fixed. It can change. She smiles gently and looks back at him, pointing out that he himself has already changed. The demon lord cannot deny it. A small smile appears on his face. Kahayo then casually remarks on his appearance. She notes that his current hairstyle suits him much better. He glances at her, slightly caught off guard. He asks if she truly prefers it this way. She confirms that she does. That simple answer fills him with a quiet sense of excitement. Later, he shares this memory with Sora and the dwarves. He explains that since that day, he has kept his hair styled the way she liked. The dwarves listen at first, but soon they become confused. They realize he has shifted into talking about his hairstyle instead of the main story. They look at him, unsure of how things changed direction so suddenly. The demon lord continues without concern. He reveals that he once confessed his feelings to Kahayo and asked her to become his consort. She refused immediately, without hesitation. The memory still affects him. He admits that it was a shock. He has not fully come to terms with. Even now, he avoids facing it directly. Sora and the dwarves are surprised. They did not expect him to still be bothered by it. Has he truly softened this much? As the conversation continues, Sora begins to piece things together. She realizes that Kahayo, the human who built the demon lord's home, is actually Kirik's master. Kirik responds by pointing out that he never claimed his master was a monster. Before the discussion can go further, the demon lord interrupts. He notices that it has grown dark. There is no point in standing outside any longer. He invites them to stay the night. The dwarves react immediately with excitement. They rush inside without hesitation. The demon lord watches them with a faint smile, then turns to Sora and gently offers her the same invitation. She is caught off guard and finds herself unable to respond right away. Inside the house, the dwarves suddenly stop and look around in surprise. Smoke fills the space, drifting slowly through the air. They begin to wonder what is happening. The demon lord calmly explains that it is coming from the hearth. They do not understand at first, so he explains further. The hearth is a traditional indoor fireplace from Kahayo's homeland. It hangs suspended in the air, with a fish-shaped hook holding a pot above the fire. Smoke rises from below, spreading softly through the room. The demon lord explains that the hearth does more than just provide warmth. The smoke slowly fills the house and seeps into the wood. Over time, it coats the structure and makes it stronger. It protects the house from moisture and keeps insects away. Such a simple method, yet it improves the house in so many ways. Kirik and the others react with surprise and admiration. They did not expect something so basic to have such a powerful effect. As they stand there, they begin to notice the scent in the air. It is not unpleasant. In fact, it smells comforting. Nico pauses and wonders if it is just him, or if the smoke actually smells good. Looking around, they spot mandarin oranges and apples placed nearby. There is also scented charcoal, slowly burning and releasing a gentle fragrance into the room. The demon lord explains that different types of wood produce different aromas and effects. Each one changes the atmosphere in its own way. The space feels calm. It feels lived in. Why does it feel so different from the outside world? The demon lord quietly slides open a wooden door and gestures for them to look around freely. He tells them that this home is meant to be experienced. Every part of it reflects careful thought. The natural materials, the scent of the smoke, and the warmth of the hearth all come together to create a place of rest. It is simple, yet complete. At first glance, the house appears ordinary. It is made from common materials and lacks any sign of luxury. But this is the place that changed the demon lord. It is here that he learned some joys cannot be gained through conquest or power. After building it, he continued to improve it over time. He made small changes to increase comfort. He shaped it into a space meant for peace and quiet. In a harsh world like his, such a place feels almost out of place. And yet, it exists. Inside his room, more details reveal themselves. Sheets of calligraphy are carefully hung on the wall. These are the result of lessons he received from Kahayo, who taught him her country's writing system. He continues to practice with focus and dedication. On a nearby wooden table, small carved dolls are displayed. They are modeled after Kahayo. Creating them has become one of his recent hobbies. He makes them as gifts, even though she is no longer there. The room itself is dim, with very little direct sunlight. It remains cool and quiet throughout the day. It is the kind of place where one can simply lie down and rest without worry. The guest room is simple and calm. A partition wall separates it from the dining area, giving it a quiet sense of privacy. The scent of wood fills the space and helps anyone who enters feel at ease. It is not luxurious, yet it feels complete. Nearby, the porch stands as one of the demon lord's favorite places. From there, he often looks out over the fields he has cultivated himself. The land stretches out calmly before him. It is a view he has come to value. At night, he spends time by the hearth with his subordinates. They sit together and talk about small, ordinary things. Nothing important, yet it feels meaningful. The thatched roof above them, made from dried kaya, plays its own role. It keeps the house cool during hot days and warm during cold nights. It also softens outside noise, making the inside quiet and peaceful. When the kaya wears out, it is returned to the fields as fertilizer to grow new plants. This cycle continues without waste. Even the wood gathered from the land is efficient. It burns well and lasts long, allowing meals to be prepared with very little fuel. Everything in this home works in harmony with nature. Later, they are all gathered around the hearth. The demon lord sits with a smoke pipe in hand. He turns his attention to Kirik and studies him for a moment. Since Kirik has learned from Kahayo, he must be her student. With that thought, the demon lord formally introduces himself as Hagen. The atmosphere shifts slightly. Kirik, now more serious, asks about his master. Is she well? Hagen answers honestly. Kahayo is missing. The words land heavily. Kirik is visibly shaken and tries to understand what that means. Hagen explains that until recently, Kahayo used to return often to maintain the thatched roofs. Her visits were regular. But now, some time has passed without any sign of her. The absence feels unusual. It feels wrong. Where could she have gone? His thoughts drift back to 3 months earlier. In that memory, he and Kahayo sit together on the porch. A small table rests between them with drinks placed on it. The mood is calm, yet serious. Around that time, a treaty has finally been signed to end the long conflict with humans. It should have been a moment of relief. But not everything is settled. Some monsters have rejected the agreement. They have begun to stir unrest, hoping to return to war. Kahayo listens with quiet surprise. Hagen continues that among those who oppose peace, the most dangerous are not ordinary rebels. They are the beings known as the Three Great Masters. They rule over the land, the sea, and the air. The demon lord admits that he no longer holds the same control he once had over the great powers of the world. His strength has faded, and because of that, the Three Great Masters have grown more reckless with each passing day. Kahayo listens carefully as she reflects on her own journey. She has spent years traveling across the world, building and repairing homes. Recently, however, there have been more attempts on her life. The pattern is hard to ignore. She quietly sets down her cup and considers the situation. Could there be reasons behind these attacks? Reasons that connect to the past the demon lord once shared with those powerful beings. She decides that the only way to understand is to face them directly. Her words catch the demon lord off guard. He reacts immediately, unable to accept her decision. He knows how dangerous those beings are. Reasoning with them is not something he believes possible. There is no certainty she will survive such an encounter. Even so, Kahayo remains firm. Back in the present, the demon lord explains to Sora and the dwarves that those were the last words Kahayo left him. She had told him that if she did not return, he should seek out her student, Kirik. Sora turns her gaze toward Kirik, now understanding why he has been brought into this. The demon lord takes a slow breath, and tries to maintain composure. He speaks as if convinced that someone as bold as Kahayo would not fall so easily. Yet his emotions betray him. He openly admits that he does not want her to die. His reaction feels raw and unguarded. The others can only look at him with quiet confusion. Is this truly the same being they once feared? Nico then raises a simple question. If Kahayo is missing, why has the demon lord not gone after her himself? Would he not be the fastest and strongest among them? The demon lord explains that it is not that simple. There are still many monsters who oppose peace and wish to invade the human world. He must remain where he is to keep them in check. If he leaves, the fragile balance could collapse. That is why he turns to them instead. He asks them to follow Kahayo's path, find her, and somehow deal with the Three Great Masters. In doing so, they might help preserve peace in this world. It is a heavy request. Perhaps too heavy. Later that night, Kirik, Nico, and Gansho relax in the great bath. The warm water soothes their tired bodies. For a moment, they forget their worries. Nico reflects on how unexpected it is for the demon lord's home to include such a luxurious bath. Kirik, on the other hand, is excited by the experience of outdoor bathing. It feels new and refreshing. But their thoughts soon return to the task they have been given. What did the demon lord mean by satisfying the Three Great Masters? The answer becomes clear, and their mood shifts instantly. They realize that the only way to approach those beings may be through what they know best. Building. The implication settles heavily on them. They are being asked to construct homes for the most powerful creatures in the world. The scale of it feels overwhelming. Nico questions the logic behind such a decision. Why would such a responsibility fall on ordinary dwarves like them? Gansho agrees, feeling the weight of the task. Kirik, usually optimistic, can only mutter in quiet dread. This time, the danger feels unavoidable. Sora sits quietly in her own bath, but the voices from the others carry through the space. Their complaints and worries reach her clearly. As she listens, her thoughts drift back to her training. She remembers her instructor's words. Her mission has always been simple. Hunt monsters. Eliminate them. She tightens her arms around herself, unsure of what she is supposed to do now. Is that mission still the same? Just then, the surface of the bath stirs. The demon lord suddenly appears, rising from the water as if it were nothing. He calmly observes her and notes that she seems troubled. Sora is startled by his sudden presence. She stares at him for a moment, then quickly grabs her sword and moves back. She demands to know how long he has been there. The demon lord remains unfazed. He casually points out that he is not alone. His 3 generals are also in the bath, relaxing as if nothing is unusual. He remarks that it is simply a bath and suggests she try to relax as well. Sora reacts sharply and tells him to leave her alone. The demon lord does not seem offended. Instead, he studies her more closely. He mentions that no human has come to this land since Kahayo. Her presence has made him curious. He asks why she is traveling with the dwarves. Sora becomes flustered and quickly denies it. She insists that she is not traveling with them and claims she is only investigating monsters in the wild. Meanwhile, in the nearby bath, Kirik, Nico, and Gonsho remain submerged. Their faces are red from the heat, yet they continue soaking without noticing how long they have been in the water. The demon lord's tone shifts as he speaks again. He tells Sora that if she is only investigating, then she should avoid getting involved any further. The monster world is not what it once was. Even monsters now struggle to survive in it. He believes humans should remain among their own kind, whenever possible. Surely she has a place to return to. His words linger in her mind. She recalls the moment she first met Kirik, when he realized that she had no home waiting for her. The memory unsettles her. She begins to respond, but before she can speak, a sudden splash breaks the moment. Kirik falls forward into the bath, his body going still as he sinks beneath the surface. For a brief second, no one reacts. Then Nico and Gonsho rush toward him in panic. They pull him up and realize he has passed out from staying in the hot water too long. The tension shifts instantly. Sora looks over at them with concern, asking if they are all right. Kirik floats quietly in the bath, staring up as he gathers his thoughts. He recalls what he has heard about the 3 great masters. They may be even more fearsome and violent than the demon lord once was. The weight of that truth settles on him, yet he does not turn away from it. He knows he must find his master. At the same time, he feels a growing sense of responsibility. Bringing peace to the monster world is no longer just a distant idea. It is something he believes he must take part in. Sora watches him in silence, thinking deeply about his words. Then Kirik, Nico, and Gonsho suddenly turn to her. They say they are counting on her. Their voices tremble, and their confidence feels forced. Even as they try to sound determined, fear is clear on their faces. They cling to the idea that having her with them will make everything possible. Sora stares at them, her expression blank as she processes what they are saying. Then she snaps, telling them not to make decisions for her. What makes them so sure she will go with them? The question shocks them. They immediately push back, asking if she plans to abandon them. Without her, they believe they will not survive even a moment. After all, she is a monster slayer. The words hit her harder than expected. She pauses, caught off guard. The weight of their expectation settles on her shoulders. Is this really her responsibility now? Before she can fully respond, the dwarves suddenly place their hands together with excitement. They declare that Sora is already on their side. With her help, they believe they can stand against the 3 great masters. Their voices rise in a mix of hope and desperation. Sora watches them, unsure of what to say. She thinks back to when Kirik once said she would be useful to have around. Now, seeing their hopeful expressions, something shifts inside her. She tightens her grip on her sword and allows a small smile to form. If they truly need her, what choice does she have? The next day, they meet with the demon lord and his generals. He shares what little information he has. Kahayo was last known to be heading toward the Lost Woods. After that, her trail vanished. He believes Kirik and the others may be able to find some trace of her there. Before they leave, he presents them with a farewell gift. It is something he calls Pandora's box. He explains that many challenges lie ahead, and this item may help them when they need it most. The dwarves react with excitement as they look at the box, but the demon lord quickly warns them not to open it yet. He then wishes them safe travels. Goliath steps forward and activates the castle's elevator, offering them an easier way down. Climbing such a height every day would be exhausting. As the platform begins to descend, Sora stands quietly with a blank expression, still adjusting to everything that has happened. Above them, the Demon Lord and his generals watch as they leave. As they disappear from view, the Demon Lord notices something. Around Sora's neck is an ornament that looks similar to Kahayo's earrings. Shiba points it out, wondering if it carries the same symbol. The Demon Lord considers it for a moment before brushing it off lightly. He concludes that it must simply be a popular design in the human world. The mood shifts. And the generals seem oddly pleased by the thought. Elsewhere, snow begins to fall. The goblin house stands quietly in the cold. Inside, the goblins enjoy a simple meal while others rest on the warm floor. The atmosphere is peaceful. Then a sudden knock breaks the calm. The oldest goblin moves to open the door. Outside stands a strange figure wearing a bird-like mask. The presence feels unsettling. The figure asks if this is the house built by the dwarves. The goblin freezes in shock. Behind the figure looms a massive, shadowy form, towering over the house. After a short stay at the Demon Lord's castle, the party sets out under his orders to find Kirik's missing master, Kahayo. They head toward her last known location and enter the lost woods of Wirewood. The group moves through the dense forest. The dwarves walk ahead while Sora trails behind. Kirik, Nico, and Gonsho casually eat rice cakes as they go. Kirik starts to imagine that his master may have wandered into trouble and is now waiting to be rescued. He feels optimistic and even celebrates the thought. But is that confidence justified? Sora watches them eat and grows concerned. She asks if they are sure their provisions will last. The forest is unknown and dangerous. They may face trouble at any moment. Her concern comes too late. The others have already eaten most of the food without thinking ahead. They brush off her warning and tell her not to worry. They believe things will somehow work out. Sora says little after that, but the risk is clear. Kirik then comes up with what he believes is a clever solution. He begins to carve his own face into the bark of trees as they pass. He claims this will prevent them from getting lost. Sora quickly realizes he is marking their path. Kirik continues with confidence. He moves from tree to tree, leaving marks everywhere. Nico praises the idea and calls him a genius. Kirik becomes even more proud. He starts to believe they have already overcome the challenge of the forest. But Sora quietly questions if such a simple plan can really work. A week passes. The situation changes completely. Kirik, Nico, and Gonsho now look exhausted and weak. Their faces are thin. Their steps are slow. Nico wonders when they will finally escape the forest. Kirik no longer has answers. Gonsho points out that they have not eaten in days. The marks on the trees surround them, but they offer no guidance. Something feels wrong. Then a tree nearby shifts slightly. It moves on its own. How can a tree move? The truth becomes clear. The trees in this forest are known as woodwalkers. They are sentient beings that live in the Wirewood. They do not intend to mislead travelers, but their natural movement causes confusion. The markings Kirik made are useless because the trees themselves do not stay in place. The group is left stunned as they realize what has been happening all along. Sora reminds them of her earlier warning, and the consequences are now obvious. Nico then notices something strange about Sora. Despite the lack of food and water, she still looks steady and alert. He questions how she is able to endure such conditions. Sora explains that she has gone through intense training for most of her life. She has learned to survive in extreme situations and can resist hunger for long periods. She can last for up to a month without serious trouble. The dwarves are shocked as they imagine what kind of harsh training could lead to such endurance. Kirik, with his sunken face, explains that their task is to create safe and comfortable homes to bring peace to the monster world. Nico, with a trembling voice, points out that without food, they grow hungry. Gonsho adds that hunger makes them lose heart. They all realize painfully how important food truly is. Suddenly, Gonsho catches a waft of a strong aroma. He calls out, asking what it is. Kirik and Nico sniff the air and detect the same scent. They follow it, curious about where it is coming from. Not far away, they see a long queue of monsters, arranged roughly in descending order of height. The line leads to a patched wooden house almost swallowed by huge mushrooms. Nico wonders why a house exists out here and why so many monsters are waiting in line. They peek inside and see 3 cat monsters working in the kitchen. One slices vegetables with careful precision, another cooks steadily over a stove, and the third sips soup while keeping an eye on the orders. Slices of meat are prepared with incredible speed and accuracy. Soon, large pieces of meat, bowls of soup, and big cups of drinks are ready to be served. Sora and the dwarves watch from the entrance as the cats continue their work without pause. Seeing the monsters devour their meals and the cat servers bringing orders to the tables makes Kirik wonder if these are cat Sith. They notice the variety of monsters at the tables, from the smallest to the largest, all enjoying their food. It slowly dawns on them that this is not just a house but a restaurant, or more like a canteen for monsters. Deep in the Lost Woods, the canteen is run by a group of 7 cat Sith siblings, skilled hunters who claim the woods as their territory. They work together to keep the canteen running. The building is always crowded with monsters, who pay for their meals in many different ways. In one corner, huge piles of varied ingredients wait to satisfy every kind of monster that visits. The cats in the kitchen never stop, constantly preparing dishes with speed and precision. The servers dart between tables, weaving through tight spaces as the place fills up with monsters both big and small. The dwarves cry tears of joy as they realize a canteen exists deep in the woods. They feel that fortune has not forsaken them yet. For the first time in a long while, they know they do not have to starve. Nico raises 4 fingers, asking for a table for 4. At one table, a bear monster snaps at the servers, demanding his food. At another, a monster complains that he did not order what was served, while other monsters snap at the servers to hurry. The cat servers rush forward with the food, only to bump into each other. Sora and the dwarves gasp as some food spills onto a reptile-type monster. The monster glares at the terrified cat and lifts it by the throat, snapping at it. Nearby, rats retort at a huge stone golem for almost stepping on them. They complain that such a giant hunk of rock could have crushed them and warn they are not coming back. The golem bends under the ceiling, scraping it, and complains that the canteen is too cramped. He raises his back and punches through the roof, shocking Sora and the dwarves as the ceiling collapses. Elsewhere, a goblin confronts a spiky shell tortoise, while another bickers at a chicken for having feathers in its face. The eldest sibling calls out, demanding that the monsters put their claws away. He reminds them that this is a place for food, not fighting. He scolds the servers for catnapping on the job. At that moment, a burning pot falls to the floor, and a wooden pillar catches fire. Sora, the dwarves, and all the monsters stare in shock and terror. They rush out of the canteen as flames spread. Later, the cat Sith clean up the canteen, putting everything back in place. One server, sweeping the floor, sighs tiredly and remarks that at least the whole place did not burn down. Another complains that all the customers have fled. The leader spots Sora and the dwarves at the entrance and tells them the canteen is closed for the day, apologizing that they will have to return tomorrow. The dwarves collapse, their stomachs grumbling loudly. Sora looks on, shocked. The cat Sith notice the dwarves' sunken faces and comment that they look utterly appalling. Kirik, Nico, and Gonsho chomp down on their meals. They belch happily, feeling content and full. They claim their tummies feel alive again. Sora sits beside them, still eating quietly. The cat Sith gather together, and the eldest sibling proudly states that the 7 of them do top-notch cooking in the canteen. Kirik's group asks if they can eat for free. The eldest reassures them that they would never let anyone starve in their canteen. Kirik and his friends brighten at this. The eldest cat turns to the servers, reminding them that making a cat's dinner for the canteen today means they have to take orders faster. The servers complained back, saying the eldest was slacking off on the dishes. The other siblings join in, each offering their own opinions. Sora and the dwarves watch quietly. Sora thinks that families shouldn't fight like this, yet as she observes the 7 cats tugging and bickering, she realizes it is strangely soothing to watch. The eldest complains that this is the 12th fire they have had to deal with. Another sibling grumbles that they spend so much time fixing the place that they barely have time to run it properly. Kirik and his group overhear this and insist they must pay back the cat Sith for their meals. Kirik pulls out his notepad and quill. The others stand beside him, ready to settle their debt properly. At the cat Sith canteen, one of the younger siblings realizes that Kirik's group are well known in the monster world. The eldest sibling does not understand what that means. So the younger one explains that Kirik, Nico, and Gonsho travel around and fix problems in different homes. They help monsters improve their living spaces. They are talented and quickly becoming popular. Hearing this, Kirik and his companions feel proud and quietly nod to themselves. Still, another sibling questions them. It wonders what the dwarves can really do and doubts their ability. The eldest sibling quickly tries to stop that comment, but it is already too late. Kirik has heard everything. Kirik decides to focus on the task. He says they should repay the Catsith for the food by fixing the place. He asks them to leave everything to his group. The Catsith agree. Kirik takes out his notepad and starts planning. He wants to review the current problems first. The eldest sibling insists there is no issue and proudly leads them to the kitchen. But the moment they arrive, the truth becomes clear. The kitchen is in complete chaos. The sink is overflowing with dirty dishes. Sora and the dwarves are stunned. There are far too many plates and utensils piled up. How did it get this bad? Nico looks closely and finds it almost impressive in a strange way. Kirik writes in his notes and quietly points out that the Catsith dislike washing dishes. Gonsho also stares at the mess in disbelief. The eldest sibling admits there is little they can do. There are too many customers and not enough paws to handle everything. It raises a paw and asks who is willing to wash the dishes. Then it lowers the paw and looks around. No one responds. The room becomes silent. Why does no one step forward? The eldest sibling gets frustrated and questions the others. They argue back and refuse. Each one avoids the responsibility. The exchange becomes heated. Sora watches in surprise. She even finds their behavior oddly cute. In the middle of this, Nico brings up another issue. The fire in the kitchen seems dangerous. The eldest sibling explains that the place has already caught fire many times. It happens so often that rebuilding has become a routine. Even so, it insists that strong flames are necessary for cooking. To demonstrate, the eldest sibling takes out a mushroom and tosses it into the air. In a swift motion, it slices the mushroom repeatedly. Instantly, a large flame bursts out. The others watch closely. What kind of mushroom is this? It is called a hotshroom. It produces intense fire when cut at high speed. These mushrooms grow in the Lost Woods. They are poisonous, so they are never used in food. They only serve as a source of heat. The dwarves are amazed by the effect and clap in admiration. But then something unexpected happens. The eldest sibling suddenly notices its tail. It has caught fire. Panic sets in as it realizes what just happened. Kirik watches the situation calmly and writes in his notebook. He notes that wood catches fire easily, so it is not a good choice for a place that relies on strong heat. It is something they need to consider carefully. At the same time, the eldest sibling runs around in panic with its tail on fire. It rushes toward the others and looks for help. The other siblings react in confusion as they try to deal with the situation. Sora stands nearby and watches everything with wide eyes. She feels amazed by them and cannot hide it. Why do they seem so cute even in chaos? Kirik notices her expression and pauses for a moment. Nico and Gonsho also glance at her and see how fascinated she is. Kirik quietly writes another note, thinking that Sora clearly has a soft spot for cats. After that, they move on to inspect the seating area. The place is just as messy as the kitchen. Tables and chairs are broken or out of place. Everything looks worn down and unstable. Kirik studies the area and thinks it through. Many different kinds of monsters visit this canteen. They vary in size and behavior. It becomes easy for them to bump into each other or damage the furniture. Would more space help reduce this? He suggests that the seating should be spread out better to prevent collisions. The group continues their inspection and lists more problems in detail. The siblings explain that they move very fast on their paws, which often leads to accidents. It is not intentional, but it happens often. Another issue appears when they talk about storage. Ingredients are placed randomly without any order. Because of this, it becomes difficult to find anything when needed. The kitchen loses time and efficiency because of the confusion. As they continue, Nico and Kirik notice strands of hair on the ground. They pick some up and look at it with curiosity. What is all this hair doing here? The eldest sibling explains that this happens every year. It is the season when they shed a lot of fur. Another sibling nearby casually tosses more hair into the air, as if it is normal. Several hours pass, and Kirik and his companion sit on the small stairs outside the canteen. Sora stands nearby and quietly watches them. Kirik admits that this task is more difficult than expected. The entire building is made of wood, which makes it very easy to catch fire during cooking. He thinks about possible solutions but finds none that work with what they have. They would need fire-resistant materials, but everything in the forest seems to burn easily. The mushrooms are flammable. Even the nuts and berries can catch fire. How can they build something safe in a place like this? Gansho and Kirik check their helmets as small building materials fall out, but none of them are useful. At that moment, a splash of mud hits Nico's helmet. He looks up and sees two of the siblings playing with mud. Soon, all of them join in and start throwing mud at each other. They seem excited and carefree, enjoying the moment as if it has been a long time since they last played like this. The dwarves watch them in silence. They are trying to solve serious problems, yet the Catsith are completely distracted. Is this really the right time for a mud fight? The mud fight continues as Nico wipes his face and turns back to Kirik. He asks what they should do next. There is no clear solution in sight. Without proper materials, they cannot move forward. Kirik thinks carefully and agrees that Nico is right. He feels uneasy about leaving things unfinished. He also feels sympathy for the Catsith. Still, reality is hard to ignore. They may have no choice but to leave for now and return another time. Sora watches the situation for a while, then turns her attention to the Catsith and wonders why they chose to open a canteen in such a difficult place. She finds it hard to understand why they go through so much trouble just to feed other monsters. The eldest sibling reveals the reason. It is all for revenge. That answer catches everyone's attention, and even Kirik looks over with interest. The eldest sibling explains that many years ago, during the height of the war between humans and monsters, their father was sent to fight. He was known as the strongest among their kind. He never lost a battle and faced groups of humans alone without fear. The image of such a warrior leaves a strong impression. But when the war ends, he does not return. Instead, only his weapons and a letter come back. The letter describes the battlefield as a terrifying place, far worse than he had expected. The eldest sibling struggles to accept this. How could someone so strong fall to humans? But the letter reveals the truth. It was not humans or magic that defeated him. It was hunger. No matter how powerful someone is, hunger is an enemy that cannot be overcome forever. In the end, their father collapses on the battlefield, unable to endure it any longer. The memory stays with them. Even now, many monsters wander through the lost woods, suffering from hunger with no help in sight. The Catsith decide to act. They open a canteen in this harsh place so they can feed those in need. For them, this is their revenge. Not against humans, but against hunger itself. They work together, cutting wood and building the canteen with determination. They hold up their cooking tools with pride as they commit to their goal. When they see someone starving, they cannot ignore it. That is the path they choose. Kirik listens and feels something shift inside him. He thinks about his own purpose, which is to make monsters happy by building better homes. Nico reminds him that they still have their mission to meet the three great masters and find Kirik's teacher. Gansho agrees. It is the plan they have been following. For a moment, it seems like they might leave. But then Kirik makes his decision. He lifts his hammer and slams it down with force, startling the others. He declares that the Catsith are doing everything they can to make the world better. If he turns his back on them now, he cannot call himself an architect. His resolve is firm. The Catsith reacts with excitement and cheers loudly. Sora, Nico, and Gansho stand still for a moment, surprised by his sudden determination. Sora points out the obvious. Calling himself an architect does not solve anything. She wonders what Kirik is actually going to do next. Kirik lifts his hammer and notices some mud stuck to it. That small detail reminds him of the mud fight from earlier. He pauses and thinks. Could that mess have shown him something useful? The Catsith mention that they have plenty of mushrooms, but Sora does not believe that will help. While they are still talking, Kirik suddenly kneels and begins digging into the ground with his hand. The others watch in confusion as he forms a small pit. Then he picks something up from inside it. His expression changes at once. His eyes light up with excitement. Nico calls out, wondering if he is alright. Gansho looks at him, unsure of what he is trying to do. What did he find? Kirik stands up with renewed energy. He says he can already see the blueprint in his mind. He tells them to stop hesitating and get their shovels ready. It is time to dig. His voice carries confidence, and a smile appears on his face. Kirik gets to work at once. He digs into the ground with his shovel and throws the dirt aside. The others soon join him. Sora, Nico, and Gansho all begin digging, and even the Catsith help out. Some of them gather and pack away the loose soil. The area quickly turns busy. As Sora works, she remembers the moment Kirik confidently declared that it was time to dig. She lets out a small sigh and glances at him. What is he really thinking? Why dig like this without any clear explanation? Kirik soon stands inside a small pit he has made. He presses his shovel into the lower layer of soil and feels something different. The texture is sticky and smooth. It is a rich layer of clay. His expression sharpens as he realizes what he has found. Without wasting time, he begins shaping the clay into simple bricks. He quickly builds a rough kiln in the pit using molded clay and sticks. Then he needs more clay and prepares it for firing. Using hot shrooms, he creates a strong flame and starts heating the kiln. The others gather around and watch closely as the bricks begin to bake. After a while, Kirik uses a tool to pull out a newly fired brick. He calls it a monster brick. The cat Sith gathers around and touches it with curiosity. It feels thick and heavy. For a moment, it seems promising. Then it suddenly crumbles apart. The result surprises everyone. Kirik stays calm and explains that this is part of the process. Improvisation always comes with trial and error. The bricks need more time in the fire. Then he makes a bold statement. They will need 30,000 of these bricks. Sora, Nico, and Gonsho are left speechless. The cat Sith, however, reacts with excitement. Kirik then teaches them the full process. First, they must stamp down the dug-up earth and knead it until it becomes soft. As the mixture improves, they work it by hand and remove any stones or rough pieces. After that, the clay is left to rest for several days. Once ready, they mix in crushed dry leaves to help the bricks hold their shape during firing. Nico later reports that the wooden molds are prepared. With the softened mixture, they shape the clay into rectangular blocks using the molds. These are left to dry again for a few more days. When the bricks are ready, they begin the firing process. They start with regular firewood and slowly raise the temperature. Then they use the intense flames from the hot shrooms to complete the baking. The work takes time and effort, but they continue without stopping. In the end, they succeed in producing 30,000 monster bricks. With the bricks finally completed, Kirik and the group move on to the next stage of rebuilding the Cat Sith canteen. They begin working in the kitchen. Sora helps by squeezing adhesive from sea cucumbers into buckets, while some of the Cat Sith pass bricks to Kirik as he builds. Everyone takes part in the work. The area becomes full of movement and cooperation. Each task connects to the next. The progress is steady. After several days, the new kitchen is finished. It looks strong and well-structured. The surface is smooth, and small decorative designs of spoons, forks, and chef hats are added to the top. The Cat Sith gathered in front of it, full of excitement. They open the door to see their new kitchen, but the moment they do, Kirik lights the hot shrooms inside. Flames rise at once. The fire roars through the space. The Cat Sith panicked. They worry that their new kitchen will burn down just like before. But Kirik remains calm. He explains that this is only a test. Bricks take time to make, but they are far more reliable than wood. They resist heat and provide insulation. In a space like this, fire cannot spread uncontrollably. Soon, the flames die down on their own. The kitchen remains completely intact. There is no damage at all. The Cat Sith begins to understand. Kirik continues to explain the benefits. Bricks do not absorb much water, so they protect against rain. They are durable and do not wear down easily. They require little maintenance. The Cat Sith grows more excited with each point. They cheer and toss bricks into the air, celebrating the result. Then one of them notices a round structure nearby. It looks different from the rest. What is it for? Kirik explains that it is a pizza oven. The eldest sibling reacts with shock and excitement. They have tried to make pizza many times, but it has never worked out. It has always been a dream to get it right. Kirik says this oven traps heat inside, allowing them to cook at very high temperatures. That is what they have been missing. The eldest sibling begins to feel hopeful. Could they finally make the perfect pizza? Kirik answers with confidence. Endless pizzas are now possible. The excitement grows stronger, but Kirik stops them from celebrating too soon. There is still one more thing to see. He leads them to another part of the kitchen. At first, it looks like the usual place where dishes are kept. Inside, there are still dirty plates. Then Kirik shows them how it works. He calmly slides the drawer of dishes inside. Sounds echo from within as the mechanism runs. Moments later, the dishes come out from the other side, completely clean and shining. The cat Sith stares in disbelief. The result feels almost unreal. Kirik explains that even those who hate washing dishes can use it. It is designed for ease. For them, it becomes the ultimate solution to a long-standing problem. Kirik introduces the final piece of the kitchen. It is an automatic dishwasher designed specifically for the cat Sith. From the top, water, soap, and collected cat hair are added into the system. The brushes inside are made from their own shed fur. These soft but dense fibers move back and forth across the dishes. They scrub away grease without the need for hands. The device uses a sliding drawer system. Dirty dishes go in from one side and come out clean from the other. The cats can also replace the brushes easily by inserting fresh hair into the machine. As Kirik explains the inner structure, he makes it clear that all the cat hair has been properly sterilized before use. The cat Sith quickly gather around and begin testing it. They place dirty dishes into the drawer and push it in. After a short moment, the sound of washing fills the room. Then the drawer slides open from the other side, revealing sparkling clean plates. Their excitement grows instantly. They find the process fun and begin competing for turns. Some rush to grab more dirty dishes. Others wait impatiently to try it again. The mood becomes lively. Even a simple task like washing dishes now feels enjoyable. Kirik watches them and then asks them to show what they can truly do with this new kitchen. The full layout of the monster brick kitchen comes into view. Most of the structure is built with fire-resistant bricks, creating a safe space for cooking. The environment no longer carries the constant risk of fire. The automatic dishwasher is integrated into the system, making cleaning efficient and continuous. At the front, a counter allows meals to be served easily. There is also a clever system for handling dishes. Monsters of all sizes can place their dirty plates from outside. These plates are then cleaned inside and returned, creating a smooth and continuous flow. The floor has built-in drains that make cleaning easier and help wash away loose cat hair. The kitchen also includes a pizza oven built from heat-resistant bricks, allowing it to maintain high and stable temperatures. Nearby, stairs lead down to an underground food cellar. This space remains stable in temperature throughout the year, making it ideal for storage. Ingredients are neatly arranged in their own sections, ready to be used at any time. Even in the dim light, the cat Sith have no trouble moving around, as their natural vision allows them to see clearly in the dark. The cat Sith quickly get to work in their new kitchen. The stove is lit, and flames rise steadily without causing any fear. Two of them stand by the dishwashing machine, feeding in dirty plates and watching them come out clean. Another handles the pizza oven with care. 3 chefs move around the kitchen, cooking with energy and joy. They feel confident now. No matter how strong the fire becomes, the kitchen remains safe. For the first time, they can focus fully on cooking. It truly feels like the perfect place to work. Then a sudden thought crosses the eldest sibling's mind. Something important is missing. It realizes they have forgotten about the customers. There are no proper tables or seats prepared outside. The others react in shock as they come to the same realization. How could they overlook something so basic? At that moment, Sora appears outside, already dressed like an attendant. She leads a group of monsters toward the canteen, guiding them with calm confidence. Some of the monsters seem unsure. One of them begins to doubt her, wondering if this talk about a newly renovated place is even true. But Sora does not hesitate. She continues forward, certain of where she is going. Inside, Kirik also wears an attendant's uniform and stands behind the counter. He looks toward the entrance and notices the approaching group. He calmly remarks that the customers have arrived. The eldest sibling rushes to look as well. It freezes in surprise at the sight of actual customers gathering outside. Before all of this, Sora hesitates when Kirik asks for her help. She cannot believe he wants her to guide the monsters to the canteen. Kirik explains that he and the others will be busy preparing for the opening. Sora looks down at what she is wearing and feels uncomfortable. The outfit feels strange on her. It flaps as she moves, and her legs feel cold. Nearby, the cat Sith hold up numbered cards, while Nico and Gonsho do the same on the other side. Kirik explains that this is how humans in her world greet guests. He had put it together quickly. Then he offers her a reward. If she successfully leads the monsters to the canteen, she will be allowed to fluff the cat Sith. That promise immediately catches her interest. Soon, Sora leads a group of monsters through the forest. They follow her, each different in size and appearance. Back at the canteen, Kirik and the cat Sith watch from behind the counter. Kirik notes that the customers have arrived, and the cat Sith grows excited at the thought of being back in business. But the excitement is interrupted. The eldest sibling suddenly grabs Kirik and demands an answer. There are no tables prepared for the customers. How are they supposed to seat everyone? Outside, a large reptilian monster looks at the canteen and begins to doubt it. The place seems small and unimpressive. It does not look like it has been renovated at all. Sora struggles to keep the monsters calm. She starts to panic. No one told her what to do after bringing them here. She feels lost for a moment. Then a small bell rings. The sound draws everyone's attention. Nico stands there ringing it, with Gonsho beside him, both dressed as attendants. Nico reassures Sora and tells her she has done well. He says they will handle things from here. A massive stone golem steps forward and questions them. It wonders how it is supposed to fit into such a small place. Nico and Gonsho instinctively cling to each other, clearly nervous. Still, Nico gathers himself and explains that size will not be a problem. He asks the monsters to take a closer look before judging. He then leads them toward a new area. There, a variety of giant mushrooms stand in different sizes. Each one has been carefully modified into a seating space. Small stairways wrap around them, leading to flat tops where tables are placed. The design matches the size of each guest. Nico guides a group of small rat-like monsters to a smaller mushroom that fits them perfectly. At the same time, Gonsho directs the large stone golem toward a much bigger mushroom suited to its size. A large crowd of monsters gathers in the new seating area. Nico and Gonsho move quickly between them, guiding them into lines and directing each one to the correct place based on size. They try to keep everything orderly, making sure no one pushes or blocks the way. The eldest cat Sith watches in shock and asks what is going on, unable to understand the scale of the setup. Kirik calmly responds instead of explaining in a complicated way. He asks why they are trying to keep everyone inside the canteen when the space outside can be used as well. He explains that he has separated the kitchen from the seating area and designed it around the natural layout of the Lost Woods. The monsters can move freely while using the environment. From the counter, they all watch as monsters begin climbing the stairs up to their assigned mushroom tables. This new system is known as the Giant Mushroom Open Terrace. Giant mushrooms grow around the cat Sith kitchen and are repurposed into elevated dining platforms. Tables are placed on top of them, creating different heights and levels. The design allows monsters of all sizes to be seated comfortably. A hand-operated elevator is installed for older or less mobile monsters so they can reach higher platforms. Each mushroom table has umbrellas or parasols for protection from rain and sunlight. Sign guides are placed throughout the area, directing each species to their proper seating and helping traffic flow smoothly. A large monster looks around and comments that it is far more spacious than the old canteen. Other monsters begin to settle in happily, finding their seats without trouble. The cat Sith watches with excitement, realizing that the risk of monsters bumping into each other or fighting has greatly reduced. Sora also stands nearby, surprised by what she is seeing. She begins to understand that separating the seating by height and level prevents crowding and conflict. Still, she cannot help but wonder how the food will be delivered from such a distance. She already imagines chaos, with angry customers waiting too long for their meals. Kirik, however, tells her she is underestimating the cat Sith. He reminds her that they are not just cute creatures, but survivors of the harsh Lost Woods, strong and capable in their own way. At that moment, a reptilian monster calls out loudly, asking when its order will arrive. It demands to know if the cat Sith can hear it or not. The eldest siblings place 4 meals on the counter for the 4 cats. The cats stand ready, aware that customers are waiting. They glance at Kirik and wonder if they should go ahead. Kirik believes they can handle it. At that moment, a reptile-type monster and another customer shout for their food. The pressure rises. The cats pause briefly and remember their brave warrior father. That memory stirs something in them. Their energy sharpens. They release their auras and leap upward in one swift motion. They spring from the ground toward the towering mushrooms above. Everyone watches. The cats move higher and higher. They carry their father's legacy in their hearts. They use the mushrooms as stepping stones, landing and pushing off with precision. Soon, they reach the reptile-type monster, who looks completely shocked. The cats see themselves as hunters now, not just servers. They quickly present the meals with care. The delivery is smooth and fast. The monsters react with surprise. How can it be this quick? Back below, the eldest sibling assures the others that food will keep coming. The focus shifts to fast delivery. Sora watches in amazement. She wonders what changed in the cats so suddenly. 2 more cats leap past her, moving with confidence. Kirik notices her reaction and explains calmly. The cat Sith have always had these skills. They have been leaping through trees since they were young. But the cramped canteen held them back. Their reflexes caused collisions instead of helping. Now they have space. Now their paths are clear. Their natural agility finally works in their favor. Kirik calls out to Nico and Gonsho. They need to help too. Both are ready. He then turns to Sora and reminds her that they are counting on her support. The work spreads quickly among them. Nico and Gonsho begin serving. Kirik urges them to keep going. Can they make this system succeed? Sora joins in and starts moving through the trees with the cats, carrying orders. Gonsho shifts to cooking alongside the chef. Nico and Kirik gather dirty dishes and bring them back. Sora loads them into the automatic dishwashing machine. The whole team moves in sync. This feels like the final form of their renovation. The Cat Tower restaurant in the Lost Woods is now running at full pace. The cramped seating area that once caused constant conflict is gone. In its place stands a wide-open terrace. It easily accommodates monsters of all shapes and sizes. The space feels lively but balanced. The cat Sith move swiftly through it. They carry food with sharp reflexes and light steps. They weave between tables without hesitation. The restaurant feels like a place built for them. Everything flows naturally. The eldest sibling watches the scene from above. It remembers a past thought. Not every creature is like them. Many monsters wander into these woods and slowly starve. That memory once carried a quiet weight. It led to a simple idea. What if there was a place here where anyone could eat whenever they needed? What if no one had to suffer hunger again? Now that idea stands before them as reality. The terrace is full. Creatures eat freely. They look satisfied. They look at ease. The eldest sibling feels its emotions rise. The other siblings feel it too. They begin to cry softly. They wonder if their father can see this moment. Would he be proud of what they built? Nearby, Kirik and his companions celebrate in their own way. They share a brief moment of pride. Their efforts have clearly paid off. Off to the side, Sora sits and watches everything. She seems unsure. She questions why she is involved in all this. Still, she cannot ignore what she sees. There is real joy here. There is a purpose. Kirik encourages her to see it differently. Helping others has value. It brings a quiet kind of satisfaction. Is she really not enjoying herself at all? Nico soon shifts the focus. Hunger returns after all the work. The cat Sith approaches them again, calm and cheerful. The eldest sibling expresses gratitude through action rather than words. Sora and the dwarves are acknowledged for their effort. Sora does not fully understand what kind of thanks is coming. Then it becomes clear. The cat Sith gathered around her and pressed close. They wrap her in their soft fur. The warmth and fluffiness overwhelm her senses. It is unexpected but sincere. A different kind of reward. Along with it comes a gift. Special mushrooms from the Lost Woods. Several days after leaving the cat Sith canteen, dawn settles quietly over the camp. A small tent stands nearby. Inside, the 3 dwarves sleep without worry. Outside, Sora moves on her own. She carries a box of vegetables in both hands. She pauses at the tent entrance and glances in. They are still fast asleep. She turns away and walks to a wooden table. The vegetables spill out in a soft pile as she sets them down. She studies them in silence. A knife rests in one hand. A frying pan sits in the other. Her face grows firm. She believes she can do this. But can she really? Her thoughts drift back to several days earlier. The restaurant is full of satisfied monsters. They finish their meals and lean back with ease. Some even let out quiet burps. They look completely content. It is the kind of satisfaction that lingers. Many of them leave with light steps. They carry the promise of returning again. The cat Sith waves them off with warmth. The eldest sibling eventually signals the end of the day. The work has been long. The younger ones feel it in their bodies. They talk about how much cooking they have done. The energy slowly fades as the restaurant closes. Sora remains behind. Her eyes rest on a bowl of food. It is simple at a glance, yet something about it feels different. She recalls how she has always treated food. It has only been a way to survive. Taste never mattered. Appearance never mattered. It only needed to keep her alive. But what she sees here challenges that belief. The Catsith do not just cook. They shape each dish with care. There is thought behind every step. It feels closer to art than survival. Why does it feel so different? She lifts the knife slightly as she thinks. At that moment, the eldest sibling appears behind her. The sudden presence startles her. Her body reacts before her thoughts settle. She quickly denies any interest in cooking. In her mind, she frames it as observation. She claims she is only gathering information. The eldest sibling does not push her away. Instead, it welcomes her curiosity. It reminds her that she helped with the renovation. That alone is reason enough to teach her. The other siblings gather around. Their agreement is clear. The lesson begins with something basic. The proper way to hold a knife. Sora grips it as if she is preparing for battle. The cats pause in confusion. They struggle to understand her stance. Is she trying to fight the ingredients? Still, they move forward. They guide her step by step. They correct her movements again and again. The process is slow. Mistakes build up quickly. Ingredients slip from her hands. Pieces scatter across the table and floor. Her effort collapses into frustration. She ends up sitting among the mess. The cats watch her carefully. One of them almost speaks too bluntly about her lack of skill. The eldest sibling quickly stops that thought from going further. Sora reacts with sharp frustration. She turns the blame outward. In her eyes, the teaching must be the problem. The cats are taken aback. They did not expect that response. She presses further. She wants something clear. Something practical. A real method that guarantees good food. The eldest sibling pauses to think. It searches for a simple answer. What truly matters in cooking? At last, it shares a different idea. Cooking for someone else gives the food its meaning. The siblings quietly agree. The thought is simple, yet not what Sora expects. She wanted technique. She wanted a skill she could measure. Instead, she receives something abstract. The eldest sibling continues. It explains that while cooking, she should imagine the people who will eat the meal. She should picture their smiles. That image becomes the hidden ingredient. Back in the present, Sora studies the vegetables in her hand. She pauses for a moment and recalls the dwarves. She imagines their excited smiles. The image feels clear in her mind. She tightens her grip on the knife and begins to cut. Her movements are careful. She follows through step by step. The cooking begins in quiet focus. Is this really enough to make it work? Morning soon arrives. The light grows brighter. Birds begin to chirp around the camp. Inside the tent, Kirik slowly opens his eyes. The calm of sleep fades. From outside, Sora's voice reaches them. She calls out that it is morning. She calls each of them by name and tells them it is time for breakfast. The words feel unusual. The three dwarves look at her with stunned expressions. They repeat the word in their minds. Breakfast? From her. They struggle to process it. Kirik wonders what could have caused this. It feels sudden. Sora brushes it off. Nothing unusual has happened. She simply claims she can cook. The dwarves do not look convinced. Their eyes say otherwise. Then a different detail hits them. She called them by their names. Nico confirms it immediately. He heard it clearly. The mood shifts at once. Excitement takes over. They begin to celebrate that small moment. It feels oddly important. Kirik insists his name came first. Nico and Gonsho disagree right away. The argument builds quickly. Sora reacts with embarrassment. Her face warms. She pushes back and tells them to stop. Why are they so focused on that? As they settle down, Nico leans closer to the others. He shares what he noticed earlier at the canteen. Sora had been learning in secret. The Catsith were teaching her how to cook. The thought sparks curiosity. Maybe she learned something special. Maybe there is a hidden skill behind all this. They begin to wonder what kind of meal is waiting for them outside. Could it actually be good? They step out and finally see it. Bowls sit ready on the table. The food inside looks unfamiliar. It does not resemble anything they expected. The appearance alone creates silence. This is the result of Sora's early effort. She stands nearby with quiet confidence. She believes she has done well. The dwarves, however, struggle to hide their reactions. Their faces show clear concern. Sora notices the delay. She questions why they are not eating yet. She remains sure of her work. The dwarves exchange quick glances. Nico looks to Kirik for guidance. What should they do? Kirik steadies himself. He suggests that appearances can be misleading. Maybe the taste will surprise them. He takes the first bite. The moment it touches his tongue, his expression shifts. His face tightens. Sweat forms quickly. Nico and Gonsho follow with their own bites. Their reactions mirror his. Confusion mixes with discomfort. Nico tries to make sense of what he is tasting. Kirik struggles to respond. Still, he pushes himself to endure. He reminds them to hold it in. This is part of being a craftsman. Even now, they must see it through. Even as the taste overwhelms them, the dwarves force bright smiles onto their faces. They lean into the moment and begin to praise Sora's cooking. They describe the meal as delicious. They call her a genius. Their voices carry enthusiasm, even as their bodies struggle to keep up. Sora watches them closely. She sees their smiles and hears their words. Her expression softens. She feels a quiet sense of pride. Maybe she really did it. Encouraged by their reaction, she lifts the pot and offers more. There is plenty left if they are still hungry. The dwarves freeze for a brief second, then push forward. They gather their strength and continue eating. Each bite becomes a test of endurance. Still, they do not stop. Nearby, a slime is given a portion as well. It takes a small bite without hesitation. The reaction is immediate. Its form jolts in shock. The taste clearly does not match the praise it just witnessed. It spits the food out at once. Sora does not notice this. The dwarves, however, see everything. They keep their expression steady, as if nothing has happened. They stay committed to their act until the very end. The meal is eventually finished. Time passes, and the mood settles. Sora sits by the river. She cleans her sword with slow, careful movements. Her thoughts drift back to earlier. She remembers the way Kirik and the others thanked her. She remembers them calling her by name. It lingers in her mind. She realizes something else as well. They have been traveling together for some time now. Yet she knows very little about them beyond their names. Why has she never thought about that before? Nico calls out to her, bringing her back to the present. Everything is ready. Their supplies are packed. It is time to move again. Sora looks at the three dwarves. She recalls the moment they first met. Things have changed since then. They now stand together without hesitation. She acknowledges them quietly and rises. A new thought settles in her mind. She will need to learn more about them. Their journey continues as they search for information. They approach different monsters along the way. Nico tries to communicate directly. Kirik attempts to gather clues in his own way. Some creatures offer nothing. Others respond with simple gestures. Bit by bit, they piece things together. Encounters with birds and even large gorilla-like creatures begin to form a clearer path. At last, they learn something useful. A human matching Kahayo's description has been seen heading toward the Gatagonda River. They follow this lead without delay. The path narrows as they move forward. Eventually, they reach what appears to be a dead end. The map suggests otherwise. Something feels off. Kirik considers turning back. There seems to be no way through. Then the ground shifts. What they thought was part of the landscape begins to move. Stone rises slowly before them. A massive golem takes shape. It towers above them. The difference in scale is overwhelming. They stand before it like tiny ants. The sight of the massive figure stops them in place. They quickly recognize what stands before them. A golem. These beings are known across the monster world as giants formed from living rock and earth. Their bodies often reflect the land they come from. This one is enormous. Nico stares up in open amazement. The scale alone is hard to take in. Kirik notes that it is rare to see one in this area. That makes the encounter feel even more unusual. Nico steps forward and tries to handle the situation calmly. He calls out and gestures, hoping the golem will simply move aside. They only need to pass through. For a brief moment, it seems like the golem responds. It lifts one of its massive feet. But instead of stepping away, it brings it down toward them. The group reacts instantly. They leap aside just in time. The ground shatters under the impact. The force alone is enough to make their hearts race. Was that intentional? Nico snaps in frustration. The attack feels too close for comfort. But as they look again, something becomes clear. The golem keeps moving forward without pause. It does not turn. It does not react. It simply continues its path. From the side, they realize the truth. It never noticed them at all. They are too small to draw its attention. The danger was never personal. It was just a movement without awareness. They watch it go until it disappears into the distance. Nico wonders if it is simply a wandering golem, drifting without purpose. They move on and enter a vast forest. The path grows dense with plant life. Nico recalls the information they gathered. Kahayo was seen somewhere around here. This place is known as the Sif Forest Road. It is famous even among monsters for its heavy overgrowth. The air feels thick with life. Every step pushes through layers of green. Then Kirik spots something ahead. Large birds circle above a tree. Their movements are aggressive. A small settlement comes into view. It sits on a tree branch. The birds attack without restraint. They peck at the tiny houses. Below them, a group of gnomes struggles to defend their home. A young girl stands with two others. They face the threat with simple spears. Their size makes the effort look fragile. The situation feels one-sided. Then a heavy stone flies through the air. It strikes one of the birds directly. The impact drives them away. The rest scatter soon after. The gnome girl looks toward the source. She sees Sora standing with large stones still in her hands. Behind a nearby rock, the dwarves crouch low. They clutch much smaller pebbles. Their bodies shake slightly. The contrast is clear at a glance. Still, the threat is gone. Later, Kirik's group is invited into the gnome's home. They have to lower themselves and crawl to get inside. Everything is built on a much smaller scale. The gnomes offer them drinks as a sign of gratitude. These small beings are known as the Korpakar. They are forest gnomes who live in close harmony with nature. Sora looks around in quiet surprise. Their size stands out even more up close. The tree house itself is carefully crafted. It is built within a large tree along the Sif Forest Road. The trunk has been hollowed out to form living space. Even the branches above contain small rooms. Every part of the structure serves a purpose. Because the Korpakar are small and physically weak, they build high above the ground. This keeps them safe from larger creatures below. The design also supports their way of life. Plants are easy to care for. Leaves become tools and furniture. Seeds provide food. Ladders run along the trunk for easy movement and maintenance. Inside, the details reveal their creativity. Beds are made from flowers and twigs. Tables are shaped from natural branches. Tree sap is a common resource they value. The Korpakar also share a deeper bond with their environment. They help strengthen the life force of the trees they inhabit. In return, the trees support them. Their light bodies allow them to move freely among the treetops. The young gnome listens closely and soon realizes who she is speaking to. Kirik is a student of Kahayo. The connection becomes clear. She explains that Kahayo once helped their people. She built their home. She protected them when they were vulnerable. She even made their clothes. The memory carries warmth and respect. Kirik reacts with quiet pride. He recognizes his master's work at once. A small sense of satisfaction shows on his face. Sora notices it immediately. She does not fully understand why he looks so pleased, but she says nothing. The gnome continues her story. After making sure they could live safely, Kahayo left to meet the three great masters. Since then, things have changed. Not long ago, a group of large birds moved nearby. They are known as night owls. These creatures are aggressive and dangerous. They see the small gnomes as easy prey. The Korpakar built their homes high in the trees to stay safe from threats on the ground. That plan once worked well. But now danger comes from above. Their safety is no longer certain. An elderly gnome speaks up with concern. Kirik and his companions are known as builders in this world. They are seen as problem solvers. The request is simple. Can they help? Kirik studies the structure around him. He considers the situation. Then he admits that the place may need improvements. The problem is not small, but it is not impossible either. While this discussion continues, Sora's attention drifts. She notices a small figure placed carefully on a shelf. It resembles a golem. The young gnome follows her gaze and explains. The figure represents Go. It is a golem that once lived with them. She made the model herself using clay. The idea feels unusual. Kirik quietly reacts to this. A golem living with Korpaker is not something one hears often. The gnome explains further. Golems are beings formed from living mana within earth and stone. They are more common in distant lands, but rarely seen here. One day, she noticed something strange near their old home. The ground was shifting slightly. From that place, a small golem emerged. It was newly formed. It had no understanding of the world. They chose to care for it. Over time, it became part of their lives. It helped them in small ways. It stayed close. It felt like family. But time passed, and things began to change. The golem kept growing. At first, the difference was small. Then it became impossible to ignore. It grew so large that they had to look up just to see its face. The space inside their home could no longer contain it. Its movements became dangerous without intent. Furniture broke under its weight. The Korpaker had to scatter just to avoid being crushed. The bond remained, but the situation became unsafe. What could they do? The decision came with difficulty. They understood that they could not continue living together. It was not safe for them. It was not right for the golem either. The young gnome recalls the moment clearly. She stood at a high cliff just to face it properly. Even then, the size difference was overwhelming. She apologized to it. She told it to travel east. There was a place where other golems lived. It could find others like itself there. It could belong somewhere again. After saying this, she turned away. She did not look back. Tears filled her eyes as she left. The farewell was final. Behind her, the golem remained still. It watched her go without moving. It could only observe as the distance between them grew. Back in the present, the young gnome stands quietly with the small clay model in her hands. She looks at it with a soft expression. Her thoughts drift far away. She wonders what Go is doing now. Has it found others like itself? Is it no longer alone? Kirik watches her without saying anything. He understands more than he shows. Not long after, Kirik and his group return to the area where they last saw the giant golem. The forest feels heavier here. Nico walks beside him and raises a question. Could that golem really be the same Go the Korpaker spoke about? Kirik considers it carefully. He believes it is very likely. As he walks, he writes in his notepad. His thoughts begin to take shape. He recalls the young gnome's request. If they ever find Go, they should build it a home. A place where it can live peacefully. Kirik continues to sketch and jot down ideas. A house for a golem is no simple task. At the same time, the Korpaker need changes to their own home. The problems begin to pile up. Each one connects to the other. Sora notices something odd. They have been moving around the same area for a while. She starts to question it. Are they searching for materials? Kirik answers simply. That is not the goal. Sora tries to press further. What exactly are they doing here? Before she can finish, a deep sound cuts through the forest. A heavy thud echoes across the ground. The air seems to tremble with each step that follows. They turn toward the source. The massive golem comes into view again. It moves slowly but with unstoppable weight. The ground shakes beneath it. Kirik closes his notepad and looks ahead. The answer becomes clear without further explanation. This is what they have been waiting for. They are not searching for materials. They are searching for the golem itself. Sora only realizes the plan when she sees the golem approaching again. Each step lands with a heavy thud. The ground shakes more than before. She turns back in confusion, only to find Kirik already at work. He hammers pieces of wood together at great speed. Gonsho fixes each part into place. Nico braces the structure, using his helmet to keep the materials steady. There is no hesitation in their movements. Kirik urges them to move faster. Within moments, the scattered parts take shape. A full catapult stands before them. It is a simple but powerful build. The design relies on leverage. Stones are placed at one end, and the recoil sends them flying forward. Sora watches in disbelief. This is not a small tool. It is the kind of machine used in battle. Before she can question it, they begin firing. Stones launch through the air and strike toward the golem. The giant raises its arms and blocks the hits with ease. The attacks do little damage, but that does not seem to be the goal. Kirik suddenly climbs into the launch end of the catapult. He curls up inside, his body tense. Fear is clear on his face, but he does not step back. Nico hesitates for a moment. Is he really ready for this? Kirik insists. There is no time to rethink it. Nico cuts the rope. Kirik is launched forward at high speed. His body crashes against the golem with a painful impact. A sharp cry escapes him as he hits. Sora and the others freeze in shock. For a moment, it seems like a reckless failure. Then they see him still holding on. He grips the rough surface and steadies himself. Somehow, he made it. He has reached the golem. From his position, he calls out. He tries to get its attention. He explains that he has something to propose. At the same time, back at the Korpaker tree house, the young gnome learns that Kirik's group has already left. The elderly gnome assumes they had urgent matters to attend to. The young gnome lowers her gaze. She wonders if the task had been too difficult for them. Maybe they gave up. The thought weighs on her. Then the ground shakes. A deep thud echoes through the tree. The entire structure trembles. Another impact follows, stronger than the first. The shaking grows more intense. The Korpaker struggle to keep their balance. It feels like an earthquake. What is happening? A voice calls from outside. The young gnome recognizes it at once. She rushes out with the others. What they see stops them in place. Go stands before them once again. The giant forms towers. Above the trees. Standing on top of it are Kirik and his group. Kirik speaks with a calm tone. He apologizes for the wait. Then he presents what he calls their new property. Nico clings tightly to the golem, clearly afraid of falling from such a height. Go lowers its head slightly, focusing on the young gnome. She is overwhelmed with emotion. She cannot hide her excitement. Questions fill her mind. Why is Go here? What does this mean? Kirik does not try to explain everything at once. Instead, he asks them to come closer and see for themselves. He calls out to Go. In response, the golem lowers its massive hand to the ground. The surface of its palm begins to shift. The hard stone reshapes itself. Slowly, it forms a staircase. The size is adjusted perfectly for the small gnomes. They move forward together and begin to climb. At the top, an opening appears. They step inside. The space within is far larger than expected. A wide chamber stretches out before them. At its center floats a large crystal. Pathways curve upward along the inner walls. Kirik begins to explain. Golems are born from the earth itself. Their bodies are not fixed. They can reshape their form like clay. They can become whatever is needed. When Go heard about the Korpaker situation, it chose to help. It offered its own body as the solution. The young gnome slowly comes to a realization. This new home is not just built for them. It is Go. The thought surprises her. Still, a question rises at once. Why is Go here? It was supposed to leave and live with other golems long ago. Kirik answers in a calm and steady way. Go never wanted that life. It does not care about size or difference. What matters to it is simple. The Korpaker are its family. They are the ones who raised it. It never wanted to leave them behind. At the same time, it did not want to become a burden. So it chose to stay away. It wandered alone, keeping its distance while carrying that quiet attachment. The words sink in deeply. The young gnome lowers her gaze. She realizes she never understood how Go truly felt. Slowly, she reaches out and places her hand on its body. She apologizes in a soft, honest way. In response, a part of Go shifts. A section of its form moves gently and pats her on the head. The gesture is simple, yet full of meaning. Her face lights up with emotion. She calls out in joy. Nearby, Sora watches quietly. The scene stirs something in her. She remembers her own past. Her training. The belief she was taught. That strength alone is enough for someone without family. But now, looking at Go and the gnomes, that idea begins to feel incomplete. Is strength really all that matters? The moment passes, and work begins. Nico asks where the gnomes want their belongings placed. The young gnome looks closer and realizes what they brought. It is their old furniture. The same pieces from their previous home. Kirik explains their intention. A large space alone does not make a home. It needs familiarity. It needs warmth. That is why they carried everything here. Without waiting, he lifts a piece and starts moving. The others follow. Together, they arrange the furniture carefully. Each item finds its place. Bit by bit, the empty space begins to change. Later, they gather in the kitchen area. The young gnome looks around with growing excitement. The space now feels lived in. It feels real. But then she notices something else. A small crack runs along part of the wall. Kirik explains without concern. Golems can develop cracks as they age. It is a natural part of their form. That is where the Korpaker play their role. A small bag is brought forward. The green gnomes open it and reveal seeds inside. They move with purpose. Climbing carefully, they scatter the seeds across the top of Go's body. The young gnome confirms that everything is in place. She brings her hands together and prepares. She looks at the others, checking if they are ready. Sora watches with curiosity. She does not understand what is about to happen. The gnomes raise their hands and begin to clap in rhythm. Their movements are light but focused. A soft chant follows. Almost immediately, the seeds respond. Small sprouts push through the surface. They grow at a visible pace. Stems stretch upward. Leaves unfold. In moments, a full tree rises from Go's body. Its branches spread wide. Its leaves settle into place as if they have always belonged there. More gnomes join in. They raise their hands, and plants begin to grow across other parts of Go's form. Sora watches in amazement. She cannot hide her reaction. What kind of ability is this? Kirik smiles as he explains. The Korpaker can channel their mana into plants. This energy accelerates growth. It strengthens life. As the plants spread, their roots sink into the golem's body. They bind the earth within it. They prevent cracks from forming. They reinforce its structure. Over time, this makes Go even stronger than before. Sora takes it all in. The small gnomes now stand before her in a new light. Sora's attention shifts as she notices movement in the sky. The night owls circle above them once again. The gnomes quickly realize what is happening. The noise from their work has drawn the predators back. The air grows tense. Before the birds can descend, Go reacts. Its massive arm rises and then slams down with force. The impact shakes the ground. The display alone is enough. The night owls hesitate, then turn away and flee into the distance. Kirik watches this with quiet satisfaction. The solution is now clear. The Korpaker's home is no longer just a shelter in the trees. It has become something far greater. A moving fortress. A giant garden that cannot be easily threatened. Go, who once wandered alone, now carries its family safely. In return, the gnomes care for it. They repair its body. They strengthen it with their abilities. The relationship is balanced. Each side supports the other. Plants spread across Go's surface, forming a natural layer of protection. They soften the impact of rain, something the golem dislikes. Beneath the surface, roots grow deep into its body. They hold its structure together and prevent cracks from forming. Inside, the space has been shaped with care. The living area remains stable even as Go moves. Special spring-like plants absorb the shocks of each step. Everything works together to create a safe and comfortable home. At the center of it all, a floating crystal glows softly. This crystal holds Go's life force. The gnomes tend to it regularly. It is the core that keeps everything alive and functioning. Their care ensures that Go continues to move and protect them. Night falls, and the atmosphere becomes calm again. Kirik stands on Go's palm, preparing to leave. The young gnome asks him to stay a little longer. There is a sense of reluctance in her voice. Kirik explains that they have a mission to complete. Still, he shows gratitude for her kindness. He steps down from Go's hand to the ground below. Before they part, the gnomes offer a gift. It is a small hat, carefully made. This is a special item infused with their mana. By wearing it, one can stimulate plant growth in the same way they do. It is both a tool and a sign of trust. They also share one last piece of information. Kahayo traveled toward the land ruled by the three great masters. Kirik takes note of this. The path ahead is becoming clearer, and more dangerous. The young gnome admits their limits. As small and gentle creatures, they cannot follow any further. The road ahead is too harsh, even by the standards of the monster world. She asks them to be careful. Kirik accepts her words with a calm nod. As they prepare to move on, a sudden sound cuts through the night. The faint flap of wings echoes behind them. Nico turns and spots something unusual. A strange figure descends and lands in front of them. Its appearance is unsettling. It wears something like a bird mask. It claims that it has found the dwarves. The tone carries intent. Nico looks to Kirik for an answer. Kirik studies the creature but finds nothing familiar. He has never seen anything like it before. Doubt crosses his mind. Does such a creature even belong to this world? Then, without warning, the figure changes. Its body twists and splits. Multiple mouths form across its surface. The shape becomes unnatural and disturbing. The voices from those mouths repeat the same claim. They have found their target. The air grows heavy with danger. Sora reacts instantly. She drops what she is carrying and draws her sword. Her instincts sharpen. This is not an ordinary enemy. Something about it feels wrong. Different from anything she has faced before. The creature lunges forward without hesitation. Sora steps in to meet it. Her blade rises just in time to block the attack. Sora steps forward and blocks the monster's sudden lunge. She quickly follows with a strong kick that sends it crashing back, using the force to push herself away and create distance. The creature hits the ground hard and lets out strange, unsettling sounds from its many mouths. She studies it carefully. This is not something she has ever faced before. What kind of monster behaves like this? She glances back at the dwarves to ask, but the sight surprises her. They are lying flat on the ground, completely still. It takes her a moment to realize they are pretending to be dead. Kirik whispers to the others to stay calm and not move. Nico trembles as he admits how terrifying the creature is. Gonsho tries to reassure them, hoping the monster might lose interest if they remain unnoticed. For a brief moment, it almost seems possible. Then the monster suddenly charges again, shouting as it targets the dwarves. Sora reacts without hesitation. She leaps forward and delivers a flying kick, stopping it in its tracks. She does not understand why it is fixated on them, but she refuses to let it reach them. She rushes in with her sword and signals for the dwarves to run. They call out in concern, but Nico reminds the others of her words. Even so, Kirik refuses to leave her behind. He insists that they cannot abandon a companion. The three of them gather their tools and move forward, determined to help, even if fear still lingers in their steps. As they approach, something disturbing begins to happen. From the monster's many mouths, new arms start forcing their way out. The sight is unnatural and deeply unsettling. Even Sora pauses for a split second, caught off guard. Soon, the creature unleashes a barrage of punches with its many fists. Sora reacts quickly and dodges each strike with careful movements. The dwarves watch from a distance. They hesitate. Then they quietly convince themselves that she is handling it well enough on her own. Would stepping in only make things worse? One by one, they agree to hold back, claiming they do not want to interrupt her rhythm. The monster continues its relentless assault. Another heavy strike comes down, and Sora narrowly avoids it before jumping back. She begins to understand the danger. The creature is too strong to face head-on like this. She decides to create space and look for an opening instead. For a brief moment, there is distance between them. Then suddenly, two of the monster's arms twist and transform into dark wings. In an instant, it closes the gap and throws a powerful punch. Sora raises her sword just in time to block, but the impact sends her backward through the air. Before she can recover, a tentacle-like limb wraps around her ankle and drags her back. The monster inhales and releases a blast of intense flames toward her restrained body. She sees the attack coming and acts immediately. With focused movement, she unleashes a powerful sword technique, spinning at incredible speed as her blade cuts through everything around her. The strikes tear apart the tentacle and disperse the flames before they can consume her. She lands safely, regaining control. The dwarves watch in relief. For a moment, they can breathe again. Still, Gonsho cannot hide his confusion. The monster shows too many abilities. It grows wings. It breathes fire. It fights with endless limbs. Monsters usually have a single defining trait. So what exactly are they dealing with here? The monster swings down with another heavy attack, but Sora reacts in time and jumps back to avoid it. The impact hits the ground with a loud, crushing sound. Dust and debris scatter everywhere. Then something strange happens. The creature lowers its mouths to the broken ground and begins to eat the rubble. It chews for a moment, then spits everything back out. What comes out is not just dirt and stone. Pieces of household items start piling up. Drawers, pots, and cooking tools spill out and form a heap that rises almost as tall as Sora herself. She stares at it and quickly understands. This monster does not just destroy. It consumes everything. As she studies the pile, something catches her eye. It feels familiar. She looks closer and recognizes parts of the goblin's new home. At the top of the heap sits a carved figure with the face of a goblin. The sight makes her pause. Is this really what she thinks it is? Before she can process it fully, the monster suddenly leaps toward her again, declaring its desire to take her as well. This time, she stops its movement with one hand. Her expression turns cold and focused. She demands to know what happened to the goblins and where they are. The creature responds without hesitation, showing a twisted satisfaction as it claims they were eaten and tasted good. For a brief moment, Sora remembers the goblins as they were. They were warm and welcoming in their own way. The memory lingers just long enough to shift something inside her. Then she moves. With a sudden burst of force, she drives an uppercut into the monster and sends it flying back through the air. The dwarves watch in shock, unable to believe what they are seeing. Sora does not stop there. She rushes forward instantly, closing the distance in a flash. There is tension in her movements now. A sharp edge fueled by anger. She hopes, even now, that the monster is lying. But she does not hold back. In a single motion, she unleashes a powerful sword technique. Multiple slashes strike the monster almost at once, cutting across its body before it can react. The force drives it down into the ground with a heavy crash. The dust settles slowly. Sora stands there, her expression tight and burning with emotion. Chapter 20. The monster is sent flying through the air and crashes into a small mountain. The impact triggers a violent explosion of stone and sand. Broken rocks scatter in all directions and collapse over its body. For a moment, everything goes still. Sora stands at a distance, breathing heavily after releasing such a powerful attack. The dwarves watch the scene with excitement. They celebrate too early, convinced the battle is over. They praise her strength and speak with confidence, certain she has defeated it and proven herself reliable once again. Sora glances back at them but does not respond. Her thoughts are elsewhere. She realizes how much anger she poured into that last strike. It was not just a calculated move. She lost control for a moment. Why did that happen? She looks toward the scattered remains of the goblins' belongings. The question lingers in her mind. There are countless monsters in the world, and she has faced many before. So why does this feel different? They only spent a short time together. Was that really enough to matter this much? She walks closer to the debris and picks up the carved goblin face. She studies it quietly. A simple object, yet it carries weight. Will she never see them again? While she is lost in thought, the dwarves approach the fallen monster. Kirik moves ahead and pokes it with cautious curiosity, though he tries to act bold. The others follow his lead and speak with forced confidence, claiming the creature chose the wrong group to challenge. Then, without warning, the monster's body shifts. The movement is small but enough to freeze them in place. Panic replaces their earlier pride. They quickly try to take back their words, as if that might somehow help. At that moment, a severed part of the monster stirs and opens. From it, the goblins are suddenly expelled and fall onto the ground. The dwarves stare in disbelief before recognizing them. The goblins groan weakly, but they are alive. Relief spreads among the group. It becomes clear that Sora's attack forced the monster to release what it had consumed. Sora turns and sees them. The tension in her body eases, replaced by a brief moment of relief. They survived. But the situation shifts again almost immediately. From the monster's body, multiple snake-like creatures burst out and rush toward the dwarves. Before Kirik can react, they wrap tightly around him and lift him into the air. Nico and Gonsho stand frozen in shock. Then something even more unsettling appears. Different monster forms begin emerging from the creature's body. Only their upper halves are visible, each one distinct, each one aiming directly at Kirik. The attack is too fast. Sora sees it happen but knows she cannot reach him in time. The distance is too great. And then, just as suddenly, everything stops. The attacks freeze only inches away from Kirik's body. No one moves. No one understands. The monster strains, trying to push forward, but something holds it back. A faint word escapes from it. It speaks of duty. Kirik hangs there, bound and confused, staring at the halted threats around him. What is stopping them? Before anyone can make sense of it, a massive fist suddenly appears and crashes down onto the monster with overwhelming force. The blow is heavy and direct, smashing it back into the ground with brutal strength. The impact shakes the area. The grip on Kirik loosens instantly, and he slips free before falling hard onto the ground below. Small figures appear on top of Go's head. The Korpakers stand in formation, holding their tiny spears with confidence. The young gnome calls out to Kirik and the others, asking if they are safe and assuring them that help has arrived. The elderly gnome studies the creature below and struggles to make sense of it. He wonders what kind of unnatural being they are facing. The girl admits she does not know either, but she quickly tells Go to protect the group. In response, Go raises both fists and prepares to fight. Sora positions herself behind the monster with her sword ready. She stays alert, waiting for the right moment to strike again. But before either side can act, the monster suddenly chooses to retreat. It digs rapidly into the ground and disappears beneath the surface. The battlefield falls quiet. Sora stares at the pit it leaves behind, realizing the creature has escaped. The dwarves gather close, still tense, as the danger fades for now. Several hours pass. A calm night settles over the area. A tent stands nearby with a small fire burning in front of it. Kirik sits quietly by the flames, holding a small twig as he stares into the fire. He does not move much. His thoughts seem heavy. Sora approaches, carrying extra firewood. She notices he is still awake, even though the others are already asleep. It is unusual for him. Why is he still up? She sits nearby and asks about the goblins, wondering what became of them after their home was destroyed. Kirik explains that their treehouse somehow remained intact despite everything. The goblins did not seem too bothered by the situation. They accepted some materials to make repairs and then calmly returned home. Their reaction feels surprisingly positive after such a dangerous encounter. Sora listens and feels a sense of relief. At least they are safe. Her thoughts return to the monster. She points out how it seemed to target Kirik and the others specifically. Was there a reason for that? Kirik admits he does not know for certain, but he suspects it might be a chimera. He explains that such creatures are rare and formed by mixing different monsters together. Each one is unique, and no two are exactly the same. He recalls encountering one long ago during his time in the Dwarven Nation, the place where he and his kind are born. Sora listens closely, her curiosity growing. What kind of place is the Dwarven Nation? She does not ask directly, but her expression gives her away. Kirik notices and questions her interest. She quickly denies it, acting as if she is not concerned, but her reaction feels unconvincing. He studies her for a moment, then begins to mention how he first met Nico and Gonsho and how their journey started. Sora keeps watching him. She quietly wonders how the three of them came together in the first place. They could not have always been traveling like this. Something must have brought them onto this path. Before Kirik can continue, Nico suddenly appears and asks if she wants to hear the story, echoing Kirik's earlier question. Sora reacts with embarrassment and quickly denies any interest. She shifts the focus and asks why Nico is still awake. He admits that after everything that happened earlier, sleep does not come easily. Kirik looks at Sora and explains that dwarves are not naturally builders of houses. He then asks her a simple question. Why would they start doing something like that? The question hangs in the air. Sora feels a slight tension build inside her. Is she curious? She tries to hide it, but her reaction gives her away. Gonsho quietly joins them and admits he cannot sleep either. Soon, all eyes are on Sora again. They press her gently, asking if she really is not interested. She hesitates, then admits in a low voice that it is not that she does not want to know. The moment she says it, the mood shifts. Kirik and the others exchange looks and begin to smile in a teasing way. Nico casually suggests that it is only natural for her to be curious about them. Kirik adds that she must like them, and Gonsho follows along, making the situation worse. Sora's face tightens as irritation quickly replaces her hesitation. She snaps back at them, reminding them sharply who saved their lives earlier. Her anger rises without restraint. She grabs Kirik and demands that they stop playing around and tell her properly. Nico and Gonsho quickly step back, startled by her reaction. It is clear she is serious now. The scene shifts to a distant past, back when the war between monsters and humans is still ongoing. The Dwarven Nation lies on the outskirts of Barkway, a place shaped by constant struggle and hard labor. Inside a smithy, the sound of metal striking metal echoes steadily. Gareth, a seasoned blacksmith, works with focus as he hammers a piece of iron into shape. When he finally stops, he studies the result closely and judges it to be good enough to become a farming tool. His work reflects practicality rather than beauty. Not long after, a younger Kirik arrives, carrying a box filled with shining ores. He approaches Gareth with familiarity and presents the materials he has gathered. There is a sense of routine in his actions. Gareth acknowledges him but also warns him not to wander off while work is still being done. This takes place during a time when the war between humans and monsters is at its peak. The sound of hammer striking iron echoes steadily from Gareth's smithy. He works with focus, shaping heated metal before dipping it into water. A sharp sizzling sound fills the air as steam rises. Nearby, Kirik stands on a stool, trying to carry a box down from a high shelf. Gareth notices and reminds him not to wander while work is ongoing. Kirik looks back and explains that Gareth is always busy and never takes a break, so he wants to help while he can. Gareth insists he is fine, but Kirik continues anyway. As he tries to carry several wooden boxes at once, his footing slips. The stool shifts beneath him, and he falls hard to the ground. The boxes break apart on impact, and their contents scatter across the floor. Gareth immediately stands up, concerned. Kirik panics as he looks at the mess he has made. Gareth tells him that is enough and gently orders him to go outside and play instead. Kirik wanders into the woods with a heavy expression. His thoughts weigh on him. Before long, he comes across a group of dwarves. One of them lifts a large boulder with a single hand while the others admire his strength. Their praise is loud and proud. Then the strong dwarf, Dongo, notices Kirik. He calls out to him mockingly, pointing out his weakness. One of the others asks what Kirik is staring at. Kirik quickly denies it, saying he is only passing by. But the group does not let him go. With grins on their faces, they suddenly throw their boulders at him under the excuse of training together. The stones strike him and knock him down. They laugh and question who could have trained someone so weak. To them, even a small stone should be easy for any dwarf. Their words cut deeper than the blows. They mock Gareth as well, saying it must be difficult for him to take care of someone like Kirik. They call him a burden. Kirik lies there, clenching his fists in frustration, unable to fight back. Later that night, back at the house, Gareth carefully treats Kirik's injuries. He asks if the others bullied him again. His tone is firm but not harsh. He tells Kirik that he needs to become stronger so others will not look down on him. Kirik apologizes quietly. Gareth shakes his head and explains that he is not angry, only worried. Kirik was born smaller and weaker than most dwarves. It makes him vulnerable. His parents would have been concerned if they were still here. Kirik lowers his gaze and admits that he can barely remember them anymore. The words come with a quiet sadness. Gareth pauses, then closes the ointment bowl. He explains that Kirik's parents left long ago to seek their fortune on the merchant roads. As their friend, he took Kirik in and raised him. But since they left, there has been no word from them. He wonders aloud what could have caused them to abandon their child. After a moment, he changes the subject and mentions an upcoming event. In 3 days, the village will hold a royal exhibition. Kirik does not understand, so Gareth explains. It is a rare festival where blacksmiths present their finest work. If the royal family takes interest, it can greatly raise a craftsman's reputation and the value of their creations. Kirik realizes that Gareth plans to participate. Gareth admits that he is not a great craftsman and his work is simple, but he still believes there is always a chance. The days pass quickly. When the day of the exhibition arrives, the village becomes lively. People gather as an announcement marks the start of the event. Blacksmiths fill the village square, each bringing out their best creations and setting up their stalls. Gareth and Kirik arrive together with their own work. Kirik looks around in amazement at the variety of items on display. There is so much to see. Gareth reminds him to focus, and they begin setting up their own stall among the others. As Kirik helps set up the stall, his attention shifts when he notices the same group of dwarves from earlier standing at a stall opposite theirs. The moment they see him, they begin to mock him again. They call him a pest and claim there is no place for someone without talent at an event like this. Their laughter carries across the space. Kirik can only stand there and endure it, his teeth clenched as he tries to hold himself together. Not far away, a young dwarf approaches one of the stalls. He studies the items on display, then casually picks up a hoe. The blacksmith quickly steps forward and tells him to put it back. Instead, the dwarf slams it onto the ground with force, snapping it clean in two. The blacksmith freezes in shock. The young dwarf lifts the broken handle as if to prove a point, calmly stating that it broke. Before anyone can react, he grabs another tool and destroys it just as easily. The blacksmith cries out in frustration as his work is ruined. The disturbance draws attention from all around. One by one, the other blacksmiths turn to look. Gareth and Kirik also shift their focus toward the growing chaos. The young dwarf continues moving from stall to stall, breaking everything in his path. Tools shatter. Carefully crafted items are reduced to useless pieces. The square fills with noise and confusion. Then he reaches Gareth's stall. Without hesitation, he takes Gareth's hammer and breaks it as well. When he finally stops, he stands in the middle of the wreckage, brushing dust off himself as if nothing serious has happened. He calmly remarks that none of the items impressed him, that nothing stood out. His words ignite the anger of the blacksmiths. They surge forward together, surrounding him and striking him with their fists. Their frustration pours out as they beat him, furious that their hard work has been destroyed. They refuse to let him walk away. Yet even as they hit him, he does not resist. Instead, he smiles. He encourages their reaction, saying this is the spirit he wanted to see. He admits he had feared they were all weak and lazy, but now he is relieved to be wrong. His attitude unsettles them. Why is he smiling? Why does he seem pleased? The blacksmiths hesitate, confused by his response. Then a loud shout cuts through the chaos. Everyone turns toward the source. A group of armed dwarves enters the square, carrying flags that are quickly recognized. These are symbols of the royal house. The atmosphere shifts instantly. The group approaches the young dwarf and stops in front of him. He greets their leader casually, calling him Uncle Davy and remarking that he took his time arriving. Before anyone can react, the leader steps forward and delivers a powerful headbutt that sends the young dwarf crashing to the ground. The impact shocks everyone, even the blacksmiths who were moments ago filled with rage. The leader scolds him harshly, saying he only looked away for a moment and the situation has already gone too far. He calls out his behavior as unacceptable, especially for someone of his status. The blacksmiths struggle to process what they are hearing. A prince? The young dwarf slowly rises, unfazed despite the blow, and casually comments on how strong his uncle still is. It becomes clear to everyone present that this troublemaker is no ordinary person. He is Leonidas, the prince of the dwarven nation. The blacksmiths suddenly realize that the dwarf they had just struck in anger is actually the prince of their nation. Fear takes over at once. They drop to the ground and bow deeply as their bodies tremble. They understand the weight of what they have done and quickly seek forgiveness for their behavior. The mood shifts completely. Everything feels tense and uncertain. Leonidas does not react with anger. Instead, he takes responsibility. He admits that he is the one who caused the damage in the first place. He apologizes calmly and accepts the fault as his own. He then reassures them that something better can be made. He believes that this is what true craftsmen do. His words catch them off guard. They look at him in surprise, then at each other. A new energy builds among them. Motivation replaces fear. They agree with his outlook and feel inspired to create something even greater. Their voices rise together in determination. Nearby, Uncle Davy watches and quietly notes that Leonidas has once again managed to win people over. Leonidas then points out that they will pay for everything that was broken. The blacksmiths bow again, this time in gratitude. Uncle Davy is left stunned by how quickly things have turned around. Soon after, Leonidas notices a pickaxe resting against a wall. He picks it up and studies it closely. Something about it feels different. He senses that the blacksmiths here still do not have what he is truly searching for. He wants something more. Without hesitation, he swings the pickaxe down with overwhelming force. The ground shatters instantly. A powerful shockwave spreads forward and sends the blacksmiths flying out of its path. A deep gorge forms where the pickaxe strikes. The impact is undeniable. Could this be what he has been looking for? The blacksmiths recognize the tool and explain that it came from Gareth's stall. They praise its quality and craftsmanship. Gareth himself looks confused and insists that it is not his work. He begins to wonder who could have made such a thing. At that moment, Kirik steps forward and quietly admits that he is the one who made it. He apologizes for not saying so earlier. Gareth is left speechless. Leonidas reacts immediately. He places an arm around Kirik and studies him with growing excitement. He now understands whose skill created the pickaxe. He eagerly asks what else Kirik has made. Kirik feels overwhelmed as he looks into Leonidas's intense and curious eyes. What more can he show? Kirik then leads Leonidas and the others to his secret base. It is a hidden house built inside a massive tree trunk. Since few people pay attention to him, he has spent his time alone, slowly building this place piece by piece. The space reflects both his imagination and his dedication. Inside, there is a small workshop where he practices crafting, inspired by Gareth's work. There is also a simple playground filled with clever designs. Logs are arranged like rollers to create a smooth slide. Each one is carefully shaped to match in size and thickness. A small seesaw stands nearby. Every detail shows patience and care. Leonidas looks around with clear admiration. He notices a crow's nest positioned high above with a wide view of the surroundings. There are spring-loaded wooden toys shaped like animals. The living area is mostly made of wood, giving it warmth, while the workshop uses stone to handle fire and heat. The entire base makes clever use of both the tree and the rocky slope beneath it. Scattered around are old tools once discarded by Gareth and others in the village. Kirik has collected and reused them, turning them into something meaningful. At the center of it all is a small but proper workshop. This is where he experiments and improves his craft every day. Leonidas swings down on a rope with Kirik clinging to him in fear. Kirik's body tenses as they descend, unsure of what will happen next. The moment they land, Leonidas moves with ease and curiosity. He begins testing the space like a child exploring something new. He steps onto the spring-loaded rolling toys and plays with them freely. Then he climbs onto a suspended bed made of ropes and lies back. His expression softens. He feels comfortable and satisfied. He recognizes something genuine in this place and quietly concludes that this is exactly what he has been looking for. Kirik watches in surprise. He starts to realize that Leonidas truly values the things he has built. Soon, Uncle Davy, Gareth, and the others arrive. They stop and observe the scene from a short distance. Uncle Davy cannot help but wonder what Leonidas is trying to do this time. Gareth's attention quickly shifts to Kirik, who is now speaking with excitement. Leonidas looks around again and acknowledges how impressive the place is. He studies the details and asks Kirik if he created everything on his own. He also wonders who taught him such skills. Kirik answers simply. He explains that no one taught him. He believes the ideas come to him naturally. He describes it as if voices guide him, though not in a literal sense. He places his hands on a nearby boulder and expresses a strange but sincere belief. In his mind, each material holds a purpose. Each one wants to become something specific. Leonidas listens at first with confusion. The idea sounds unusual. How can materials speak or express desire? But as he watches Kirik more closely, his perspective begins to shift. He starts to understand that Kirik is not speaking about actual voices. Instead, he is sensing the qualities of each material. He recognizes their potential without needing instruction. When Kirik suggests that the rock wants to become a chair, Leonidas finally sees the meaning behind his words. This is not imagination alone. It is instinct. It is talent. Seeing this, Leonidas becomes certain. He decides that Kirik is not an ordinary child. He steps closer and tells him to come along. He plans to take him back to the royal capital. Kirik reacts with shock. The idea feels sudden and overwhelming. Leonidas notices the hesitation and questions it. Kirik tries to explain. It is not a refusal. He simply cannot understand why he has been chosen. He sees himself as weak and unimportant. Leonidas reaches for his bruised hand and holds it firmly. He shows no concern for Kirik's doubts. Instead, he reassures him through his actions. He pats him gently and makes it clear that he sees value where others do not. In his eyes, Kirik is someone worth keeping close. Kirik meets Gareth before leaving. Gareth watches him closely and asks if this is truly what he wants. Kirik admits that he has always lived with Gareth and has never gone anywhere else, so he is unsure. But when he remembers Leonidas's words about being useful and having a place, something inside him changes. His uncertainty fades and is replaced by excitement. His eyes brighten with genuine joy as he realizes he wants to try this new path. Kirik then apologizes to Gareth for all the trouble he has caused over time. Gareth responds by gently patting his head and telling him not to miss him too much. The gesture makes Kirik emotional, and he struggles to hold back tears. Gareth reassures him again, saying that when Kirik's parents return, he will tell them that their son has stepped forward in life and found his direction. With that, Kirik finally leaves with Leonidas and the others. The group travels until they arrive before a massive gate marked with the dwarven symbol. An order is given, and the enormous gate slowly opens. Inside, the city of Barkway is revealed. Kirik looks in awe as he sees dwarves moving through their daily lives, tall buildings packed closely together, and busy stalls filled with goods. Leonidas explains that this is Barkway, his home. The city feels alive, filled with movement and sound. Kirik takes it all in, overwhelmed by how large and active it is. Barkway is known as the Fortress of Iron in the Dwarven tongue. It rests along the slope of the Cardoza mountain range, where farming is difficult but minerals and ores are abundant. It is the largest dwarven city, housing over 5,000 people. Four thick layers of walls surround it in a ring structure, guarded by trained iron soldiers. The city is part mine and part construction, built directly into stone and old tunnels. Abandoned mine shafts are reused as living and working spaces, giving the city a layered and practical design. The outer district is filled with shops, stalls, inns, and taverns. Traders and visitors gather there constantly, making it the busiest part of the city. Beyond that lies the residential district where most dwarves live, except for royals, their servants, and master craftsmen who often live above their workshops. Deeper still is the palace district, home to the royal family and their closest attendants. The structure of the city reflects order, tradition, and long-standing craftsmanship. As Leonidas walks through the streets, dwarves begin calling out to him in greeting. Many of them welcome him back warmly, showing clear respect and familiarity. Kirik watches in surprise, slowly realizing that Leonidas is not just a prince but someone deeply admired by the people. Before he can think further, a small dwarf girl rushes forward and leaps into Leonidas's arms, calling him Big Brother. She introduces herself through her actions as Darkione, the princess of the dwarven nation. Leonidas lifts her with one arm and casually asks if she has been behaving while he was away. Darkione answers honestly that she has not. He does not seem upset and instead praises her lightly, as if it is expected. Then he tells her he brought something for her. Darkione immediately brightens with excitement. The gift turns out to be a cursed stuffed bear sealed with strong magic and lingering resentment, sometimes even carrying faint voices of the dead. Kirik stiffens in fear, thinking she might reject it. Instead, Darkione reacts with pure excitement and calls it amazing, completely unbothered by its eerie nature. Not long after, another young dwarf boy arrives, commenting that the noise made him think Leonidas had returned and that he is earlier than expected. The dwarf boy is revealed to be the younger Nico, also known as Nikolaus, the second-born prince of the dwarven nation. Leonidas tells him not to worry and says he has brought something for him again. Nico brushes it off and insists he is fine. He reminds Leonidas to stop bringing strange artifacts back home. He then asks about the exhibition. From Leonidas' expression, it seems like another failure. But Leonidas says it is not a waste this time. He encourages Nico to take a look and gently pats Kirik's head, saying that Kirik is the real deal. Nico turns and studies Kirik, while Kirik quietly looks back at him. What is so special about this boy? Before anything more can be said, Uncle Davy arrives with a group of troops. He delivers a message that the king wants to see Leonidas immediately. Leonidas reacts at once. He says he has to go and explains that he was just about to take Kirik to the workshop. Instead, he asks Nico to handle it. Nico hesitates. He does not even know who Kirik is, so why should he take responsibility? But Leonidas does not wait for an answer. He leaves quickly, saying he is counting on him. Darkione follows behind him, and just like that, Nico is left with Kirik. Nico walks through the halls with Kirik following beside him. The silence feels heavy. Kirik tries to start a conversation and introduces himself properly. He confirms Nico's name, showing some effort to be polite. Nico does not like the tone. He tells Kirik not to speak to him so casually. He carries himself with pride and reminds Kirik that he is a prince. He sees a clear difference between them. In his mind, they are not equals. Kirik accepts this without protest and apologizes. Why does he not argue back? They eventually reach a large entrance. Nico pushes the door open, and the sound of metal striking metal fills the air. Inside, burly dwarven craftsmen work with full focus. Sparks fly as hammers hit glowing iron. The heat is intense, and the rhythm of the workshop never stops. Kirik looks around with quiet amazement. This place feels alive. This is the Great Dwarven Workshop, the largest in the entire country. Blacksmiths work day and night without rest. Magma flows from deep within the mountain and runs through ancient rune channels. These runes refine the molten material into pure iron. The iron is then directed to different stations, where skilled hands shape it into tools and everyday items. Nearby, processed metal is set aside for casting and crafting. Finished goods are loaded into mine carts and sent out for inspection before they leave the workshop. The magma is carefully divided into smaller streams so it can be used when needed. One channel holds liquid iron, kept hot so it stays workable. Rows of anvils stand ready for forging. Not far away, a pool of water waits for cooling. The temperature is controlled with care, just right for dipping newly shaped metal. Everything here runs with purpose. Kirik looks around in open surprise as he takes in the massive workshop. He admits that he has never seen anything this large before. Nico does not seem impressed. He picks up a hammer and tells Kirik to stop standing around and prove himself. Kirik hesitates, unsure of what is expected. The noise of metal striking metal continues all around them, but Nico makes it clear that this is not a place for idling. He intends to test Kirik and see what he is capable of. The nearby blacksmiths begin to notice the exchange. One by one, they turn their attention toward Kirik. Their eyes carry quiet judgment. Nico watches closely. He thinks that Kirik may not look like much, but since Leonidas personally brought him here, there must be something worth seeing. Is there more to him than it seems? Kirik nods and steps forward. He accepts the hammer, but the moment he grips it, it slips from his hands and crashes to the ground with a heavy thud. The sound echoes across the workshop. Kirik freezes in shock. He quickly tries to lift the hammer again, but it does not move. He strains with all his strength, yet it remains firmly in place. Nico watches with a puzzled look before asking what he is doing. Kirik admits that the hammer is too heavy for him. Nico responds casually and says that it only weighs 50 kilograms, which is the standard size in this workshop. Kirik repeats the number in disbelief. He explains that the tools in his village are much lighter and says that blacksmiths in a place like this must be on another level. Nico lets out a short, mocking laugh. At that moment, he realizes that Kirik is far weaker than he expected. Elsewhere, Leonidas walks with Uncle Davy and Darkion toward the palace. They move quickly through the grand halls until they reach the throne room. Inside, the Dwarven king sits waiting, accompanied by 3 imposing figures. Leonidas immediately notices them. The king greets him and asks if the exhibition was a success. Leonidas does not answer directly. Instead, he observes that only 3 of the 4 great hammers are present. His eyes rest on the figures before him. One of them sits quietly on the ground, while the others stand with strong presence. The king remains on his throne, calm but serious. He then reveals the reason for the summons. War is beginning to break out. Leonidas asks what the king means about war. The Dwarven king, Jirahan, sits firmly on his throne and watches him. Before the king can answer, a man with a scar steps forward. This is Shatre, the head sword of the 4 hammers. He greets Leonidas with a steady voice. Beside him stands Magna, the only woman among them, and the head axe. She reacts sharply and questions where Leonidas has been, reminding him that the matter at hand is serious. Not far from her, Gispa, the head bow, offers a simple greeting with a calm wave. Then Davos, also known as Uncle Davy and the head shield, speaks up and urges everyone to continue with the briefing. A large map scroll is spread across the table, and they all gather around it. Jirahan explains that the Mashira, the giant monkeys who live near their borders, have begun causing trouble. Shatre takes over and summarizes the situation. He explains that their nation depends on trade. They export crafted goods to other lands and receive crops and supplies in return. One of their key partners is Grol. Now the Mashira are claiming that land as their own. If Grol is lost, the dwarves will suffer greatly. Leonidas quickly understands how serious this is. Shatre continues and warns that conflict could begin at any moment. The Mashira are described as powerful enemies. Even among monsters, they are feared. One of them can match the strength of 100 dwarven soldiers. Jirahan adds that if war breaks out, it will cost many lives, and the Mashira do not seem willing to negotiate. Leonidas thinks for a moment and suggests another way. He proposes a single combat between champions instead of a full war. The others look at him in surprise. Magna considers the idea and notes that the Mashira must have a reason for their claim. Leonidas explains that if neither side wants a full war and talks are not working, then a duel could settle everything. Davos reacts strongly and dismisses the idea as childish. But Jirahan speaks again and agrees with Leonidas. He believes the Mashira, being proud of their strength, would likely accept such a challenge. Davos still has doubts. He questions who could possibly face such a powerful enemy. Leonidas answers without hesitation. He steps forward with confidence and says that he will fight. He believes he cannot be defeated. Davos is taken aback. Darkion shows clear excitement. The other leaders study Leonidas carefully, while Jirahan watches him with quiet pride. The decision begins to take shape. A few days later, Leonidas stands outside the palace and meets Nico. Nico has already heard the news. It seems everyone is talking about the upcoming duel with a Mashira. Leonidas confirms it calmly and then asks about Kirik. Nico says he did as asked and took Kirik to the workshop. Leonidas thanks him, but Nico adds with a mocking tone that Leonidas may need better judgment when it comes to choosing craftsmen. Leonidas is caught off guard by this comment. What happened while he was away? That night, the workshop dormitory was quiet. Kirik sits alone, curled up with his legs pulled close. His mood is heavy. He thinks about the day and how the blacksmiths reacted to him. He could not even carry a simple box. They told him to stand aside and stay out of the way. The memory makes him feel small and useless. Is this really where he belongs? The door opens, and Leonidas steps inside. He notices Kirik's state at once and asks what is wrong. Without waiting too long, he tells Kirik to follow him. They move to Leonidas's room. Leonidas tells him not to be nervous and begins searching through a box. After a moment, he pulls out a strange piece of iron and tosses it to Kirik. Kirik catches it and looks closely. It appears to be nothing more than a rough lump of metal. Leonidas then explains that it is actually a hammer he made when he was around Kirik's age. Kirik stares at it, unsure how to react. It does not look like a proper tool at all. He wonders if this is meant to be a joke. Leonidas notices his expression and asks if he finds it funny. Kirik quickly denies it, slightly startled. Leonidas laughs lightly and admits the truth himself. He knows it looks terrible. He remembers that he was not skilled at all back then. Leonidas admits that he once had no talent for crafting. He says he was a real disappointment in that regard. Kirik is surprised to hear this, especially since Leonidas is a prince. It does not match what he expects. Leonidas then says he gained something else instead. He reaches for a massive hammer, one that is even larger than his own body, and lifts it with a single hand as if it weighs nothing. Kirik watches in shock. The difference in strength is overwhelming. Leonidas explains that this unusual strength became his path. Since he could not create like the others, he chose to protect the country instead. That is where he found his place. Then he turns the focus back to Kirik. He points out that Kirik may be small and lacks physical strength, but he has already made something impressive. Something that even surprised him. Kirik listens quietly. Leonidas asks why he lets the opinions of others weigh him down so much. He tells him to trust his own worth. Then he asks a simple but heavy question. What kind of dwarf does Kirik want to become? Leonidas rests the hammer on his shoulder and looks into the distance, leaving Kirik to think about the answer. 1 week passes. The capital stands tense and alert. Davos and the troops gather along the outermost walls, preparing for what is coming. Orders are given to hold position and be ready for combat. The air feels thick with anticipation. Then a heavy sound echoes across the ground. A massive palm slams down, sending dust into the air. From within that haze, a pair of fierce eyes appears. The Mashira have arrived. One after another, their enormous forms emerge. They are giant monkeys with powerful bodies and harsh, violent expressions. Each step they take shakes the ground. The Mashira step forward as a group, roaring with loud and aggressive voices. They raise their fists and the sight alone is enough to shake the dwarven soldiers. From the walls, the dwarves stare in disbelief. The Mashira looks even larger than the rumor suggested. Each one is as tall as the capital walls, even while crouching. The troops begin to tremble. They know their prince, Leonidas, is about to face one of these monsters alone. Though dwarves are known for their strength, fear still spreads among them. Can anyone truly stand against such creatures? Leonidas walks calmly toward the gate, his massive hammer resting across his shoulder. His steps are steady. Ahead, Nico and Darkion wait for him. They call out as he approaches. An order is given, and the heavy gates begin to open. Before stepping through, Leonidas gently pats Darkion on the head and reassures her with a quiet confidence. At that moment, Kirik runs forward, calling out to him. He is out of breath, clearly having rushed to get there in time. Leonidas glances back and notices him, pausing just for a moment. Outside the walls, the Mashira suddenly lower themselves. They bow with both hands stretched forward in a show of respect. The ground shakes again as something larger approaches. A path opens among them. Carried forward by the others is an even more massive figure. Shatre recognizes him at once. This is the leader of the Mashira, the elder known as Nakushi, a veteran of 100 battles. Nakushi's presence is overwhelming. His eyes are deep and sharp, almost hollow, giving him a fearsome look. Strange skull-like beads hang from his hair, and metal bands wrap around his forearms. In his hand, he carries a huge club made from the skeleton of a monster, its edges jagged and dangerous. Even among the Mashira, he stands far larger than the rest. The dwarven soldiers feel their fear deepen. How can anyone face such a being? The gates fully open, and Leonidas steps out alone. The soldiers watch closely as he walks toward Nakushi without hesitation. Compared to the giant before him, Leonidas looks almost insignificant. Nakushi looks down at him and mocks his small size. Leonidas accepts the comment calmly and even acknowledges Nakushi's strength. But before anything more can be said, Nakushi attacks without warning. He swings his massive club down with full force, aiming to crush Leonidas where he stands. Shock spreads across the dwarven ranks. The leaders and soldiers call out in alarm. But the strike hits nothing. Leonidas has already moved. He leaps high into the air and appears behind Nakushi. The giant quickly notices him. Mid-air, Leonidas raises his hammer and brings it down without hesitation. Nakushi reacts instantly and jumps back, narrowly avoiding the blow. The fight begins in earnest. Leonidas presses forward, swinging his hammer with great force. Nakushi dodges again, moving with surprising speed for his size. He counters with a powerful palm strike, but Leonidas jumps back just in time. Nakushi shifts into a strange, unpredictable fighting style. His movements become wild and fluid, using every part of his body in what resembles a chaotic dance. He lunges forward and swings his club again, but Leonidas keeps his distance and avoids each strike. Nakushi pauses for a moment and comments on what he has heard about dwarves being cowardly, yet the one before him shows no fear at all. Leonidas responds simply in his own way. Every race has its exceptions. And at this moment, he stands as one of them. Kirik, Nico, and Darkion run forward together, unable to stay back any longer as they watch the fight. Their eyes remain fixed on Leonidas. Davos stands nearby, tense and uneasy. He complains that Nakushi is not fighting fairly, pointing out the sudden and relentless attacks. Shatre hears him and responds calmly. He explains that the Mashira are naturally built for combat. Their size hides their speed, and that makes them dangerous. Even so, he believes Leonidas is stronger. Out on the battlefield, Leonidas proves his strength. He swings his hammer and meets Nakushi's massive club head-on. The clash sends a heavy shock through the air. This time, Nakushi is pushed back. Leonidas presses forward and strikes again with both hands, forcing the giant to retreat a step. A faint smile appears on Leonidas' face. From the walls, the dwarven troops erupt with hope. They shout that Leonidas has the advantage and urge him to keep attacking. Gispa turns to Davos and asks if he forged that weapon. Davos answers with pride. He says it was made specifically for this moment and for Leonidas alone. In his eyes, it is the strongest weapon in the world. But as Leonidas rolls his arm and prepares to continue, something unexpected happens. The head of the hammer suddenly cracks and crumbles apart, leaving only the handle in his grip. Gispa quietly admits he feared this would happen. No matter how strong the weapon is, it cannot withstand Leonidas' overwhelming power. Davos reacts sharply, frustrated that this is not the time for calm observation. Without a proper weapon, he believes Leonidas is finished. Gispa asks if there is any backup. Davos answers harshly. There is nothing that can replace a weapon like that. Seeing the hammer break, Nakushi wastes no time. He lunges forward and declares the fight over. He raises his massive club and brings it down with full force. The dwarves cry out in fear as the blow lands. Dust rises from the impact. Nikushi laughs, convinced that the battle has ended and that the dwarves are weak as he expected. But something feels wrong. The club does not move any further. Nikushi pauses. Beneath the weight of that enormous weapon, Leonidas still stands. In his hand is a small blade. It holds the giant club in place, refusing to break despite the difference in size and force. Nikushi realizes that his attack has been stopped. Moments earlier, before the battle, Kirik had run up to Leonidas and handed him that very blade. He had remembered Leonidas' question from that night. What kind of dwarf does he want to be? This time, Kirik had his answer. He wanted to be a craftsman. Someone who creates things that bring joy to others. That is the path he chooses for himself. Leonidas had been surprised. Nico had reacted sharply, unable to understand why Kirik would interrupt such a serious moment. But Leonidas simply accepted the blade and thanked him with a smile. Now, that same blade stands against Nikushi's overwhelming force. Leonidas grips it firmly and deflects the massive club. Sparks burst from the clash as the two face each other again. The battlefield falls into a tense silence. Leonidas cannot help but think back to Kirik's determination. A small, rough blade, made with care and purpose, holds strong where even the greatest weapon fails. A smile forms on Leonidas' face once more. In his mind, the answer is clear. Kirik truly is the real deal. Nikushi refuses to give up. He raises his club again and brings it down with even greater force and speed. The impact should crush anything in its path. But Leonidas stands firm. He blocks the strike once more with the small blade. From the walls, the king and the heads of the four hammers watch in disbelief. The difference in size and power makes no sense. Then, in a sudden turn, the impossible happens. The blade cuts through the massive club. The weapon shatters apart, and Nikushi loses his balance and crashes to the ground. Leonidas steps forward without hesitation. He places his foot on Nikushi and holds the short blade close to the giant's face. The fight is over. He acknowledges that it was a strong battle and leaves him with a simple truth. When someone is the real deal, size does not matter. Strength alone is not everything. He stands there, calm and dominant, as the blade hovers just inches away. For a brief moment, everything is silent. Then the cheers erupt. Kirik, Nico, and Darkion shout with joy. The soldiers throw their helmets and weapons into the air. The walls shake with celebration as the dwarves chant Leonidas' name. Victory is clear. Leonidas has defeated Nikushi. Leonidas soon walks back toward the others. Without warning, he lifts Kirik onto his shoulder. Kirik is caught off guard. Leonidas turns to face the troops gathered above and calls for their attention. He introduces Kirik to everyone. He declares that Kirik is the craftsman who made the blade that secured this victory. He calls him the real deal. The statement shocks many, especially Nico. Even the workshop craftsmen are stunned. To them, Kirik is just the boy who handles small tasks. Leonidas continues and says that even though Kirik is small and young, he is now one of them. He asks if anyone has a problem with that. For a moment, there is silence. Then the entire crowd responds at once. They shout in approval. The dwarves begin to cheer for Kirik, calling his name again and again. The attention shifts completely toward him. Even Davos watches with interest, wondering how such a blade was made. Kirik stands there, overwhelmed. Just hours ago, he felt useless. Now, everyone acknowledges him. The change is sudden, but it feels real. A smile slowly forms on his face. Several days later, peace returns. Davos reports to the king that the Mashira have withdrawn without causing further trouble. The king explains that they are warriors who respect strength above all else. Since Leonidas defeated their leader, they now accept his authority. In a show of respect, Nikushi kneels before Leonidas. The other Mashira follows, bowing deeply in the same manner. Not long after, a guard brings news that a trading convoy has returned. Large carriages pulled by wild boars enter the palace grounds. The envoys begin unloading their goods. The dwarves look on with relief as they see large supplies of crops and produce. It is enough to sustain them through the winter. As the last of the cargo is examined, a strange sound draws attention. A rattling noise comes from a cage at the back. Something inside is moving. A low growl follows. The dwarves step closer, curious and cautious. The cage shakes again. One of them recognizes it and notes how rare it is. Inside is a strange creature. Its body is split in color, half black and half white. Each eye matches the color of its side. It has sharp claws, bird-like legs, and a long tail. Its appearance is unusual and unsettling. It looks like some kind of mutant. The growling continues as it watches them closely. What exactly have they brought back this time? In Barkway, the capital of the Dwarven nation, the streets are filled with excited voices. Dwarves gather in small groups, talking about Leonidas and his battle with Nikushi. They all agree that Leonidas is strong, but none of them ever imagined he could win with only a dagger. What surprises them even more is the truth behind that weapon. It was made by a child. Kirik. Many still struggle to believe it. How could someone so young create something that powerful? Their attention shifts toward the workshop. Inside, Kirik is already at work. He stands at the forge, striking heated metal with steady focus. Each hit sends sparks flying into the air. Around him lie several finished pieces. 5 different weapons, each with its own unique shape and careful design. Davos, Gispa, and Magna stand nearby, studying them closely. Davos speaks with clear admiration. He praises the beauty, sharpness, and balance of the weapons. Everything about them feels precise. Kirik listens and feels a quiet sense of pride. Davos grows more excited. He steps forward and grabs Kirik, already calling him master. He eagerly asks if Kirik can teach him these crafting techniques. Gispa gives a small approving gesture, while Magna watches with a warm smile. Kirik tries to explain his process. He says that the rocks in the mine seem to shine and send signals to him. He simply chooses the ones that glow the brightest. He wonders if others cannot see it. Davos pauses, impressed. He realizes that Kirik can judge materials just by looking. Gispa explains further. Some dwarves are born with the ability to see the mana within objects. Where most would see an ordinary mountain, someone like Kirik sees hidden, shining ores. It is a rare gift. At that moment, Leonidas walks into the workshop with Darkion clinging to his arm. He observes Kirik and notes that he is making himself useful. Kirik notices him and quickly greets him. He expresses his gratitude for the special tools Leonidas provided. The set is perfectly suited for him. Light and easy to handle. Even the hammer weighs only 1 kilogram. Kirik admits that without these tools, he would not be able to work this hard. Leonidas reacts with a hint of annoyance. He tells Kirik to stop calling him prince. The formality feels unnecessary. Kirik is caught off guard and does not know how to respond. He tries to object, but Leonidas cuts him off and insists that he should simply call him Leo. The tone is firm but friendly. Leonidas then speaks more seriously. He tells Kirik to stand tall. It was Kirik's weapon that helped save the entire nation. Kirik immediately tries to deny it and insists that he should be the one giving thanks instead. But before he can finish, Leonidas does something unexpected. He drops to one knee in front of Kirik. The others watch in shock. A prince kneeling like this is not something they ever imagined. Leonidas raises his fist and says he is counting on Kirik. He calls him his partner. The word hangs in the air. Kirik stands frozen for a moment, unsure if he heard correctly. Then, slowly, he lifts his hand and bumps fists with Leonidas. A smile spreads across both their faces. Far from the lively capital, in an abandoned mine deep within the mountains, Nico walks alone toward a dark entrance. He carries a piece of bone in one hand and a small bucket of meat in the other. The path is quiet, except for the faint movement of spiders along the walls. Nico grimaces in disgust and questions why he has to do this task. Back at the palace, the source of the problem is clear. A strange creature thrashes inside a reinforced cage. It snaps wildly, its mouth opening as it tries to bite through the bars. Nico jumps back in alarm when he sees it up close. He asks what exactly it is. The king calmly explains that with trade restored, they have received a rare creature as a gift. It is called a chimera. Nico repeats the name, still unsure. The king continues. Very little is known about the true nature of a chimera. However, it could become useful in the future. For now, he wants Nico to take care of it. Nico protests immediately. He does not understand the creature at all. The king then adds something more concerning. The people who sent it may have failed to care for it properly. They may have even treated it badly. Because of that, the creature's heart has become closed off from the world. Nico protests immediately. He insists that feeding a dangerous creature is not a task for a prince and suggests sending soldiers instead. The Dwarven king reacts sharply. He orders Nico to take responsibility and make himself useful for once. The tone leaves no room for argument. Nico freezes for a moment, then quickly agrees and rushes off. Chatre quietly questions the king's decision, pointing out that taming a chimera is difficult and dangerous for anyone. The king remains firm. He believes this task is necessary. Now, at the entrance of an abandoned mine, Nico calls out nervously that it is time to eat. Before he can react, the chimera lunges at him with its jaws wide open. At the same time, Kirik steps out of the workshop carrying his tools. He hears the shout and looks down toward the mine. He spots Nico running in panic, with the chimera close behind. The creature growls loudly as it corners Nico. Nico snaps back in frustration, complaining that he went through the trouble of bringing food, yet the chimera acts wildly and without reason. The response comes instantly. The chimera bites into his forearm. Nico screams in pain. Just then, Kirik rushes over and checks on him, asking if he is alright. They manage to retreat and block the mine entrance with whatever they can find. The chimera keeps pushing against the barricade, growling and trying to break through. Nico paces around, clearly frustrated. He complains that the creature is too violent and impossible to handle. He calls it useless and sees no point in trying. Hearing this, Kirik recalls his own past, the way he was treated and dismissed back in his village. Without much thought, Nico hands the bucket of food to Kirik. He declares that he is leaving and tells Kirik to deal with the problem instead. Kirik is left stunned as Nico walks away, still telling him not to slack off. Now alone, Kirik looks at the barricade and begins to think. He starts building something simple. A one-person seesaw, similar to one he once had. On one end, he places a small wooden doll. The chimera peeks through the gaps in the barricade. Its curiosity is clear. It slowly moves closer, watching the strange object. The next day, Nico returns and finds the area in a mess. Pieces of wood are scattered everywhere. He asks what happened. Kirik explains that he tried to make a seesaw for the chimera, but it ended up destroying it. Nico questions if Kirik was that lonely to think such an idea would work. Kirik does not deny it. He simply accepts the outcome. As Kirik reflects, he remembers what Chatre said. Chimeras are rare and powerful creatures. They carry traits from many different monsters. This one is no exception. Kirik begins listing what he has observed. The chimera has a crystal unicorn horn, known to be one of the hardest materials and highly valued. Its ears resemble those of a whisper rabbit, able to detect even the smallest sounds. Its eyes come from a sky eagle, sharp enough to track targets from far distances. Its wings are like those of a harpy, small but strong, capable of fast movement through the air. Its tail belongs to a boulder Kong, flexible and fully controllable, ending in a scorpion-like stinger filled with deadly venom. Its legs are from a sonic rabbit, giving it incredible speed and jumping ability. It also has ground mole claws, allowing it to dig through tough earth with ease. Kirik writes all of this down carefully in his notebook. Each detail matters. Nico watches him and asks what exactly he is doing. Kirik turns to Nico and asks for a favor. He wants help. Nico hesitates, unsure how he got dragged into this, but he agrees anyway. The two of them begin working together to tame the chimera. It is not easy. Their first attempt is destroyed almost immediately. The chimera tears through what they build without hesitation. Nico loses his temper and lashes out in frustration. Kirik struggles to calm him down and urges him to keep trying. They build again. The next day, everything is gone once more. Nico grows more irritated with each failure. Why does nothing work? Time passes. A full month goes by. Nico now looks tired, his energy worn down by repeated effort. Kirik, however, keeps going. He continues building, focused and patient. Nico watches him and complains that all they have been doing is making strange and useless things. Kirik signals for him to stay quiet and points toward the chimera. This time, something is different. The chimera is moving across a stretched spider web. The web bends under its weight, then springs back. The creature begins to bounce. Higher and higher it goes. Nico and Kirik watch in surprise as it launches into the air with incredible force. Its powerful legs and the elasticity of the web work perfectly together. The chimera ricochets through the trampolines with speed that is hard to follow. Then it lands inside a mine cart. The cart shoots forward along a track at high speed. Nico quickly notices something wrong. The rails ahead are broken. There is no path forward. He expects the chimera to fall. But instead, the creature spreads its wings. It flaps them and lifts into the air, carrying the cart along with it. Both Nico and Kirik are stunned by what they see. The chimera glides smoothly until it reaches another section of track and lands again without slowing down. Kirik calmly explains that he designed it this way on purpose. It would be too dangerous for anyone else, but not for a chimera. This is not just a structure. It is an off-the-rails mine cart course. The cart speeds forward and heads straight toward a massive boulder. At the last moment, the chimera thrusts its head forward. Its unicorn horn pierces through the rock with ease, shattering it into pieces. For the first time, the chimera shows clear joy. It moves from one jagged edge to another, swinging and leaping freely. Its earlier aggression is gone. In its place is excitement. Kirik watches closely and understands. All that strength and ability had no outlet before. The chimera was not just violent, it was restless. It needed a way to use its power. The right environment changes everything. He tells Nico that this success is thanks to his help. Nico straightens up and agrees proudly. What they have created is more than a solution. It is a specialized space designed only for a chimera. A dangerous obstacle park built inside the abandoned mine. Every part of it matches the creature's abilities. There is the off-the-rails mine cart coaster, where broken tracks force the chimera to glide through the air before landing again. There is the boulder smash area, where high-speed impact allows the horn to break massive rocks, releasing both energy and hidden minerals. At the end lies a pit filled with sand and shattered stone, perfect for sharpening claws. A jagged climbing wall stands nearby, where the chimera can use its tail to grip and move across sharp surfaces. Above it all are the spider trampolines, made from tough webbing left behind in the mine. These webs, combined with the creature's powerful legs, allow for fast and explosive jumps in every direction. The chimera grows even more excited as it finally finds comfort and joy in the space Kirik created. It suddenly licks Kirik's cheeks and wraps its body around him in a tight hug. Kirik laughs slightly, saying it tickles and tries to gently steady himself. Nico watches from nearby and comments that the chimera seems to really like Kirik. The chimera happily repeats Kirik's name over and over, its voice full of energy. Then it turns toward Nico. It tries to pronounce his name, but gets it wrong and calls him Pico instead. Nico immediately protests, telling it not to give him a ridiculous nickname. But the chimera only repeats it again, louder this time. Nico grows even more frustrated, insisting it stop, while Kirik can only watch the exchange with quiet amusement. Despite the teasing, the chimera's behavior is no longer wild. It feels almost playful now, like it has finally found a place where it belongs. Far away, in the human world, night falls over the royal capital. The streets are filled with celebration. People cheer loudly, welcoming back their heroes from the monster world. Among the crowd, a massive severed Mashira head is displayed as proof of victory. Its size alone makes many citizens uneasy, and some stare at it in fear. Still, the atmosphere remains festive. The hero party gathers in a hall, raising cups of beer in celebration. Laughter and pride fill the room. One of them asks if their next destination will be Barkway. The hero, Kaguri, stands calmly among them. He rests both hands on his sword and speaks with quiet confidence. He declares that they will eventually defeat the dwarven nation as well. His tone is steady, almost certain, as if it is only a matter of time. He acknowledges that the journey ahead will be long and demands that the army prepare themselves for the coming trials. The soldiers respond with loud chants, raising their weapons in agreement. Kaguri then walks through the cheering crowd. People part to make way for him, praising him as he passes. His presence draws attention from every direction. Amid the celebration, a young girl stands nearby holding a tray filled with cups of beer and a jug. She watches him quietly and murmurs to herself, welcoming him home as master. The chimera moves closer with visible excitement. It calls out to Kirik and Nico, though it gets their names wrong and says something closer to Kiruk and Pico. Its tail swings from side to side without stopping. The creature now sits comfortably on Nico's head as he walks through the crowd with Kirik. Around them, dwarves begin to notice. They watch with interest and quiet surprise. Kirik observes that the chimera seems much friendlier now. It even tries to remember their names. Nico disagrees and points out that the names are still completely off. As they continue walking, murmurs spread through the crowd. The dwarves talk among themselves. Some say Nico is the one who tames the chimera. Others find that hard to believe, especially since the chimera is known to be difficult to handle. One dwarf suggests that Nico builds a special playground for it. Another wonders if that could really be true. Is that what makes the difference? Before the conversation settles, the dwarven king approaches with his royal guards. The mood shifts at once. Nico notices him and stiffens. He quickly says he is just about to come and see him. The moment feels tense, but it does not last long. The chimera leans forward and presses against Nico's face, still full of energy. It keeps moving and bumping into him, almost kicking as it tries to play. Nico struggles to push it away and insists that now is not the time. The king watches this quietly. He sees the chimera's behavior and Nico's effort to manage it. Then the king reaches out and gently pats Nico on the head. He admits that he never expects to see the creature this calm. He praises Nico for what he has done. The words land heavily. Nico freezes for a moment. He does not react right away. The king continues and says the task must have been difficult, yet Nico succeeds and impresses everyone. Kirik begins to clap. Others follow. Soon the entire crowd joins in. The dwarves show their approval openly. Nico stands there, still trying to process it all. He feels the weight of the moment and drifts into his own thoughts. He remembers a time from long ago, when praise comes easily and often. Back then, people called him the jewel of their nation. They say he will grow into a great leader. He wonders when that feeling begins to fade. When does everything start to change? He thinks about himself and his older brother, Leonidas. They are always seen as the future of the kingdom. People cheer for them and place their hopes on them. But the difference between them is clear even then. Nico struggles to lift a standard hammer. It feels heavy in his hands. His brother, on the other hand, swings a massive hammer with ease, using only one hand. The gap is impossible to ignore. That is when Nico begins to understand something important. The expectations placed on him are not truly his own. They exist because of his brother's strength. Leonidas sets the standard, and Nico is measured against it. But Nico does not share that same power. He knows it. Nico grows up knowing he is not like the others. Even children his age from common families show more skill than he does. He struggles to forge something as simple as a knife, while another boy completes the same task with ease. The difference is obvious. It stays with him. It builds into frustration that he cannot shake. He becomes angry more often than he realizes. His older brother, Leonidas, notices this and tells him not to worry so much. But the words do not settle anything. Nico still hears the whispers. One day, he overhears dwarves speaking about him. They call him mean. They speak as if he is difficult to deal with. Instead of stepping back, he reacts by hiding behind arrogance. He acts harshly and pushes others around. The dwarves bow out of respect for his status, not because they accept him. At the same time, he sees Leonidas standing among them with ease. The dwarves speak to his brother openly. They respect him in a way that feels real. Nico stands nearby, but he is left out. Why does it come so naturally to his brother? Back in the present, the weight of these memories becomes too much. Nico suddenly breaks down. The emotion spills out before he can stop it. Kirik notices and asks if he is alright. The question catches Nico off guard. He snaps back quickly and says he is clearly not alright. His reaction confuses Kirik, who does not fully understand what is happening. Nico wipes his eyes, trying to regain control. The chimera, still close by, gently pats his arm in a simple attempt to comfort him. The dwarven king watches everything in silence, saying nothing. Later that evening, the mood becomes calmer. Kirik points out that the chimera still does not have a name. The creature sticks out its tongue playfully, unaware of the discussion. Kirik says it feels wrong to leave it unnamed and suggests they choose one. He thinks about what a chimera is, a mix of many different creatures, and decides on a name that reflects that. He calls it Mixie. He lifts the creature slightly as he says it, testing how it sounds. The chimera repeats the name in its own way. Kirik smiles and says that settles it. Nico watches closely, unsure at first. He wonders if the chimera will accept the name. Then the creature lets out a happy sound and repeats it again with clear excitement. It likes it. Nico feels a quiet surprise at how easily this works. He looks at Kirik, who is now playing with Mixie without any hesitation. There is something natural about the way Kirik handles things. Nico begins to think about him more carefully. He remembers how Kirik struggles at the beginning. Kirik is small and lacks strength. He has no family to support him. Even so, he keeps moving forward on his own. He builds, learns, and improves through effort alone. Nico compares that to himself and feels the gap. What has he really done on his own? Kirik notices the change in Nico's expression and calls out to him. Nico reacts immediately. He bows deeply without hesitation. The sudden movement surprises Kirik. Nico stays in that position and apologizes for everything. He admits that it may be too late, but he still asks if Kirik can teach him how to make things. Kirik is caught off guard and asks where this is coming from. Nico explains that all he ever does with the Chimera is follow Kirik's lead. Kirik tries to deny it, but Nico insists. He admits that he relies on his status for too long and never truly accomplishes anything by himself. He says he wants to change that. He wants to become useful. He wants to create something with his own hands, just like Kirik. He listens and takes a moment before responding. He says he cannot promise to teach like a master, but they can work together and build side by side. He offers a small, honest smile. Nico accepts this immediately and says he will start calling Kirik his master from now on. That idea shocks Kirik. He refuses right away and says it is not appropriate, especially since Nico is a prince. Nico insists and even begs, holding on to the idea with unexpected seriousness. Kirik grows uneasy and asks him to stop. The situation becomes awkward. After a moment, Nico adjusts and suggests calling him something else instead. He settles on calling him brother. Kirik hesitates but admits that it is much better than the previous option. Nico accepts that as his limit. Nico quickly regains his energy and asks Kirik to allow him the honor of assisting. Kirik tells him there is no need to be so formal, but Nico insists that it is not optional. He treats the moment seriously, as if this is something he must do properly. Beside them, Mixie suddenly repeats the word bro, copying what it hears. Nico notices this and points out how fast the creature learns. Work begins without delay. Nico takes up a hammer and starts striking heated iron, though his movements are rough at first. Kirik steps in and shows him how to hold the tool correctly. The adjustment is small, but it makes a difference. Nearby, Kirik struggles with a large wooden box. Nico moves in to help without hesitation. They exchange a brief look, then lift it together. Their timing improves as they work side by side. Mixie rests on top of the box, completely relaxed, as if it trusts them fully now. The work continues through the day. Mixie even joins in at times, dragging pieces of wood along in its own way. Later, Nico and Kirik stand inside the workshop. Heat fills the space as they return a piece of metal to the furnace. The glow intensifies, and the metal burns bright under the fire. They focus on the process, repeating each step and refining their movements. Time passes steadily. Several months later, the scene shifts to the palace. The Dwarven King sits in a formal meeting with the heads of the Four Hammers and Leonidas. A letter lies at the center of their discussion. Leonidas picks it up and studies it carefully. He notes that it is an invitation from the Demon Lord, something he does not expect. The situation feels serious. Davos suggests that this may be a response to their refusal to supply weapons for the human world invasion. Leonidas makes his stance clear. The dwarves have always stood against war, and he sees no reason to change that now. He grips the letter tightly as he speaks. Davos raises concern about the consequences of defying the Demon Lord, but Leonidas decides on his course. He will go himself and address the matter directly. There is no hesitation in his choice. Soon after, he prepares to leave. A troop gathers at the gate as he mounts a wild boar. The dwarves along the walls watch and wave as he rides out. Leonidas acknowledges them with a brief gesture before continuing forward. The Dwarven King stands back and observes his departure in silence. At that moment, Nico and Kirik come running. They carry a large object wrapped in cloth between them. Their pace is hurried, but steady. They call out, trying to reach Leonidas before he gets too far. He turns and notices them. Kirik explains that they have completed the item he requested. Nico adds that the design is far more complicated than expected. They reveal the object. It is a new weapon, built specifically for Leonidas. At first glance, it looks unusual, with a strange scale and structure. Kirik instructs him to turn a dial. When Leonidas does, multiple components shift and unfold. Among them is a large, sharp pair of scissors. Leonidas studies it with clear interest. He seems impressed by what he sees. Kirik explains that it includes all the features Leonidas asked for, along with a few additional ideas to improve its function. The weapon is designed as a multifunction blade, built to handle a wide range of situations. It contains 10 core functions. A 3-stage blade extends its reach when facing massive monsters. A built-in fire starter helps with cooking and can drive away weaker creatures. The structure allows it to be anchored into large trees or cliffs, giving the user a way to rest while climbing. A smaller luminous stone knife provides better control for precise tasks, and its faint glow makes it useful at night. Other tools are integrated into the design. There is a giant scissor, a saw, and a spring mechanism. A net made from strong spider silk yarn can be deployed when needed. The handle connects all parts securely, while a harpoon and hook rope extend its reach even further. The combination of powerful springs and rotating spiral drills allows for sudden bursts of speed and force. Several days pass, and far from the dwarven nation, a figure named Kagri rides on horseback alongside another man. They stop at the edge of a high cliff. The wind moves steadily around them as the man lifts a pair of binoculars and looks into the distance. Far ahead, the capital of the dwarven nation comes into view. He confirms that they have found their target. He notes that the remaining resistance has already been cleared, and at this pace, their advance will not be slowed. The path ahead seems open. Below, the human army moves with force and coordination. Their voices rise together in a unified war cry. The sound carries across the land. The Mashira, who once stood in their way, are now gone. Their territory has been overrun, leaving nothing to delay the army's progress. Back in the dwarven nation, the atmosphere shifts without warning. An urgent report arrives from a traveling merchant. The message spreads quickly and reaches the dwarven king and the heads of the Four Hammers. They listen in stunned silence as the news is delivered. The human army is already on its way, and it is moving fast. Davos questions how this could happen, pointing out that any such force would have to pass through Mashira territory first. The informant confirms that this has already occurred. At their current speed, the army will arrive in just 3 days. Shatre calculates the situation and finds no comfort in it. Their main fighting force leaves with Leonidas. A message could be sent, but even if reinforcements respond immediately, they will not arrive in time. The gap between 3 days and 5 days feels impossible to overcome. Around them, the dwarves begin to panic. Voices rise in fear. Some begin to question whether the nation can survive what is coming. Others quietly assume the worst. Is there any way to stop this? In the middle of this tension, Nico steps forward. He raises his voice and tries to steady the room. He reminds them that dwarves are strong and capable, yet now they are falling apart before the battle even begins. He declares that with Leonidas gone, he must take responsibility. He says he will step up and hold things together. Even as he speaks, his body trembles. The fear is still there, just beneath the surface. Kirik watches him closely and notices it. Not long after, Kirik moves quickly through the halls and heads toward the workshop. His thoughts are unsettled. He knows the dwarves are not built for direct combat, at least not in the way this battle demands. Once inside, he spreads out sheets of paper and gathers his tools. He begins to draw. Lines form across the page as he works with focus, using a pencil and ruler to shape his ideas. He admits to himself that he is afraid. The feeling does not go away. Then he remembers something. Before leaving, Leonidas asks him to look after the city. That responsibility now feels real. Kirik holds onto it and keeps working. He continues sketching without pause. Books and scrolls pile up around him as he searches for solutions. The night passes into morning, but he does not stop. At first light, Kirik stands on the city wall. Below him, dwarves gather, drawn by the call to assemble. Many of them are still uncertain, still uneasy about what lies ahead. Kirik thanks them for coming, even at such an early hour. He acknowledges their fear. He does not deny it. But then he reminds them of something simple. They are dwarves. He lifts a rolled scroll in his hand and tells them that their strength does not come only from fighting. It comes from what they build. Kirik stands at the top of the wall while the dwarves gather below and look up at him, waiting for an explanation. He tells them they will not meet the enemy head-on. Instead, they will force a siege. The human army has traveled a long distance, and their supplies must be limited. If the dwarves can hold out long enough, then Leonidas and the others will return. That is all they need to do. Just endure. The dwarves react with surprise, but doubt follows quickly. They point out the obvious problem. Most of those left in the city are not fighters. They are craftsmen. They admit they are not suited for battle. They say it is Leonidas and the 4 hammers who carry that strength, and they are not here now. Kirik listens and answers honestly. He says he has never fought before either. That is exactly why they will rely on something else. They will build. The dwarves look uncertain. They argue that even if they have materials, there is no time to shape stone properly. The enemy will arrive too soon. Kirik agrees with that. There is no time for perfect construction. So they will use the stones as they are. Some of the dwarves suggest they can at least stack a simple wall quickly, but they doubt it will be enough. Kirik explains that raw stones can be just as strong, depending on how they are placed. It is not about perfection. It is about balance. The others push back again, saying that kind of work requires true masters of stone. Kirik does not argue. He simply demonstrates. He picks up large stones and smaller ones and begins stacking them carefully. He adjusts each piece with attention, placing weight where it can hold and support the next layer. Slowly, the structure rises. It grows higher and higher until it stands at more than twice his own height. He steps back and says that it works as long as one pays attention to the stones themselves. The dwarves fall silent. They look up at what he has built. The height alone surprises them. Something shifts in their expressions. Maybe this can work after all. 2 days later, a cloud of dust rises in the distance. The human army approaches in large numbers, their movement shaking the ground. Among them, soldiers speak casually as they advance. One points ahead and identifies the dwarven capital. Another mentions the rumors of wealth inside, especially jewels. They talk about how Kagari gives them permission to take what they want. The mood among them is confident, almost careless. They charge forward in waves. At the outer walls, the dwarves take their positions. Nico stands among them and looks out at the approaching force. The sheer number of enemies unsettles him. He admits there are far more than he expects. As the human army closes in, they slow down and stop just before the walls. The soldiers study what stands in front of them. The stone structures look rough and unrefined, nothing like carefully carved fortifications. Some of them comment on how crude it appears. On the wall, the dwarves begin to tremble. The moment they fear is finally here. Nico glances upward, searching for Kirik. He spots him in the sky, riding Mixie as it moves above the battlefield. Nico calls out, asking if they are truly making the right choice by trusting him. Kirik looks down from above while Mixie keeps them aloft with steady wing beats. Below, the human army gathers near the stone walls. As he watches, he recalls an earlier conversation. During the construction, Nico asks him if the walls alone will be enough to protect them. Kirik answers honestly. He says no. The walls by themselves are not enough. That answer confuses Nico at the time. If that is true, then what is the point of building them at all? Kirik explains it then. The walls are not meant to stand alone. They are part of something larger. From above, the full design becomes clear. The stone walls do not form a single barrier. They twist and turn, stretching across the land in layered paths. Together, they create a massive maze. From above, Kirik watches closely as the human army approaches the maze. Just as he expects, they notice an opening in the stone walls. He remembers explaining this part to the dwarves while they were building. There is no need to make every wall tall or perfect. The goal is not to block every path. It is to guide movement. When people are given 2 choices, they tend to choose the easier one. Would trained soldiers act any differently under pressure? The human troops do exactly that. Instead of trying to break through solid walls, they rush toward the opening. They decide it is faster. They push forward without hesitation, moving deeper into the maze. From the sky, Kirik sees it unfold step by step. Everything follows the pattern he imagines. When he builds something, he thinks about how it will be used. More importantly, he thinks about how people will behave around it. That thinking now shapes the battlefield itself. Inside the maze, visibility quickly drops. A light fog hangs in the air, making it hard to see what lies ahead. The soldiers slow slightly but keep moving. One of them begins to notice the heat. The air feels different here. Then, without warning, the ground erupts. A nearby pit bursts open with violent force. Scalding liquid shoots upward, throwing soldiers and horses into the air. They crash back down in chaos. Others nearby feel the heat splash against them and realize too late what they have stepped into. Ahead of them, more of these pits appear. Confusion spreads as they try to understand what is happening. These are natural geysers, common in the volcanic terrain of the Dwarven nation. Underground pressure builds until boiling water explodes upward through narrow vents. The dwarves have turned these into traps. At regular intervals, the ground itself becomes a weapon. Another eruption follows, catching more soldiers off guard and sending them flying. Still, some push forward, driven by momentum and greed. They remind themselves of their goal and continue deeper. Then the ground changes again. What looks like solid earth begins to give way beneath their horses. Thick, heavy mud grips their legs and pulls them down. This is volcanic ash mixed with water, forming a dense bog that clings tightly to anything that enters it. The more they struggle, the deeper they sink. Horses panic. Soldiers shout and try to pull free, but it is no use. They are trapped in place, unable to move forward or back. Not all of them are caught. A smaller group manages to leap over the worst of the mud, leaving the others behind. They press on, determined to reach the city. From the top of the walls, Nico watches everything unfold. Relief shows on his face as he sees the traps working. The human advance slows, then breaks apart. For a moment, it seems like the plan is holding. But that feeling does not last. Nico suddenly notices movement beyond the traps. Some soldiers have made it through. His expression shifts at once. He raises his voice and warns the others. The dwarves react quickly, gripping their spears and preparing themselves. The remaining human soldiers charge forward, closing the distance. Then, just before they reach the walls, something catches their attention. Set into the stone is a glowing ruby. They slow down, drawn to it without fully understanding why. Earlier, during the construction of the defenses, Kirik demonstrates something important. He carefully removes a single stone from one of the walls he builds. The entire structure collapses almost instantly. The dwarves react with surprise as they watch it fall apart. Kirik explains that every wall has a supporting point, a keystone that holds everything together. If that one piece is removed, the rest cannot stand. He suggests turning this idea into a trap. Some dwarves doubt this approach. One points out that only Kirik seems able to identify such a stone, since they all look the same to everyone else. Another questions why the humans would even touch it. Others worry about the danger and wonder if Kirik is planning to risk himself. He quickly denies that. He admits he is too afraid to do something like that. Instead, he says they should make the humans remove the keystone themselves. To do that, he brings out a large ruby and holds it up. The dwarves protest immediately. They see it as a waste. A gem like that could support the city through an entire winter. Why use something so valuable in a wall? Kirik answers simply. That is exactly why it will work. If they understand the value of the stone, then they can predict what the humans will do when they see it. Back in the present battle, that plan unfolds. Some of the human soldiers reach deeper into the maze and notice the large ruby set into the wall. It stands out clearly against the rough stone. They approach it without hesitation. To them, it looks like an easy prize. They mock the dwarves for placing something so valuable in plain sight. One of them pulls the ruby free. The moment it comes loose, the structure begins to fail. The balance breaks. The surrounding stones shift, then collapse all at once. The wall crashes down onto the soldiers, crushing them under its weight. Nearby troops see what happens and realize the danger too late. The maze is not just slowing them down. It is actively turning against them. The situation changes quickly. Confusion spreads through the human ranks. With traps triggering around them and formations breaking apart, they begin to lose control. Orders are shouted, and the command to retreat follows soon after. The soldiers start pulling back, trying to escape the maze they rush into so confidently. From the walls, the dwarves watch the retreat. Relief turns into excitement. They cheer as the enemy falls back. For the first time, it feels like they might actually hold their ground. That night, the mood inside the city was completely different. Nico and Kirik stand together, looking over what they accomplish. Nico cannot hide his excitement. He says everything happens exactly as Kirik predicts. To him, it feels like a perfect victory. Kirik answers more quietly. He says it works because everyone contributes. Davos joins them and adds that if things continue like this, their defenses will hold until Leonidas returns. Around them, the dwarves express their trust openly. They look to Kirik now as someone they can rely on. Outside the maze, however, the situation is far from settled. The human army regroups at a distance, frustration spreading among the ranks. Some begin arguing over what to do next. Leadership becomes unclear, and tension builds between them. Then the sound of approaching horses cuts through the noise. The soldiers turn and see Kaguri arriving, riding a white horse with two companions beside him. They move forward with purpose and stop before the army. One of them, a man with an eye patch named Holiday, questions why the troops are sitting outside the capital instead of advancing. Beside him, Lunafria admits they are late but expresses relief that the soldiers are still alive. The troops explain the situation. They describe the traps, the maze, and how the dwarves are prepared for them. Before anyone can say more, Kaguri acts. Without hesitation, he drives his horse forward and leaps straight off the cliff. The movement shocks everyone watching. He descends rapidly toward the maze and charges directly at the stone walls. As he closes in, he draws his sword and unleashes a massive attack. The strike tears through the air with overwhelming force. It crashes into the walls and blasts them apart in a single motion. Kaguri's strike tears through the defenses in a single motion. The force of it carves a wide path straight through the stone maze, leaving behind a deep gorge that cuts toward the capital. From the top of the walls, the dwarves hear the impact and turn to look. What they see leaves them stunned. A large section of their carefully built defenses is simply gone. Among the human army, shock quickly turns into admiration. The soldiers begin praising Kaguri, calling him their hero. Kaguri looks back at them and questions why they are still standing still. He orders them to move forward and reminds them that the walls are no longer an obstacle. Some hesitate at first, unsure after what they have just gone through. Kaguri's tone hardens. He asks if they come this far only to retreat in shame. The soldiers react at once and deny it. He pushes further, asking them why they are really here. He speaks of revenge and forces them to face it. At first, they hesitate under the weight of his words and expression. Then one soldier steps forward and speaks about his younger brother, who is left unable to walk after a monster attack. His anger spills out openly. Others follow. One speaks of losing his entire village. Another recalls a family member who is permanently injured. Their voices grow louder, filled with resentment. Kaguri listens, then tells them to hold on to that hatred and let it drive them forward. He raises his sword and declares that this is the moment to settle their grievances. He makes it clear that anyone who runs will not be spared, but he also claims that none of them are weak enough to do so. His words take hold. The soldiers respond with renewed force and charge forward again, this time with a far more violent energy. From the walls, Nico, Kirik, and Darkion watch the shift. The human army moves differently now. They push through the maze without hesitation. The geysers erupt again, sending some into the air, but others keep going. They endure the heat, the explosions, and the danger without stopping. Kirik tries to reassure the dwarves, telling them to stay calm. He insists the traps will slow them down and force them back. But that does not happen. Injured soldiers pull themselves up and continue moving. Their determination overrides the fear and pain. They press through every obstacle and eventually reach the capital walls. Hooks attached to ropes are thrown upward, catching onto the top. Soldiers begin climbing despite the resistance. Kirik watches this unfold and feels his confidence break. He cannot understand it. The traps are working, and the danger is real, yet the humans keep advancing. What drives them to continue like this? Why do they not stop? The intensity of their anger feels overwhelming. As arrows rain down from above, the dwarves fight to hold their ground. In the middle of it, Davos steps forward and places a hand on Kirik's head. He tells him that he has done enough and that the rest will be handled by them. Kirik, Nico, and Darkion all insist that they can still fight, but Davos refuses. He gives them a different task. They are to guide the civilians to the palace, where it will be safer. With that, he moves on to join the defense. Elsewhere, a group of dwarves gathers with barrels of beer in hand. They are shaking, unable to hide their fear. Then Magna steps in and calls them out. She tells them to stop trembling and reminds them that this is not the moment for hesitation. She lifts 2 barrels herself, showing no sign of doubt. She urges them to act and prove their strength. One by one, they respond. They begin to drink, forcing down their fear as they prepare themselves for what comes next. The human soldiers push forward with force, carrying a massive sharpened tree trunk toward the gate. They lower it and charge together. The impact is immediate. The gate breaks apart in a single strike. For a brief moment, it seems like nothing stands in their way. But as the dust settles, they are met by a line of dwarves waiting at the entrance. These are not the same hesitant figures from before. After drinking to steady themselves, their fear is gone. Their presence feels heavier, more grounded. They step forward without hesitation and charge to meet the attackers head-on. The clash is intense. The dwarves swing hammers and pickaxes with full force, striking the human soldiers and pushing them back. Each blow carries weight. For a moment, the humans struggle to advance. Even they begin to admit that the dwarves are tougher than expected. One of the dwarves calls out and tells them to give up, but the humans refuse. They regroup and charge again. This time, their attacks find their mark. Weapons break through defenses, and one of the dwarves falls. The others react with shock, but the battle does not stop. Both sides continue to clash, neither willing to back down. From a distance, Kagari watches the fight unfold. He remains calm and calls out a name. In response, Zaji emerges from the ground and kneels before him. Kagari gives a quiet order. Zaji acknowledges it and disappears just as quickly as he appears. Elsewhere, Kirik, Nico, and Darkion stay with the civilians, guiding them while keeping an eye on the battle. As they look out, the situation grows worse. The dwarves begin to lose ground. The human soldiers push deeper into the city, getting closer to the palace. Nico tries to reassure the others, saying the defenses will hold. But even as he speaks, the enemy breaks through and charges into the palace grounds. Then, without warning, a figure drops from above. The impact shakes the ground. The force sends nearby soldiers flying in all directions. A deep crater forms where he lands, marking his arrival. It is Leonidas. The human soldiers hesitate, caught off guard by his sudden appearance. Leonidas stands firm and declares that anyone who threatens his family will be destroyed. His presence alone shifts the tension. From the dust behind him, a massive figure emerges. It is a Mashira, a creature the humans believe to be wiped out. The being speaks and explains that he is Tameshur, the last of his kind. Leonidas acknowledges him and expresses his gratitude, admitting he would not have made it back in time without his help. The human soldiers react with shock. They recognize Leonidas and cannot understand how a Mashira still stands. But hesitation does not last long. Driven by anger, they charge again. Tameshur meets them head-on. With a single strike of his massive fist, he sends multiple soldiers flying through the air. Nearby, Leonidas joins the fight, wielding the multifunction weapon created by Kirik and Nico. He moves with precision, using its various forms to counter the enemy. From a distance, Kirik, Nico, and Darkion watch as the tide begins to turn. Relief replaces the fear on their faces. Leonidas has returned, and he is not alone. With Tameshur fighting beside him, the human army is finally being pushed back. For a brief moment, it begins to feel like the battle might finally turn in their favor. Leonidas stands alone against a large group of soldiers, holding them back with sheer force. Watching from a distance, the others start to believe that this might be enough. Could this really be the end of it? But Kirik does not stay still. He says they cannot just wait while Leonidas fights alone. He decides he has to help. He turns to Mixie and asks if it can still fly. The creature responds without hesitation. Nico tries to stop him, reminding him that Davos tells them to stay put and focus on protecting the civilians. Kirik does not argue. He simply moves. In the next moment, he is already airborne with Mixie, heading straight toward the battlefield. Far from the center of the conflict, in a quiet stretch of plains, a lone dwarf sits atop a cliff. A small fire burns nearby, with a pot hanging over it. A simple tent stands to one side. The dwarf eats calmly, removed from the chaos unfolding at the capital. The contrast is striking. While the city fights for survival, this place remains still and untouched. Back above the battlefield, Kirik scans the ground as Mixie flies overhead. The scene below is scattered and violent. He searches carefully until he finally spots Leonidas. Without wasting time, he directs Mixie down and lands nearby. As soon as he steps forward, he slows. The ground around Leonidas is covered with fallen soldiers. Bodies lie scattered, some unmoving, others badly wounded. The air feels heavy. Leonidas stands at the center of it all, holding the multifunctional blade. Blood drips from its edge. Kirik freezes for a moment. The sight is more than he expects. He calls out softly, trying to reach him. When Leonidas turns, his expression is different. There is a harshness in it that was not there before. Kirik stands still as he looks at the bodies scattered across the ground. The sight feels heavy and unreal. He turns to Leonidas, trying to understand what is happening here. Before he can make sense of it, a group of human soldiers appears. Leonidas notices them at the same moment. He moves without hesitation. His chained weapon swings through the air and strikes with force. The soldiers fall one after another. There is no pause. There is no mercy. More soldiers appear in formation. A line of archers raises their crossbows and aims straight at Leonidas. They receive the order to kill him and stop his escape. Leonidas rushes forward with sudden speed. Kirik calls out as panic rises inside him. The archers fire. Bolts fill the air, but Leonidas blocks them with his weapon. In the same motion, the weapon releases a thick strand like spider silk. It shoots toward the archers and traps them. Another wave of soldiers charges with spears. Leonidas reacts again. A mechanism in his weapon launches him high into the air. The soldiers freeze in shock. How can he move like that? From above, flames pour down and consume them. Their formation breaks as fire spreads. Kirik watches everything unfold. Fear takes hold of him. He runs forward, hoping to stop it somehow, but Leonidas does not slow down. The weapon shifts again. Blades flash. Bodies fall. Some are cut down in a single strike. Others lose limbs as the chaos grows worse. The battlefield turns into a scene Kirik cannot accept. He stares at the weapon in Leonidas's hands. It is something he made. The same hands that once built with pride now feel heavy with guilt. He remembers the praise. He remembers being told that his work saved the dwarven nation. That memory once gave him purpose. It pushed him to create more. A blade for Kshatriya. An axe for Magna. A bow for Gispa. A shield for Davos. Each piece was made with care. Each one brought him joy at the time. But what has that joy led to now? His steps falter. He trips on a small rock and falls to the ground. Rain begins to fall, light at first, then steady. The sound of battle continues around him. He lies there and stares upward as water hits his face. A thought forms slowly. What if he had stopped to think? Would he have seen this outcome? He watches through the rain as the others fight. Kshatriya cuts through enemies with sharp, clean movements. Gispa releases arrows that take lives in an instant. Magna throws her axe and splits through a group with ease. Davos pushes forward with his shield, breaking through bodies and armor alike. Each weapon works exactly as intended. That is the problem. Kirik begins to understand. These are not just tools. They are instruments of death. Did he always know this? Did he choose to ignore it? He tells himself he only wanted to help. He wanted to see everyone happy. But is this happiness? He kneels among the fallen. Rain mixes with his tears. He lowers his head and quietly apologizes to those who can no longer hear him. A group of human soldiers notices him. They see only a small figure in the rain. Some hesitate for a moment, but others do not. They remind themselves that he is still a dwarf. They blame his kind for the weapons that have taken many lives. One soldier steps forward and raises his sword. Kirik does not move. His body feels empty. Is this where it ends? Before the blade can fall, Mixi leaps in and catches the sword with its teeth. The metal stops midair. The soldiers freeze in shock. What kind of creature does this? Mixi crushes the blade and lets the pieces fall. Its body changes as large wings spread out, black and white stretching wide. The soldiers react with fear. The wings move outward with force, reaching toward them. Kirik sees this and rushes forward. He tries to stop it. He wants the violence to end. But the wings do not slow down. The impact hits everyone in their path. Kirik is thrown back along with the soldiers and crashes to the ground. Everything goes quiet for a moment. Mixi looks at Kirik. There is no movement. Panic sets in. It calls out to him, but there is no response. In that brief moment of distraction, a figure appears behind it. A blade drives forward without warning. Kagari strikes. The sword pierces through Mixi's body and lifts it from the ground. The soldiers react with relief when they see the hero arrive. Kaguri steps forward and lets Mixi's pierced body slip from his blade onto the ground. The creature groans weakly as it struggles to move. Kaguri studies it for a moment and notices a mark on its ear. The others gather around and recognize it as a prototype. They question why such a creature is here, but no clear answer comes. Instead, they shift their focus to what they have gained. They have already secured the dwarven weapons. That alone is enough to weaken their enemy. Lunafria looks across the battlefield and sees their soldiers being struck down and thrown aside by Leonidas. She notes the damage on both sides and admits she did not expect the dwarf prince to return. Holiday watches Leonidas fight and comments on his strength. He sees him as a worthy opponent for Kaguri. Lunafria dismisses the idea and insists that Kaguri is clearly stronger. Holiday quickly backs down to avoid further argument. The tension fades as Kaguri speaks. He declares that their objective is complete. There is no need for more losses. He orders the troops to focus on rescuing the wounded and to ensure that as many as possible return home alive. The soldiers respond with relief and move quickly to carry out the command. The battlefield begins to quiet as the human army starts to withdraw. Wounded soldiers are lifted and carried away. The dwarves watch from a distance as their enemies retreat with carts filled with stolen weapons. What does victory even mean now? Nico runs through the palace with urgency. He believes the battle has been won. He wants to tell his father that the enemy is retreating. His steps echo through the halls until he reaches the throne room. There, everything stops. The king sits motionless on the throne. A kunai is lodged through his crown. The sight freezes Nico in place before a cry escapes him. The victory he carried in his heart disappears in an instant. Outside the palace, Jotzi moves swiftly away from the scene. His task is complete. He disappears before anyone can notice. The human army leaves the city with their spoils. The streets of Barkway are left soaked with blood and loss. The dwarven nation suffers a devastating blow. Their king is gone. Many have lost family and friends. Those who remain are surrounded by grief. Chatre, Magna, Gispa, and Davos stand in silence, weighed down by what they have seen and done. Darkion breaks down in tears, and others follow as sorrow spreads through the crowd. In the middle of it all, Leonidas walks forward with a blank expression. He passes through the grieving people without a word. The dwarves move through the ruins of the battlefield. They gather broken wood, metal, and anything useful for rebuilding. 6 days have passed since the human army retreats. The air still feels heavy. Some dwarves uncover 3 corpses buried under debris. The sight slows them down for a moment. Then they return to work. What else can they do? Nico moves among them and asks for help. He directs the others with urgency. Everyone knows he has just lost his father. Even so, he keeps pushing forward. Davos watches him closely and notes the change in him. He tells Nico not to overwork himself. Nico tries to lift a heavy box and insists he is fine. His body gives out and he crashes to the ground. Davos sighs and realizes that maybe Nico has not changed as much as he thought. On the ground, Nico struggles to hold himself together. He feels close to tears. Why is he pushing himself this hard? Leonidas stays locked in meetings all day. Kirik is still unconscious. Mixi is nowhere to be found. Nico feels alone. He remembers his father's smile, and the thought weighs on him even more. Nearby, a commotion breaks out. A dwarven thief runs through the ruins with a box and jewelry hanging around his neck. A crowd chases after him in anger. Nico looks on in surprise. The thief suddenly pauses when he spots more valuables in a corner. Davos explains that these are battlefield looters. They wait from a distance and steal whatever they can when the fighting ends. The thief quickly stuffs more treasures into his bag and runs again. The dwarves chasing him shout in rage. They feel ashamed to call him one of their own. The chaos fades as they disappear into the distance. Not long after, Darkion calls out to Nico with urgent news. Kirik has finally woken up. Nico rushes to him without hesitation. Inside the room, Kirik sits upright on the bed and faces the window. Sunlight pours in softly. 2 birds rest by the window and chirp. The calm scene feels almost unreal after everything that has happened. Nico feels relieved and approaches him. He cannot hide his excitement. Kirik has been unconscious for 6 days. Nico feared the worst. Now Kirik is awake. Should that not be a good sign? Kirik repeats Nico's words quietly without turning around. Something feels off. Nico steps closer and looks at his face. He notices the blank expression. There is no warmth in Kirik's eyes. Nico feels uneasy and asks himself what is wrong. Kirik says he is fine. He insists there are more important things to do and tries to stand up. He wants to help rebuild the city. Nico tells him to rest. His body is not ready yet. Kirik continues to insist. Nico refuses to give in. The tension grows in the quiet room. At that moment, Leonidas rushes in. He looks relieved and excited to see Kirik awake. But Kirik's reaction is different. He stares at Leonidas with fear. The memory of the battlefield flashes in his mind. He remembers how Leonidas slaughtered the human soldiers without hesitation. Leonidas steps closer to Kirik and checks if he is hurt. Kirik says he is fine and insists that he wants to help with the rebuilding. Leonidas has a different idea. He tells Kirik to follow him and says it will lift his spirits. Kirik hesitates for a moment, but he goes along. They arrive at the forge workshop. The place is loud and full of motion. Blacksmiths work without rest. Sparks fly as metal is hammered and shaped at a rapid pace. Kirik looks around in surprise. The scale of the work feels overwhelming. Leonidas notices his reaction and explains that the forge has been changed. It now focuses only on making weapons. He speaks with certainty. He says they are preparing to strike back at the humans. Kirik turns to him with unease. The mood in the room is intense. The blacksmiths shout in anger. They talk about the dwarves who died. They speak of their ruined city. Their voices are filled with grief and rage. They want revenge. They want to make the humans suffer. Leonidas agrees with them and raises his voice. He demands stronger weapons. He calls for blades and hammers that can destroy anything. The blacksmiths respond with loud cheers. They lift their tools in support. The energy in the forge grows even heavier. Is this really the path forward? Leonidas then turns to Kirik with a serious look. He says that Kirik will take charge of the workshop. Kirik freezes in shock. Leonidas continues and says that Kirik's creations will overwhelm their enemies. He believes that next time, they can end the conflict for good. He pulls Kirik closer and tells him that he is the only one capable of doing this. He speaks about revenge as if it is the only answer. Kirik's mind drifts back to the battlefield. He remembers the lifeless bodies he saw. The memory feels too real. He slowly pulls away from Leonidas. Leonidas looks confused and asks what is wrong. Kirik refuses. He says he cannot do it. He cannot create weapons meant to kill. Leonidas straightens and questions him. He reminds Kirik of everything he has already done. Kirik has been building tools and strategies all along. He even helped hold back the human soldiers long enough for Leonidas to return. The maze he built was beyond anything expected. But Kirik shakes his head. He says he did not understand what he was doing back then. He only felt happy to help others. Now he sees things differently. He clenches his hand and calls himself foolish. Why did it take him this long to realize? Leonidas places a firm hand on Kirik's shoulder. He explains that Kirik's work saved the entire nation. He insists they must finish what they started. Together, they can combine their strength and crush their enemies. He says Kirik is too valuable to step away now. Kirik does not respond right away. He stares ahead with empty eyes. A memory returns to him. He remembers the moment he came to the capital. Back then, he only wanted to become a craftsman who could make people smile with his creations. That simple dream now feels distant. Tears begin to fall. Kirik refuses again. This time, his voice carries more weight. He says he does not want to be useful in this way anymore. He breaks down in quiet pain. Leonidas stands there, surprised, unsure of how to respond. Kirik suddenly turns and runs. He says he needs to go help Nico. Leonidas calls after him and tells him to wait. His voice rises as he speaks about the dwarves who were killed and the homes that were destroyed. He asks if they are supposed to do nothing but grieve. He reminds Kirik of the friends they have lost. He questions him again and again. Does he not want to settle the score? He tells Kirik to fight by his side. But Kirik does not stop. He does not look back. He keeps running while Leonidas' voice fades behind him. The next day, Kirik walks through the gates of the capital. His belongings are packed on his back. He leaves without ceremony. Leonidas and the troops stand on the wall and watch him go. No one speaks. Leonidas remembers the times he praised Kirik for his creations. Those moments feel distant now. How did things change so quickly? The night before, Kirik quietly packs his things. Leonidas confronts him and speaks with firm resolve. He says he cannot forgive the humans for what they have done. His father is gone. Many friends are gone. He vows to destroy their enemies and bring peace to the nation. In his eyes, there is no other path. He points out that Kirik is leaving instead of standing with him. Kirik stays silent for a while. Then he apologizes. He admits that he does not know what to do anymore. He only knows that he cannot keep crafting weapons for this purpose. Because of that, he cannot stay. What else can he choose? Leonidas says nothing for a moment. Then he takes out a helmet and places it on Kirik's head. He calls it a parting gift. It is something he used when he was younger. His tone softens slightly. He admits that maybe bringing Kirik to the capital was a mistake. The words hang in the air. There is nothing more to add. Now, in the present, Leonidas stands on the wall and watches Kirik disappear into the distance. He keeps his eyes on the horizon until Kirik is no longer visible. Then he closes his eyes. He turns away and leaves quietly. A soft farewell escapes his lips. Far ahead on the road, Kirik pauses for a brief moment and looks back. The capital is far behind him now. He faces forward again and continues his journey. Kirik moves through a dark forest filled with strange monsters. Different creatures roam between the trees, some watching, some hunting. He walks slowly and looks worn out. His face is sunken. Dark circles sit under his eyes. He leans on a staff to keep moving. At times, he nearly collapses. It has been a month since he left the dwarven nation. He never imagined the outside world would be this harsh. Was it always like this? He remembers his first days outside. He hides behind a tree while a massive monster covered in eyes moves nearby. Before he can escape, a swarm of smaller creatures jumps onto the larger one. They tear into its flesh without hesitation. The scene is brutal and overwhelming. Kirik panics and runs. Not long after, he encounters a plant-like monster that nearly catches him. He barely escapes again. He crosses a stream filled with frogs and keeps moving, unsure of where he is going. Night offers no comfort. When he tries to rest, every small sound puts him on edge. The rustling of leaves feels like danger closing in. He cannot sleep. He forces himself to keep walking in the dark. His body grows weaker. At some point, he checks his pocket and finds a small piece of food. It is the last he has left. He stares at it for a moment. He remembers the days he spent with Gareth. Back then, he had a shelter that kept out the cold and rain. He had warm meals without worry. Those simple things now feel distant. Why did he ever take them for granted? His strength finally gives out. He slumps to the ground as the sun begins to set. A heavy thought settles in his mind. He cannot go back. Yet he has nowhere else to go. The feeling of being lost grows stronger. As the light fades, a figure approaches from a distance. The shape is unclear. The face cannot be seen. It moves slowly toward him. Who could it be? Far away in Barkway, the dwarven nation continues to rebuild. Leonidas stands among the blacksmiths and pushes them forward. He urges them to let their anger drive their work. The forge burns with intensity. The dwarves respond with loud determination. Their desire for revenge fuels every strike of the hammer. Nico stands nearby and watches. He feels uneasy. Is this really the right path? It has been over a month since Kirik left. There has been no news. Nico cannot stop worrying. He wonders if Kirik is still alive. Leonidas notices his distraction and calls him out. Nico apologizes, but Leonidas does not soften. He says everyone else is focused and working together. He questions Nico's expression and warns that doubt lowers morale. Nico insists he only wants to support him. Leonidas dismisses him and tells him to leave. Nico is sent out of the capital. As he walks away, he feels confused. Why was he pushed out like this? Leonidas had called it a training expedition, but the timing feels strange. Nico thinks about his own concerns. Has Leonidas noticed how worried he is about Kirik? The thought lingers. As he continues walking, his uncertainty turns into resolve. If Kirik is out there alone, then he has to find him. A huge bird flies across the sky above Nico. Its body looks unnatural, with two mouths that open as it glides. The sight makes Nico freeze for a moment. He swallows his fear and stays alert. Then, without warning, a dwarf suddenly appears from behind a boulder. It is the same thief from before. He greets Nico casually. Nico is startled and immediately questions who he is. The thief looks him over and quickly guesses his identity. Nico's clothes make him stand out. To the thief, it is obvious he is someone important. The thief wonders why Nico has left the capital and asks where he is heading. Nico refuses to answer. He keeps his guard up. The thief then offers his help. He claims he knows the monster world well and can act as a guide. Nico pauses. That kind of help would make things easier. But nothing comes without a cost. The thief makes that clear. His services are not free. Soon after, the thief is seen wearing Nico's clothes and helmet. The shining gear fits him well. Nico watches him closely and makes a firm warning. If the thief tries anything dishonest or attempts to run, he will not hesitate to deal with him. The thief accepts the terms without argument. He turns and begins to lead the way. Nico follows, still cautious. Can he really trust someone like this? Far away, in Cornelia, the capital of the human world, a different scene unfolds. Deep underground, inside a research facility, a young girl named Sora walks through a dim corridor. She carries a plate of food in one hand and a set of keys in the other. She stops in front of a locked cell and opens it. Inside is Mixie. The creature growls as she approaches. Sora shows no fear. She calls Mixie a prize taken from the monster world and places the food down. Mixie refuses to eat. It remembers the pain it caused Kirik and does not respond. Sora grows irritated. She explains that she has been ordered to keep Mixie alive. If it dies, she will be punished. Her tone turns cold as she insults it. The walls around them are covered with strange and unsettling masks. Some resemble birds, others look even more disturbing. The atmosphere feels heavy and unnatural. Back in the monster world, night falls. Kirik suddenly wakes up. His body is wrapped in bandages. He looks around in confusion. The place is unfamiliar. He steps outside carefully, trying to understand where he is. Not far away, he sees a large lion-like monster chasing a group of small rat-like creatures. The smaller monsters rush into a strange structure that looks like a beehive and seal it shut behind them. The lion reaches the structure and attacks it. It bites down hard and strikes it with its claws. The structure does not break. It does not even crack. After a while, the lion gives up and leaves. The small creatures slowly open their shelter and realize they are safe. They celebrate with relief. Their home has protected them completely. They speak with gratitude and mention someone named Kahayo. A human woman approaches them, carrying a bundle of dried sticks. The creatures gather around her with trust and excitement. Kirik watches from behind a boulder, unable to believe what he is seeing. Monsters are thanking a human. How is that possible? The woman notices him and calmly tells him to rest more. She reveals that she is the one who built the shelter where he woke up. Kirik begins to understand. She must have saved him. The small creatures start taking apart their home. To Kirik's surprise, the structure comes apart easily. It is light and simple to carry. Even the small creatures can handle it without effort. They are impressed by its design. Kirik continues watching, confused and curious. The shelter Kirik sees is not just a simple structure. It is a portable home designed in the shape of a beehive. Kahayo explains that she builds it for smaller and weaker monsters so they can stay safe from predators. The design is simple but effective. It uses very little material and can be taken apart and rebuilt with ease. For creatures like the journey rats, who move in groups and travel often, it is the perfect solution. The idea comes from bees, an insect from Kahayo's home country. Their honeycomb pattern inspires the structure. As the journey rats travel with the seasons, they often face danger from larger creatures. This design helps them survive. Once the structure is dismantled, each rat carries part of it on its back. They gather what they need from their surroundings and rebuild whenever they stop. The home can grow as their numbers increase. The hexagonal pattern allows the structure to stay light while still absorbing heavy impact. It is strong enough to protect them, yet flexible enough to move with them. Watching this, Kirik begins to understand how carefully it has been thought out. Kirik thanks Kahayo for saving his life. He then asks the question that has been on his mind. Why is a human here in the monster world? Kahayo responds calmly. She says it should be obvious. She is here to build homes for monsters. Her answer leaves Kirik stunned. He struggles to process it. Kahayo continues and explains that the monster world is harsh and unforgiving. Because of that, even monsters deserve safety and peace of mind. Her words feel simple, yet they carry weight. Kirik listens in silence. Could things really be this different? Kahayo then notices his hands. They are rough and bruised. She studies them and guesses that he is a dwarf. Kirik reacts defensively, but she does not press him. Instead, she points out that his hands show skill, even at his age. She asks if he would be willing to help her for a while. Her voice remains calm as she explains that building homes can bring a kind of peace. She reaches out her hand toward him. Around them, the journey rats gather quietly and watch. Kirik stands still and looks at her outstretched hand. His mind is filled with everything he has seen and felt. The destruction, the fear, the choices he ran from. Now, he is faced with something different. A chance to create instead of destroy. He does not answer right away. He simply stares, caught between the path he left behind and the one now being offered. In the present, Kirik travels with his group across a wide plain. Their goal is clear. They are searching for the three great masters in hopes of finding Kahayo again. The journey is not easy, and every step brings something unexpected. Ahead of them, two massive crab-like monsters face each other. Their bodies are enormous, and their claws look strong enough to crush stone. They argue over a single shell, each one claiming it belongs to them. A third crab joins in and insists the shell is meant for it instead. Sora and the dwarves quickly recognize them as king hermit crabs. These creatures are known for searching endlessly for shells to use as homes. They travel in groups and rely on their shells for protection, rest, and even identity. Their claws serve as powerful weapons. The three crabs continue to argue until one of them notices Kirik's group watching. It approaches cautiously, then realizes who they are. It calls them architects of the monster world and apologizes for the tension. It explains that what they are witnessing is a shell scramble. For them, shells are everything. They are armor, shelter, and a form of self-expression. Sora questions if shells are really that important. Nico admits he does not see much difference between them. The crabs react with shock and quickly correct him. To them, every detail matters. Size, shape, and even color reflect personal taste. Nico backs down and apologizes. Kirik listens quietly. Something about this situation feels familiar. When the word war is mentioned, he flinches slightly. The conflict over shells reminds him of something deeper. After a moment, Kirik steps forward. He says he understands the problem. Then he makes a strange request. He asks all the crabs to remove their shells. The crabs react with irritation. Why would they do that? Did he not listen to anything they just said? Kirik calmly lists their needs. Protection from danger. Enough space to rest. Easy movement for travel. A way to express themselves. As he speaks, he recalls Kahayo's words about building homes to bring peace. The idea becomes clear in his mind. He declares that he will put an end to this conflict. His words shock everyone around him. Can he really solve something like this? The crabs question him. If not shells, then what will they use? Kirik responds by opening the helmet he carries. Various items spill out. He explains that when he is done, they will not need shells anymore. Using the materials they have gathered, the group begins to work. Instead of forcing the crabs to compete, they create custom portable homes tailored to each one's taste. Each design reflects a different personality. One crab receives a cactus-like home with a tough, spiked exterior and a soft interior. Another chooses the skull of a massive beast, shaped into a bold and fierce dwelling. A third takes on a giant crown, turning it into a striking and unique home. The last one uses parts of a shipwreck, forming a shelter that feels both sturdy and unusual. Every structure is built to match its owner. To make them mobile, Kirik adds a special system underneath each home. Using strong seaweed belts and rolling supports, the houses can move across rough terrain. The wide surface area helps them stay stable and prevents them from sinking into sand. The crab with the cactus-shaped home reacts first. It proudly says that no enemy will ever get close to it now. The sharp outer layer makes it feel completely secure. Another crab, the one with the giant crown, declares that this design suits it perfectly. It carries itself with pride, as if the home reflects its status. Kirik watches them and calmly reminds them that they no longer need to depend on shells alone. The idea settles in. The crabs begin to accept it. They admit they never considered other options before. Now that they see it, the endless fighting over shells feels pointless. The tension between them disappears. Sora lets out a quiet breath of relief. The conflict is over. The crabs even begin cheering for Kirik. They lift him up and toss him into the air in celebration. How often does something like this end without anyone getting hurt? As the excitement fades, Nico brings up something curious. He recalls Kirik mentioning that his helmet was getting too full and needed clearing. Sora quickly connects the dots. She realizes Kirik has used this chance to get rid of all the random items he was carrying. Kirik's expression gives him away. He tries to defend himself by calling it upcycling. The others are not fully convinced. Still, the result speaks for itself. In return for their help, the group receives shells from the king hermit crabs as payment. Soon, Sora and the dwarves continue their journey, now riding on the crabs' newly built homes. The creatures move quickly across the land, clearly enjoying their new setups. Their excitement shows in every movement. Kirik notices and comments on how happy they seem. The crabs respond with simple satisfaction. Their homes feel right. That alone is enough. As they travel, Sora glances at Kirik and reflects on everything she has learned about the group. Their earlier explanations of their past were messy and confusing. Everyone spoke at once. She barely understood half of it. At some point, she even fell asleep while listening. Still, a few things stood out. Nico is a dwarven prince. They once fought a war against humans. Yet now, they seem calm and almost carefree. It is hard to match that image with the idea of war. She looks ahead and thinks about what Kirik said before. He wants to put an end to conflict. In their own way, all of them seem to be moving toward that goal. Could this really lead to peace? They turn their attention back to their mission. Since the king hermit crabs travel widely, the group asks if they know anything about the three great masters. The crabs hesitate, then admit they might have an idea. Nico leans forward with interest and asks where to find them. One of the crabs, the one with the cactus home, points upward. Everyone looks toward the sky. High above the clouds, it says, live some of the great masters. They are dragons, rulers of the skies. And above them all is a being far beyond the rest. The great three-headed sky emperor dragon. A creature on an entirely different level. And that concludes today's video. If you want another part, like the video and leave a comment below. Thank you God for another day, and blessing me with a roof over my head.